Good morning. All right, good morning. Believe it or not, it is that time. It is 8:15, so we will actually start to get rolling if everyone wants to find their seats. Welcome to the third Rocky Mountain Professional Landman Conference. This is hosted by the School of Energy Resources and the Professional Land Management Program. We are so thrilled and honored that we have this group of people here this morning. We have panelists and moderators from all over the state and country, experts in their field here to talk to us today. A wonderful group of students, both ours from our PLM program as well as Colorado Mesa. And we couldn't be more thrilled to be hosting this. This conference is put on at the initiative of our students, and it really is our brainchild, which I think makes it really special. So the topics and panels you'll hear today were thought up by our students, and they have worked all year at putting this together. So thank you for being here. We'll start with some welcoming remarks from Holly Krutka, the Executive Director of the School of Energy Resources.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. So as Kristen said, I'm Holly Krutka, Executive Director of the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources, and welcome to our third annual Rocky Mountain Professional Landman Conference. So a year ago, I was standing up here. We had a great conference. I remember closing. Our students did a great job closing. And then afterwards, one of our dear advisory board members, John Wilcox, he was so happy, and he came up to me and he said, "That was great. And you know what? You guys are in a world of hurt if Chris Koski ever leaves." And shortly after, he did. So I want to first and foremost say, John, please don't say anything negative after the conference. However, I do want to highlight that Chris leaving has been a huge change for us, but it also highlights the resiliency of this program that we've been able to continue and go on over the last year. So here we are again, and through the last year, the support of our PLM advisory board and the leadership of our academic director, Cami Donay, and the resiliency and leadership of our students, we've persevered. It's been more work for us to find instructors. So because we're looking for instructors for each individual class, instead of Chris's role was really, he carried a very heavy load for us. But again, we recognize, and I forgot to mention that he took a once in a lifetime opportunity at the Department of Defense. So we really support him, but it has been tough. And Cami if you know Cami, she almost never complains. But and she didn't complain, but I've watched her playing whack-a-mole, trying to make sure that we had everything covered over the last year. And one of the things we've heard from our students is that it has been good to hear from different people, different perspectives, but it has been a lot of extra work. There's also been a lot of opportunities. We have had a lot of folks from Wyoming step in and help us keep this program going and even grow it. So many of our instructors over the last year, the attorneys, took obviously huge pay cuts to come be an adjunct faculty member and teach classes, but they did it to invest in the future of this profession here in Wyoming. So I just want to thank those folks for doing that. And welcome and thank also our new PLM concentration director, Kristen Prickshit. And I know the last year has been challenging and it's gone fast. So thank you so much for all you've done to keep us on track. So, and thanks to everybody who's contributed to making this conference, including Christine Reed. And Kristen was right, it really is our students. I'm telling you, if you guys ever take the pressure off, we're doing this every other year. So just remember that if you want this to be an every year thing, you have to keep helping us. And like Kristen said, the questions, the panels, the topics really did come from our students. And I think what you're gonna hear about today, you can put into two different buckets. One is really focused on the landman profession, and the other is really understanding the energy landscape across Wyoming and where it's going. And of course, part of that is policy, regulatory policy. So we have a number of legislators who are here, will be here. Little tense because I only see one right now. but if you're a legislator, raise your hand. Okay, we've got 2. Great, 2 out of 5. They'll be here. And thank you, Representatives Henderson and Burkhart for being here. And then to our students, thank you for trusting us at the School of Energy Resources for your education, and thank you for your continued support. And thank you for forcing Cammie and I and Kristen to do this event every year. So as we watch class after class of graduates enter the world, we're humbled and grateful to provide Wyoming and the world with more Landman Cowboys. And if you want to support our incredible student club, there is a raffle outside, so please take a look. It's a great opportunity for them to do fundraising every year. I also want to highlight, even during this time of change, the full undergraduate degree program, Energy Resource Management Development, it is the fastest growing undergraduate degree at the University of Wyoming. Now we had a very small, we started from a very small group in the cohort of 2020, the COVID year, but we are the fastest growing, and we're really excited about continuing that trend, at least for a while. Last year, year over year, fall to fall, our undergraduate degree saw 33% growth. And that's at the time when we added 2 new certificates, one in land administration and one in carbon capture, use, and storage. We also, the year before, added our minor, and we're looking at nuclear certificates. So one of our goals has been to grow our undergraduate program and the number of students taking it, because quite frankly, we're still not graduating enough to meet industry needs. But our other goal is really to offer energy-specific coursework for students across the university, no matter what their major is. And so we're working towards that as well. Incredible job, Cammie, getting it all the balls in the air at once while you play whack-a-mole. You must have more arms than I do. So thank you so much for everyone who contributed to bringing this conference together. Thank you all for joining us today. So we have wonderful speakers, and please make sure to use the time in between to mingle. And I just wish you all a really great day. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Holly. And I should say it really is because of Holly's vision and desire for this program to exist that it has flourished so much. So we certainly appreciate her guidance and her leadership and her vision for our program. All right, without further ado, we'll get this morning kicked off with our ethics panel, certainly a driving force and the foundation of being a landman. So we will welcome up here our moderator, Jake Hazeman, who is a shareholder with Beatty and Wozniak. Will Reese, shareholder with Williamsport, Day and Neville. Kevin Stowe, the CPL and president of K2 Land. Adam Sarvey, the vice president of Land and Business Development at Arena Resources. And Edie Holmes, land manager. And these 5 will lead us through a discussion on ethics this morning. We'll pause all that. I'm sorry. We're going to have some welcoming remarks from Drew Schutz, who is the president of WAPL, the Wyoming Association of Professional Landmen. WAPL has been a tremendous supporter of our students, both through scholarships and events throughout the state. Our students usually attend the golf tournament in the summer put on by WAPL, and student scholarship applications are due very soon, but WAPL has a tremendous scholarship that they support our students with every year. So we're honored to welcome Drew up to this stage for some welcoming remarks.
Hello, good morning. I promise you I am a way better landman than I am a public speaker, so I would have been just fine skipping that. Anyway, I'd like to go ahead and welcome everyone again to the 2024 Rocky Mountain Professional Landman Conference. Again, my name is Drew Schutz, and I am fortunate enough to have been selected as president of the Wyoming Association of Professional Landmen for this past year. It is with immense pleasure and profound excitement that, again, I welcome you all here today. In this room are some of the brightest minds, most dedicated professionals, and passionate individuals in the field of petroleum land management and beyond. From seasoned veterans who've weathered every economic challenge imaginable to fresh-faced newcomers brimming with enthusiasm and curiosity, each one of you brings a unique perspective and invaluable contributions to our collective table as an industry. In the realm of professional land work, few regions rival the complexity and richness of the Rocky Mountain region. Spanning vast stretches of rugged terrain, teeming with natural resources and untapped potential, this landscape presents both opportunities and obstacles unlike any other within the United States. It is here, amidst the towering peaks and winding valleys, that the work of the modern landman takes on an added significance, balancing the imperatives of conservation and development with both skill and finesse. Throughout the conference today, we will dive deep into the intricacies of our profession, exploring a myriad of topics discussed by the most qualified of people. Through a series of engaging discussions, we will dissect both the challenges and opportunities throughout the industry while charting a common goal of growth for everyone. But beyond the exchange of dialogue and various panel discussions here today, this conference is also a celebration of community, a chance to forge new connections among new folks, renew old friendships, and foster a sense of belonging in a profession that transcends many geographical boundaries. I'd like to thank Cami Joe for providing me with this opportunity to open today's conference. A little background on myself as well as the WAPL before I'll give way to the meat and potatoes presenters. I am a third generation Wyoming native, graduated from right here at University of Wyoming in 2010. I've been an independent landman since 2013 and have had the good fortune of working alongside the vast majority of you in this room. While I'm confident that the majority of people in this room are familiar with the Wyoming Association of Professional Landmen, I believe it's important to highlight that the Wyoming Association of Professional Landmen is a nonprofit professional organization constructed for the purpose of advancing both profession of land work and mineral exploration and development. We advocate for thorough and continuing land education and uphold the honor and integrity of the minerals industry. The WAPL strives to cultivate cordial relationships among landmen and perpetuate the history of the profession and the memory of its members. In closing, I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to the organizers, sponsors, and volunteers whose tireless efforts have made this conference possible. And then I will go ahead and introduce the Ethics Committee, if that's all right with you. All right. Ethics panel, moderated by Jake Haseman and featuring William Reese, Kevin Stowe, Adam Sarvey, and Edie Holmes. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Drew and Kristen. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Jake Haseman. I'm a shareholder at Beatty and Wozniak. I'm also the chair of the University of Wyoming Professional Landman Advisory Board, and I have the privilege this semester of teaching the students Federal Public Lands Law and SCR, which has been a lot of fun. Before we get started, the whole panel just wanted to thank all the students for organizing this event. It's always a great event for us professionally to attend, and you guys have done an excellent job at finding both great speakers and focusing on really current events here in Wyoming. We really appreciate you guys for it. But without further ado, let me introduce our ethics panel this morning. To my right, I have Adam Sarvey, land manager with Arena Resources, who is actively engaged in drilling projects here in Wyoming. We have Edie Holmes. Edie's been a long-time landman and land manager and is also a previous past president of WAPL and on the AAPL Board of Directors. Next to Edie, we have my friend and colleague, Will Reese, a shareholder at Williams Porter Day in Neville. Will's a University of Wyoming graduate and is also this semester teaching some courses to our landman students. And on any given second Tuesday, you might see us fighting sometimes. So, and then at the end of the table, we have Kevin Stowe. Kevin is a CPL, very involved in the AAPL and WAPL, and is also teaching one of the practicum courses to our students this year. So without further ado, just a brief summary of our panel today. Landmen, as we know, are the face of the oil and gas industry. Their interactions with mineral owners, surface owners, our regulators, and other industry parties have a lasting impact on the opinion of the companies they work for and the industry at large. Ethical rules for landman are set by the American Association of Professional Landmen through their Code of Ethics and Standards of Practice. In Wyoming, our state chapter, WAPL, has adopted the same rules. So we do have a pretty vigorous set of ethical rules that dictate landman conduct if you are an AAPL and WAPL member. The goal of this panel is to kind of explore landman ethics in Wyoming and the Rocky Mountain region at large from the viewpoint of these accomplished land professionals next to me. And we'll kind of discuss ethics generally, some common ethical dilemmas that landmen face in the industry, and then provide some useful guidance that hopefully is helpful for both students who will soon be in our profession as well as existing landmen. So without further ado, I'm going to start with Mr. Stowe at the end of the table, and a very simple question, but kind of a loaded question, and that is, what does ethics mean to you, Mr. Stowe?
Okay. Hello, can you hear me? All right. When Jacob asked me this question, what does ethics mean to me, it kind of threw me for a loop, because I all of a sudden realized that I hadn't looked up what the word ethics even means for a while. And so I started at the bottom. What is ethics? What does the word ethics mean? And ethics, key word, ethics is a set of moral principles, especially ones relating to or affirming a specified group, field, or form of conduct. But there's a key word in there. It's a set of moral principles. And so ethics is actually two words. Ethics and morals go together. What does ethics mean? The discipline is concerned with what is morally good and bad, or morally right or wrong. So it's kind of subjective, because every one of us has a different standard from different backgrounds, different experiences. Ethics and morals are terms that are often used interchangeably. They have different connotations and applications, but let's explore the two meanings of those words. Morality, or morals, that refers to an individual's sense of right and wrong. It's a personal and normative understanding. It's a personal understanding, I think that's the key, of what is considered acceptable or unacceptable. Gosh, we all come from different places and backgrounds, so what do we consider is morally acceptable or unacceptable? It's your morality is your internal compass for making ethical judgments. So they keep mixing up these two words. They go together. It guides our behavior based on our own principles and values. For example, if you personally believe that honesty is essential, then that belief forms part of your framework. That's how you operate. Ethics, on the other hand, extends beyond your own individual beliefs. It encompasses standards of good and bad that are generally agreed to by a community or a profession or a social setting. So you can go back and say morality is my own internal compass, but ethics is what the community sets. These standards are often external. They apply in a broad context. They regulate behavior. That's ethics. Ethics regulates behavior. It's what's acceptable in the community. A subcategory of ethics called business ethics. There's also religious ethics, and there's legal and medical ethics. But if you're talking about business ethics, these are the principles that guide ethical conduct. They address issues like honesty, fairness, and corporate responsibility. Morality has religious connotations, especially in the Western context, where moral theology plays a significant role. Ethics is commonly associated with business, medicine, and law. So you can go back and say morality is internal, ethics is external. ethical dilemmas come up when your ethics don't correspond or line up with your morals. And ethical dilemmas are situations where individuals or groups face conflicts with their moral choices. Often there's no clear right or wrong answer. So here's a couple of ethical dilemmas. We're going to talk about some more of them, but one ethical consideration is, should we protect natural habitats if it means restricting economic development? There's a trade-off between economic development, economic prosperity, and environmental sustainability. So that's an ethical dilemma. A business dilemma is issues like insider trading, environmental responsibilities, fair labor practices. Profit motives often clash with ethical considerations. We've all been there before. So in closing, I had to round it up and say, what does ethics mean to me? There's a couple key lines that come back to me every time I get into that question about ethics and morals. And all of you have heard all of these phrases and probably said them a number of times, but they come back each time. One of my earliest supervisors, whenever we had that in front of us, he would say, well, you earn your respect daily. And he would send us out of his office. And so it's been in my head since I started my career, is you, the young landmen, and all of us every day earn the respect that we want daily. And then other managers and people have said, take the high road. The view is always better. And then there was one last one, do the right thing always. I currently have a client who has that on the bottom of his email, and I've read that about 100 times. And I've said, I wonder how many situations he gets in where he gets tested on that. Do the right thing always. And then you can finish that line by saying, and do the thing right. That's it.
Thanks, Kevin. Kevin mentioned a few ethical dilemmas that we see in the land industry here in Wyoming. And just open question to our panel, what are some of the most common ethical dilemmas landmen and energy professionals come across in their practice? And I guess I'll start with you, Will, if you're okay with that. So.
Of course, there's a lot of issues that come up, and I think I can be pretty familiar with them, because one thing I learned as I was teaching this part of the lesson to the students is that the ethical, training that we get every year as lawyers as required, the code of ethics, very similar to what I think you're expected from landmen. So it comes down to things that you like Kevin said, maybe you don't think about it in the abstract, real deep way, but it is something that you think about every day. Your loyalty to, I see a lot of longtime clients, people that I've worked with for a lot of years. And when I look at those people, one of the things I think is, I always knew whose team I was on when I was working for those people. And I always thought it was important to remember that. Not to an extent that, you give up your ideals or your, honesty, that sort of thing. But I think one issue that comes up is, or that you should have in your mind is, if you were working for X company, it's been important for me to remember I'm working for them. I owe them I think the word that some of these presentations said is absolute fidelity to your employer's interest. So I think that's something that's important to remember. And then what we're going to talk about, I think, throughout the day, kind of the countervailing point to that is your absolute fidelity to things like honesty and integrity. But if you start with that, I think, if you can remember that I do owe a fiduciary duty to the person that I'm working for, it will help you kind of frame what you're going to do on an ethical standpoint. And then we look through the other lens of like the honesty, more kind of moral based ethics. I personally think that's kind of the balance that we're cutting, right? You know, there's a business world and there's, you know, your more moral world, and it's making those things work together. And remembering, you know, the problems that I've seen over the years are you forget those two things. You might start thinking, I work for me. This would be better for me. And that's where you start to see issues if you forget kind of who you're working for and what you're doing.
Great, thanks, Will. You know, a couple that I have seen in practice that are very common in Wyoming, getting into some specific conflict issues, are conflicts of interest and protection of confidential information. And Edie, I'll come to you. Can you discuss kind of the ideas of how you evaluate conflicts in your practice? And I think Will touched on it a little, the importance of protecting confidential information that belongs to your client or employer.
Yeah, and to kind of expand or carry on from what Will said is, you know, we owe our commitment is to our employer, but we are the bridge between our employer and the landowner. So when we're representing our company to our landowner, you know, we want to be to communicate openly and full disclosure within reason. And you have to add the within reason part on there because some information is confidential. So I think it's best to really sit down with the company you're representing and make sure you have a grasp on what project they're doing, what information they want released, and just know, I guess, where the boundaries are that your company is comfortable with. Because, as Will pointed out, your duty is to your company, and you need to be able to present your project morally and ethically yourself and disclose the information that you can without overstepping the bounds. And I think just by having a talk with the company and really understanding the project and a good grasp of what they're seeking can help you put together your presentation when you go talk to the landowner.
Great, thanks, Edie. Adam, I'm going to ask you the same question actually as well. Do you have any examples of how you've evaluated potential conflicts of interest, or you know, had sensitive confidential information, and how you've gone about protecting that?
Yeah, I think it's one of the toughest things to navigate as a landman. You know, we're, like Edie said, often caught in the middle between, you know, doing right by our company, but also, you know, respecting and working in good faith with landowners and the people's land that we're actually on. In my experience, I've always operated, you know, for the company, but in a sense that if I ran into any of these people out or after I'd be done with this project or this job, that we could sit and have a conversation and be friendly with each other. You know, I think that as time goes on, prices in Wyoming only get higher in terms of our surface use and fees that we're paying to landowners that they're requesting. And our projects really aren't necessarily any more economical. So the confidentiality and really understanding your company's economics, if, you know, the powers that be are willing to kind of share those details with you, is a tough one to navigate. And oftentimes I think the deal is done or you're doing a good job when everybody's mad at you.
Great, thanks, Adam. And I'll just add in on conflicts of interest. I mean, especially those landman or attorneys who are, you know, contractors or consulting. You have multiple clients, and so those evaluations of conflicts of interest is usually the very first thing we always need to do. If we pick up or ask to do work for a client that is directly adverse or in the same area as one of our other clients, that's a conflict of interest. And the AAPL's rules, as well as Will and I's and the state bar's ethical rules, prevent representation in those standpoints. So the conflict of interest evaluation is usually one that's going to happen at the beginning. As we've kind of discussed these issues, I'd ask the panel, do any of you have any scenarios or particular circumstances that you've seen, let's say in Wyoming or the Powder River Basin, that have posed some ethical challenges for you more recently?
I could take part of that, Jake. Throughout my career, I've been with companies that have come in and bought legacy fields, fields that have been producing for 50, 60 years or more. And you come in and you've got maybe an SUA that was from the 1970s or the 80s, or it was generally a one-time payment for some of these wells that were drilled, and now you've got a different landowner that owns the land, or generations have passed, and they're either not getting paid or they're getting paid far less than, I guess, what you call the market rate in the area. And that bridging that, your company, you can expect, never really wants to pay more than they have to for land and surface. But when you look at the impact and the activities on someone's land, I think it is important to point out to your management and your company that doing right by the landowner or going above and beyond will often pay big dividends down the road, and it'll put you in a favorable light, because inevitably situation will happen where your company is probably in the wrong, most likely by accident, but sometimes things happen, and having a friendly relationship with these landowners goes a long ways instead of it being hostile. And so I would encourage trying to get your company to go at least, to the point where you can feel good about what you're giving the landowner, maybe above and beyond if you have the economic capacity for that. One thing I've found is that finding ways that you can synergize with the landowners, where maybe you could drill a water well for them that would benefit you as well as them. Plugging back an existing producer that's no longer economical for a water well for the landowners is probably one of the single biggest cards I keep up my sleeve. Water in the West is scarce, and for people to have a good new water source, that typically makes landowners very happy, and it's a fairly low cost to operators in some situations. So finding ways to get creative and provide the landowners benefit at the lowest cost to your company is probably one of the better tools that I've found, without having to go and give them new money, and stay in their good graces and keep the company happy.
Thanks, Adam. Any other examples from the panel?
I have one that just happened recently, kind of to Adam's point too, with like new companies coming into Wyoming. They have experience operating at other basins, so they come in thinking everything's same. And the easiest way to keep yourself out of ethical dilemmas is don't get in them in the first place. So company comes in and they ask, hire a contract lineman familiar with the basin, and they say, okay, let's send out this notice. We're going to go do this work. And I looked at it and I'm like, oh, that's unusual. We don't, and it's like, oh, we did it last year. It's fine. Just send out the notice. And so I open up the contracts, read them, like, well, we can't. And so I, go back to the company and explain to them, hey, we can't do this. Well, we did it last year. I'm like, well, just because you did it last year doesn't really mean we should do it. And just with some communication with the company, they just like, oh, okay, I see what you're reading now. You're right. So I can't stress enough just to communicate with your client, because they're not trying to be unethical. I think they're just going so fast and maybe unfamiliar with the forms of agreement in a new state, that if you talk to them and show them, they're willing to change their plan of attack and to do things right, because I'm not sure if there's an oil and gas company out there that is trying to do something wrong. I think it's more just a lack of taking the time to really know the agreements that they acquired. And because sometimes, they're buying hundreds of thousands of acres, and they just don't have the time to digest all the information. So I think it's on our part, the Landman's part, just to kind of make sure the company is aware of what's in there to avoid these ethical dilemmas.
And that's a really good point, Edie. It brought something to my mind a little bit too, that we've so far kind of talked about your relationship with maybe the company you work for or the landowner. But that kind of brought to my mind some other areas of ethics that you're going to probably deal with, especially when she said a recent scenario. I had a recent scenario, maybe not so much with a landowner, but with a regulatory agency. And I think remembering these things can help you manage those kind of relationships as well. Me and Jake, as the attorneys on a regulatory basis, will get called in often when things go bad. And how you handle that is very important, I think. I recently saw a well get drilled, wasn't permitted the correct way. We had an internal talk on our side of the table, and you come to kind of a decision point at that point. Do we try to sneak out there, fix it, stop, come back later? Or do you want to be transparent? Do you want to be honest? Do you want to work through the issue, cure everything? And I would always recommend the other way, because the second way, because like Edie said, sometimes, or like Adam said, sometimes things are not going to go perfect. But you can, at that point, you can make it worse, or you can kind of look the problem in the eye and deal with it. And I always think the second one, while it may be painful, looking the problem in the eye and working through it is always a better solution than trying to hide or mislead people that you're going to work with for a long time. So maybe even above and beyond ethics, it's just the right thing to do on a relationship building kind of situation is be open. And if you use the words that kind of might send shivers down your back, like self-reporting, I think you'll wake up in a year or two, and your client will wake up in a year or two and be thankful for the situation you put them in, rather than a bad one. So just like you want to, like Adam said, you want to be able to see these people and deal with the landowners that you've cut deals with. You also want to have a good relationship with other parties that are going to be involved in this, regulators, government officials, that sort of thing. So I think it's important to kind of keep a broad view of ethics. Aren't just going to get a lease from the landowner. It's everything you do. I feel like I have a great ethical responsibility to Jake, for example. Me and Jake have worked together for my whole career. I imagine we will for the rest of my career. And I don't want to bump into him in the hall and feel like, I tried to pull one over on him, or vice versa. So I think the whole universe of ethical relationships is important.
Okay, thanks, Will. That's a great one. At the table up here today, we've got a couple contracting landman, a company landman, and an attorney. And one thing we keep in mind, and I think Kevin hit it on the head, is kind of our initial evaluation of ethics in our jobs is individual, but we all work for someone. And so the question for the panel, and this is a great question that was developed by the students, when you are presented, Kevin, with an ethical dilemma in your practice, how do you address the problem with your client or employer without that being cumbersome or burning bridges with that company or an employer? And I'll leave that question open for the rest of the panel as well. So,
That's really a hard one because we all get that question on almost every project. What's the right thing to do? What's the right thing to do from the company? What's the right thing to me morally, personally? And how do I juggle what the goal is versus and how to go about it? One thing that I keep in mind, it kind of Will stated it or reminded me earlier, as landmen, especially working in the Rocky Mountain region, oftentimes we see the same landowner over and over again, and we're wearing a different hat. As an independent landman, I have a lot of different clients, and one day I'm wearing this client's hat, and one day I'm wearing this client's hat. I want to represent my client. I want to do the best job I can to represent my client. But I need to get a second invite back because I might be out there next week with a whole different client who has a whole different goal. And how the heck do you balance all those competing goals and still get that landowner to say, I respect that landman, and he's invited back no matter which company hat he's wearing, because I can trust him, because he deals honestly, fairly, he represents his client. And those issues are a constant juggling match because each client may have a different goal in your being out there representing him today. Oftentimes that's why you need to have Will and Jacob on direct dial, because you need to be able to test yourself and your ideas when you're going forward, so that I mean, it's a good neutral party to bounce your thoughts off before you go out there and deal with that landowner. And so that's kind of what I've done on several occasions.
And to get to this subject, I thought maybe I'd kind of lay out a good example, more academic than what I've dealt with lately, but I thought that might help drive this, if that's all right, Jake. So I came across in one of the papers I read on this, I think something that cuts kind of to the core of what can happen. So we've all kind of heard of a situation. You can imagine you're a landman, you work for a company, and your instructions are this: we need you to go out there in this area, try to purchase all the overrides, get our NRI a little bit higher, burdens a little lower, because we see a new horizon here. We see some new drilling opportunity. We want to consolidate the interests as much as we can. So that's your job. So what the landman in this circumstance does, he mails some letters out to all the owners. Hey, we're paying X dollars for these overrides. Let me know what you think. Let's get together and negotiate these overrides. The very first thing he gets is a call from one of the people who got the letter, and it says, and that person asked two questions that I think that illustrate a lot of these points. One, is that price fair, Mr. Stowe? And two, what's the company's plans in this area going forward? I think something like that happens all the time if you get yourself in this situation, but it's really a tough situation. I think the answer to the first question to me is, but I'm going to want to hear from everyone else, is easier. Is the price fair? I personally don't think there's a right answer to that. I think the right answer is, I don't represent you, I represent company X. You probably should, in my world, I'd say hire your own attorney. You maybe want to get your own landman, get your own engineering review done here. I don't want to speak to the price being fair, because you're one offer away at a higher number a month from then from being wrong if you say it's fair. So I think that question when the phone rings is easy enough. I just would say, I can't make that determination for you. You might have different life circumstances. You might want the money up front. You should probably talk to your own, your family, any other experts that you might want. But the second one I think is really tricky. What's the company's plans? You know the plans. They've told you in the meeting that sent you out to do this task, we think we found something, we're gonna go downhole to a deeper horizon, we're gonna spend a bunch of money, or we want to, so go do this. I think probably, and the reason that one's tough is you're in a rock and a hard place, right? If you say, no plans, we're just kind of, bookkeeping, accounting type of thing. I don't like that because that's, very dishonest. It certainly doesn't reflect what you know. But on the other hand, when you're sitting in that meeting room with the company, looking at drilling plans for the coming year or two, new things that you're going to do, you certainly own some fidelity to the employer's interests here. And you don't want to betray that trust, take those things out of that private meeting and tell the whole world. So I think that situation's harder. In a way, a non-answer is maybe an answer. But I have my thoughts on that, and I think I would probably default to my first answer that I don't work for you. Explain the relationship to the person. But I think that one can be harder because again, you can't say, oh, we got a new drilling program. It doesn't seem to me. But you can't say we don't have a new drilling program because I think that's dishonest. So that's just kind of an example that one of these papers had that I thought was interesting. I guess I'm a little curious if anyone else has thoughts on how you answer that phone call of, is the price fair and what's your plans in the area?
I think you're spot on, Will, with the fair is subjective, so it's different, but in any situation you're in. But how I've dealt with the second situation is leaving things fairly open-ended. If we have some plans to do something, say, we are considering drilling here in the future. We may, and that's really not a lie, because as we know, projects get ramped up and get 80% of the way and then go no farther. So I do think it's ethically important not to lie and say you don't have any plans or to be dishonest, but maybe speaking more generally that you're considering or you may do something in the future is probably, to me, the right answer, because as we've seen, things don't always, projects don't always go 100%, and it may be a case of if you're not able to buy overrides, you won't move forward. So, some of that hinges on the fact that you're successful in getting a better NRI before you can move forward. And I think you're not in any duty to tell the other party all of your plans and your economics and the details on that. There's somewhat, that is the relationship of the other party to do their own due diligence.
Thanks, guys. And I'd just add to that, too. I think the key for land professionals on that is keeping in mind that you are subject to the AAPL Code of Ethics, and there's a firm restriction on misrepresentation and dishonesty. And secondarily, and I think Will touched on it really well, when you have a job, whether you're a contract landman, whether you're a company landman, whether you're an attorney, you need to know the scope of your employment situation with that party. And they should give you guidance on what you can and cannot share as part of your role. So, like Will said, not answering those and saying, we don't have that information, or even a good answer is, I got to go back and talk to my client and maybe I can bring more information to the table. The last and just small item, when you touched upon the idea of them possibly getting a landman or attorney, if someone says they want to do that, don't tell them, please don't. Everybody has their right to an attorney or landman to help them figure these situations out. And while not super common, you do hear stories about people being discouraged from that because everybody's on a time frame and that can slow things down. But the reality is that probably in itself is an ethical breach. So moving to a couple other questions, and Will, you touched on it a little bit, and these are more student-driven questions. When you guys are out in the field in your roles, working on a project for companies, how transparent are the energy companies in disclosing information about their project, including risks and any benefits to the community? And this could even be a thing that I just, mentioned, that you do have limits to what you can and cannot share. But as far as getting information out there to communities on large projects, what type of strategies do you guys take?
And as far as getting information out to the community, I haven't seen it recently, like the last year or two, but when fracking was a big issue, I know there was a lot of open, like town hall type meetings where they invite the community in and give presentations, on what fracking is, what does it do, what are the results of it. So I think our industry, likes to keep things like kind of close to the vest, but I think they've found that we need to be more proactive in the community, and I think they're doing a good job of doing that as far as getting information out there and educating the public. So I guess I would say I see companies being proactive in educating people on the risks.
Anybody else?
I've worked in Wyoming, lived in Colorado a lot, and seen what's happened in Colorado throughout the years. I think us as an industry, it always typically works out better when we are more forthcoming and engage the communities on issues, because there's a lot of negative or misinformation that gets spread out there. I think it's beneficial to be as open and upfront as possible with the parties involved from the beginning, and it pays dividends down the road. I think that us as an oil and gas industry, we've really kind of done a disservice not being more open or being more vocal in the public realm of the benefits we provide, jobs, what we provide to communities, benefit to the world as a whole. And I think we're suffering a little bit because of that now. And so as much as we can share in each project, and especially in these newer projects that are coming about, solar, wind, carbon, the different areas where people really don't know that it's not oil and gas. I think it's pretty important to get everybody engaged and spread as much information as you can in the beginning to help people get over the hump. I think landowners and different parties are always suspect of companies and ideas that they don't know much about.
Good. Well,
Thanks. And in broad strokes, I see Mr. Obermueller here, kind of our champion for the broader outreach, but I always kind of keep that in my mind too. Let there be no debate that I believe in the oil and gas industry, and I'm really proud of everything that we've done for this state. I teach in buildings that the industry helped pay for very aggressively. I drive on a road that the industry helped pay for. I send my daughter to grade school at a school that the industry helped pay for. So I do think, we owe that too, in broader strokes, that, what's that cowboy code of ethics? I use the ride for the brand portion of that more than anything else. But I'm certainly not ashamed, and I don't think anyone should be ashamed of what the industry's done. I'm incredibly proud, and I think we should remind people that as much as we can. Petroleum Association of Wyoming does a wonderful job of doing that for us as a group. But there's certainly risks and things can go bad, but boy, am I proud, and I think we should remember that of what the industry's done for the state as a whole.
Great, thanks, Will. As we kind of come to a close, we have about 15 minutes left. I have a few questions. Some were developed by the students also for people who are entering our profession. In your opinion, what steps should be taken to bridge any skills gaps and ensure a smooth transition for the industry for incoming graduates? So let's put it this way. As they enter the industry, what suggestions do you have for them to continue developing skills so they have an easy transition into their new careers?
First thing that comes to my mind when this question came up is I had the pleasure of teaching one of the classes this last semester, and on my walk from the parking garage to the building, there's a banner that the university puts out, and I think about it as I walk to the class, and it's one of the banners that says the world needs, and then it says unwavering integrity, and that has stuck with me the whole semester, that this world needs unwavering integrity. How do you get that? Continuing your education, attending these kinds of conferences, networking with your peers, testing your ideas with your colleagues, but always remember that principle of unwavering integrity, and that elevates our whole profession. And like Will said, we have everything to be proud of. This energy industry built this country, and we should carry that proudly, and we should always be increasing our understanding and our abilities, our education, and demonstrating unwavering integrity.
I think my advice would be, looking back, just understanding that you're going to most likely be put into situations throughout your career where it's sort of unclear, or you're going to be, the bad guy to a landowner or, your company because of your ethics. And as much as you can to understand a lot of these situations are just business, and to not take it overly personal, and to understand that, there may not be a solution that makes everybody happy, or even a solution to some of these problems. And, you do your best you can, maintain your personal ethics and the ethics of the company. And at the end of the day, understand that, being business, there may not be a good answer every time, even though you can try and find one. And I'd encourage you get as creative as you can to try to find a solution. But, to understand that this isn't necessarily a personal reflection if you can't, make a landowner happy or your company happy every time.
My comment would be is to understand the company that you are working for and representing. If you're representing like a major, and I think Adam touched on this a little bit when he first started, is you get some of these smaller companies that don't have the budgets of these major companies. So you need to really understand the company that you're representing. So you're not over-promising landowners like, yes, we're going to blade your road, 10 times a year or once a month. Some smaller companies, it just might not be in the budget. It doesn't make it wrong, but you want to make sure that you set the stage correctly to the landowner and the expectations, so you don't put yourself in those ethical dilemmas, because the last thing you want to do is overpromise and underdeliver. So you do that by just understanding the company you represent and communicating.
You know, one thing on a more, I'm kind of thinking, of course, of what I say to young attorneys that come in, and there's something about regularity for new people in the industry. There's a real trick to being good at what you do, and it's showing up, working hard, showing up again, working hard, and you know, building yourself up one step at a time. But there's a lot of people that really work hard in this industry, and it takes a lot of time to get to where you want to get. But you just gotta lay one brick at a time. And I think, and when you're doing that, remember that trust is something that is easy to break and hard to rebuild. So that would be my advice: is lay the bricks one at a time, and don't do something to kick them over.
I'd add another thing too, and that's rely and trust your relationships and your network. You know, we're very fortunate in the oil and gas industry to have a network of organizations like AAPL and WAPL, who provides a lot of educational resources to both new and existing landmen, but perhaps even more important, look around the room at your classmates and the people in this room. I got great advice when I walked into the University of Wyoming College of Law. In our initial orientation, they said, look around, because you're probably going to practice and know these people for the rest of your life if you stay in Wyoming. And I see multiple people I went to law school with in this room, and that's very true. And keeping that in mind as you kind of as you transition into your career, pick up the phone and use that network and those relationships. I mean, we get ethical questions that are tough, and resolution is hard. And for example, I don't work with Will, but Will and I bounce ideas off of each other all the time when we get in these situations. So it's not just a matter of using your employers or your clients' resources to come up with these. You're responsible for your AAPL and WAPL membership. So use those resources and relationships you have if you have some of those issues as well. So how are landman, just kind of building on this, in your experience, what type of training opportunities or how are landmen supported to ensure compliance with not only ethical rules, but kind of legal and regulatory requirements in land acquisition and management? I mean, I know we have our academic training that we're all here for today, but in your experience, what steps do you see companies or even yourselves take to ensure that education continues?
Well, I feel I have to answer that if we're going to talk about legal and regulatory training with landman. You know, I think it's just an experience thing more than anything else. You know, I have landmen that started when I started being an attorney. We've kind of learned together, worked together. So I think it's part of doing the job. Is you can't know how to navigate a certain legal situation or a regulatory situation until you kind of do it. So I think kind of to what Jake said is, you know, relying on your network, learning together, working through these things, and you'll find out that a year or two will pass and you kind of know how to do that. Now I get, you know, I'll call Jake with questions about, hey, how do you think we should do this spacing? Or what do you think about how I'm doing this force pooling application on a regulatory level? But I'll also call my clients, my landman clients that have been in these waters with me for 10, 11 years. And, you know, the longer you're a landman, the longer I think you become, in my experience, a jack of all trades. You know, I'll ask them legal questions. You know, there's nothing special, especially about the different training that I got or Kevin got once you're 10 years in. I mean, Adam understands things from a legal and regulatory basis, and Edie that I'm sure beyond what I understand from just their place that they've been sitting, the experience that they've had. So I think that's how you kind of go about it from my perspective.
We've had so much new policy and changes through, the Wyoming Oil and Gas Commission, the BLM, Wyoming State Lands, and in my 12, 13 years in the business, I would really encourage, if you can, to build relationships with individuals at each agency. That'll go a long way. If you have a question about something BLM related, talk to somebody at the BLM if you can. They're hard to get a hold of. The Oil and Gas Commission has been great. They're usually very available to, if you want to go to Casper and sit down with them or get somebody on the phone, that's usually pretty easy to do. Wyoming State Lands is the same way, but there's a huge benefit in being able to have relationships at each one of these different agencies and with your peers. And as much as companies are competing against each other in Wyoming in certain areas, we all are kind of in it together, and in the agencies as well. So, maintaining relationships and with agencies and veteran people within the industry goes a long way. And I think you'll be surprised to find out that if you go to somebody, especially throughout the various agencies, and ask for help, that they'll probably be pretty willing to help you.
Great. Kevin or Edie, do you have anything else to add?
I think the most important thing in this question too is make sure you develop your network of advisors, and they're your colleagues. But every day you get issues, and know who your advisors are so you can talk to them. And Adam and I have talked about different issues and how's the best way to resolve this, how's the best way to resolve that. So you always have this pool of people that you respect, and reach out to them and talk to them, and it'll happen over and over again. And you build that network, and they build back to you, and that's the best of all worlds. You may have different way. You may come up with a different way of resolving a situation just by talking to your colleagues. And never forget the value of that.
The AAPL and the WAPL strives on an annual basis to hold educational events and put out materials on kind of new emerging things in our industry. So both of those are a great place to find information or training or just better your knowledge base on, as things change in our industry to kind of get a grasp on those. So I would certainly encourage both of those. WAPL events are typically free to members. The APL is putting out a lot of materials these days that are at no cost to the membership as well. And really trying, both groups really trying to give back to our membership these days, and kind of strengthen the knowledge base.
Great, thanks. Before we close, I'm going to ask each of the panelists to give some final words of advice for future practicing landmen as they begin to embark on their careers. But first, I'd open the floor to some questions, if anybody has specific questions for our panelist. Mark. Okay, yeah, well, so Mark asked to ask, there's a lot of different parts of the Code of Ethics and Standards of Practice that deal with the obligations, but specifically on self-dealing. So self-dealing is a situation where maybe, you have a client, but you're also getting an economic benefit out of you in a different way. Does the panel have anything they'd like to discuss on that first and foremost? Okay. Let me take it. Self-dealing, and we see deals of people in the oil and gas industry where maybe they're acting as a contract landman with the company, getting a paycheck, but also have a personal financial stake in it. And those generally in our practice are disfavored. But, and Mark, this is a really good question and a bit of a loaded question, but I think generally speaking, they're allowed so long as you have full disclosure of that and they are, for lack of a better term, papered up correctly with your client. There needs to be some type of specific agreement, you know, if you're going to have some type of involvement in a deal beyond in your role as either a contractor or an employee. Otherwise, on its face, it can look unethical if you're kind of purportedly doing work for one party, but really getting a disproportionate benefit, for a lack of a better term, to you. One of the places you see it in Wyoming a lot is, I'll use myself as an example. Let's say I'm a landman and a company hires me to go out and take, you know, leases over a township of land, but I happen to own half the minerals under it. You know, that can be an example of self-dealing, where you kind of are in the deal on both sides of the thing. So those are issues you need to watch out for as well. Go ahead, Will.
And Jake, I was trying to kind of allude to this when I was speaking earlier, but I think the core of this is the fiduciary duty you owe to your employer. So, you know, in the self-dealing circumstance, I think I said, you might forget that you work for that company and not yourself. You might see a deal you like out there. And I think it's important to remember the duty that you owe to the client at all times when we come to these sort of things.
Yeah. And you do see those issues rise to an issue where you'll have litigation over it. I've seen multiple issues where, especially in Oklahoma, where a broker goes out to lease, finds unleased minerals, and it later comes out that he leased them to himself and not the client he was working for. So, you know, situations like that are on its face patently unethical, but it happens from time to time. So definitely something to avoid, or if you're in that situation, it's a situation where you definitely need to talk it over with your client if they want you in that situation. So, any other questions?
Jake, I would just add a little bit on that. I've seen it more frequent than I think any of us would like to see, that company landmen or brokers have been using confidential information to their own personal benefit in the past 5 or 10 years. You know, when those circumstances are known, I would encourage it to be reported to the local association or the national AAPL. I think that a lot of these circumstances have gone, I guess, have people have gotten away with it, and it's kind of sad to see. You know, us within the industry kind of knows those certain people that have done these things, but a lot of them have continued to work, and I think it can give us as a whole a bad reputation. So my self-dealing is against the bylaws of both the APL and WAPL if it's done in a certain way. And, you know, nobody likes to be the tattletale, but I think that for all of us as landmen, there should be as much accountability as possible, and to report these violations when we see it, or, you know, to make it known, and the association will look into it further.
Great, thanks guys. Well, since we had no more questions, I'd just give each of you a minute to kind of give some final words of advice for future practicing landmen. If you just want to do a final statement, I'd appreciate it. And Kevin, if you don't mind, I'll start with you at the end. So.
Well, I go back to the start where we talked about ethics and morals, and it's always a personal decision of ethics and morals. What kind of a person do you want to be known for? What's your reputation? And how far do you want to go in this industry? And if you don't put value on having high ethics and high morals, it'll show, and your career may not reach the levels you want. So always remember, AAPL has resources, your colleagues have resources, and reach out to them and use their suggestions, listen to them. It's a decision between sometimes gray and white and gray and black. Where you land is what you're known for.
Jake tricked me into using my closing already, so I'm out of stuff. But what I said was that trust is easy to break and hard to rebuild. I think that's something to bear in mind. And at the end of the day, you have to go home and lay down in your bed and sleep soundly. And I think there's a great value in that. So over the long term, while you might see some sort of maybe borderline ethical thing that you could do that might help you today, I think the return on that investment is pretty poor over a career. So I would stay true to yourself and be respectful with the people you work with. May they be landowners, government, colleagues, whatever. That would be my advice.
Yeah, and just to kind of repeat what Will and Kevin have already said. Your ethics are inside you, your morality, but also I think it's important too to make sure you are working with an ethical company, because if you can't go out and support them, that's who you're representing. So that's all.
We'll echo what the three of these said because they did a good job, but I think persistence is key to being a landman these days. It's ups and downs, and just being persistent and being flexible and getting into things that you may have never done, and expanding your knowledge base, your network is key, and just being very persistent in wanting to stay engaged and working is the key, I think, because there's a lot of times where our industry goes from the highest of highs to the lowest of lows very quickly, and you've got to make it through to the other side.
Great, thanks. I think that's it for today, but I would encourage everyone during breaks to please reach out to the students and introduce yourselves. This is their final week of class before finals, so they've really made a big effort to plan this in light of the large amount of work they have to do in the next couple weeks. So, but thanks for having us, and if anybody has questions for us, I think most of us will be around during the course of the day as well.
All right. We will take a short networking break now. A few housekeeping items. The drink stations are in the back here inside the room. So if you need anything to drink during the day, that's where you'll find it. And the restrooms are out this way through these doors. So we will see you all at 10. Okay, we will give everyone a minute or two to find their seats again. And as we start back up this morning, we are very honored to have Kara Fornstrom, who's the director for the Center for Energy Regulation and Policy Analysis at the School of Energy Resources, presenting. Kara's presentation will provide a summary of the fundamentals of Wyoming water law, constitutional provisions, the statutory framework, and interstate obligations. So please help me in welcoming Kara Fornstrom.
Good morning. Thank you to Cammie and Kristen for the invitation to be here today. I haven't practiced law. As a full disclaimer, I haven't practiced law for more than 10 years at this point, but I was blessed to spend the first 17 years of my career practicing water law in Wyoming. So when I got asked to do this, it was a great opportunity for me to sort of brush that off and remember some core principles that I hope to share with you today. I think we'll start with we're going to talk a little bit about the School of Energy Resources before I get into some water issues. You got to hear from our fearless leader, Dr. Holly Krutka, this morning. She starts every one of her presentations, except this morning, with this slide. And it's great to work in an organization with a clear mission, and our mission is energy-driven economic development for Wyoming. Within the School of Energy Resources, we're organized around centers of excellence. And you'll see there kind of the 5 main research centers. With the exception of us, all of our centers are technically based, led by subject matter experts, typically with PhDs. And then there's the regulatory and policy group. And oftentimes, I think our colleagues sort of wonder what it is that we're doing in the room, because they're really technically based, academically focused. But we try to recognize the issues on the horizon, both from a policy and regulatory perspective, to ensure that our emerging technologies can be successful. As you're going to hear through the course of today, Wyoming is a leader in carbon capture and our regulatory and statutory framework. And we think that's a really competitive advantage for Wyoming. So how can we continue that with these emerging technologies like nuclear, hydrogen, rare earth, et cetera? So within SERPA, which is a short way to say it, the very long name of our center, we have 3 main functions: research, policy support, and stakeholder engagement. Our primary focus is on research. We produce meaningful, high-quality work on pending regulatory issues, things that are coming, things that we think are important to the Wyoming energy industry. And most of those have an economic component. We think that's important as we look at the energy-driven economic development aspect of Wyoming. We also engage in policy support, where we get to work with our legislature, the governor's office, and the Wyoming Energy Authority to provide them information so that they can make well-based decisions on a lot of these complex policy issues facing our state. And last is our stakeholder engagement function. I think Pete's here. We get to work with the Petroleum Association, the Mining Association, Business Alliance, Taxpayers Association, et cetera. And that work really has a couple of benefits for us. One, it's what I call our ear to the ground work. It helps us know what industry is dealing with, which helps inform our research to provide good data. And it also helps us in another one of our informal functions, which I call connect the dots. We try to connect people within the School of Energy Resources, the university as a whole, to those in industry that are working on issues related to our economic development. Okay, so now we're going to talk about water. I wanted to start with some constitutional provisions. Wyoming is really unique in the Western United States in terms of how we dealt with water from our founding. We put many of our water provisions into our Constitution, and we were the first state to recognize the very important doctrine of prior appropriation. In the East, water rights are really administered in a riparian way, where really you have an obligation to get water off of your land and not to hurt others, but there's so much water that it's not really what we deal with in the West, where there's a scarcity. And the basic concept around prior appropriation is first in time, first in right. So your priority date of your water right is critically important, and that's how you literally stack up against succeeding water rights on that stream system. So you'll see in Article 8, Section 1, it states that water is the property of the state, not the United States, of the state. And so the state is in a position to permit uses of that water for the benefit of the state, but ownership remains within the state. Article 1, Section 31 says the state shall regulate that water use. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. And that the state owns that water in trust. And it's for the benefit of Wyoming citizens, which is also a core principle. 2 of the foundational principles, one I already mentioned, which is priority. It's for the beneficial use shall have the better right, and that's Article 8, Section 3. Beneficial use is another critical component of Wyoming's statutory framework around water. A water right is the right to use the water. Again, you don't own the water, you get to use it. And the beneficial use of that water is the basis, the measure, and the limit of the right at all times. In Wyoming, it's presumed that you get 1 CFS per 70 acres of irrigated land. So that's the basis of your water right. There are water rights in the state that then have a surplus water right. They get a double appropriation, anything prior to 1945, before a subsequent user can take anything. So even though an irrigator perhaps has the right to use 2 CFS per 70 acres of the land they own, they're really only entitled to divert that they can beneficially use. That's the limit of their right, which is really important when it comes to regulation. So similarly, it's only as much water as you need to accomplish your purpose. And there are stated purposes within Wyoming statutory law of irrigation, municipal, industrial, stock, and domestic. And as you can imagine, most of the early rights in Wyoming are for irrigation purposes. So for the administration of water in Wyoming, we have 2 basic state agencies that work to do different pieces of the water rights regulation administration. One is the state engineer, which is also a constitutional provision. That office is delineated in our state constitution. They're required to be a professional engineer and some other requirements for them to take that position. They're charged with the general supervision of the waters in the state and oversee the officers that it takes to regulate the water system. That's in Article 8, Section 5. And then we have the Board of Control. I'm going to show that map in a minute. It's in 4 divisions. There is an office in Cheyenne that does maintain the water rights. They do adjudications. That's where those adjudicated water rights are held. And they supervise the administration of water through 4 offices around the state of Wyoming. And those, their duties are specified in Article 8, Section 2. And this is where, as a water rights lawyer, you really work, is within the Board of Control. If you want to change a water right, if you want to change the point of diversion, you want to change the type of use, you want to transfer it, once that water right is adjudicated, your forum to do that is at the Board of Control. And it's through administrative law, the Administrative Procedures Act becomes the Bible for any water lawyer that operates in front of the Board of Control. They meet 4 times a year to consider adjudications, any sort of issues that are being filed on adjudicated water rights. If it's a complicated issue, they will set a special hearing at a separate time from their weekly meetings to deal with those. This is the map of the Wyoming water divisions. As I said, there are 4 of them. They are divided up by stream system, and which that makes for a clear delineation between water division of what their responsibilities are. Water Division 1 office is in Torrington, Division 2 is in Sheridan, Division 3 is in Riverton, and Division 4 is in Cokeville. All of those regional offices then have other offices where hydrographer commissioners reside throughout the basin to do the water rights administration work that is necessary. And no one knows those streams better than the hydrographer commissioners who ride those streams. They know every point of diversion, they know every landowner, they know how to deal with high water conditions, they know how to deal with scarce water conditions. No 2 years are the same. They have the ability to lock head gates if they need to shut a water right off. If a senior water right places a call on the river, every junior user is regulated until that priority water right has the ability to get its full diversion. So these are the people that are out on the ground doing the work of administering Wyoming water every day. So this is the general water rights process in Wyoming. And I can't see this very well. So Title 41, in addition to the Constitution, is where you can find the water provisions in Wyoming. And as a Wyoming water lawyer, there aren't a lot of people that do Wyoming water law, and it's a tough area of the law to dabble in. On the positive side, if you want to be a Wyoming water lawyer, there is sort of a finite group of documents and court cases that you need to understand well to be a good water lawyer. And one of those is Title 41. I don't know how many times I've read Title 41, but I used to just read it and read it and read it. And it's all there. Title 41 is rarely changed because they really contain bedrock principles of how Wyoming water law is administered. So then if you want to use water in Wyoming, you file a permit with the state engineer's office. And I think this was mentioned in the ethics panel before. Just to reiterate, you're supposed to file for a permit before you use any water. As a water lawyer, you get some calls from people that maybe have not followed the process quite as closely as they should have, and then you're in a whole different situation trying to get things fixed. So file for your permit, you apply it to beneficial use, and then one of those hydrographer commissioners that I was talking about earlier comes out and makes what we call the proof of your water right. They show that you have an adequate point of diversion, that you can divert the water that is within your permit, that you're applying it for a beneficial use as provided by statute, and then you go through the adjudication, which means your water right is proved up. And then it transfers administration of that water right really to the Board of Control. So if you want any changes at that point, you go to the Board of Control. And I should have mentioned, the state engineer also is part of the Board of Control. There's the state engineer and then the 4 superintendents that are in those offices that I mentioned earlier. That's a 5-member Board of Control. I think I covered everything there. So I also want to just touch briefly, I don't have a ton of time today, which is fine, but wanted to touch briefly on the interstate water allocation. Wyoming is the headwaters to more streams than any other state in the country. And so we find ourselves trying to allocate these streams typically to a downstream state who's depending on that water quantity as well. And so there are a few ways that you can do this. The 2 most common that we see in Wyoming are US Supreme Court decisions. And I'm going to give you a map here in a minute that shows that, but we've done that twice in our history, one on the Laramie River in 1922, and one on the North Platte River in 1945. That requires, because it's between one or more states, the original jurisdiction of that action resides at the United States Supreme Court. The United States Supreme Court does not act as a trial court. They, on these cases where they have original jurisdiction, they appoint what is known as a special master, typically a retired attorney or someone who has some experience in water issues to oversee litigation and the trial aspect of what comes with a Supreme Court allocation. Those recommendations are then made to the United States Supreme Court, and they adopt those as law. Also, interstate compacts, which is more common in Wyoming, and I'm going to show that list in a minute. The one we've been hearing a lot about, obviously, is the Colorado River Compact, and that was done in 1922. Compacts are a different creature when it comes to Wyoming water law than Supreme Court decisions. They are legislative acts, really. Each state legislature has to approve the compact provisions, and then the United States Congress has to also approve those. And so it's sort of amazing how many compacts we see out there, obviously a different era of cooperative federalism, perhaps, where states could get something through their legislature and Congress would pass it as well. But that makes tweaking with compacts quite difficult because it requires a lot of approval throughout the states and throughout Congress. So this is the map I promised that has the complete list. I don't know that you can see all of those, but you'll see the North Platte there in kind of that light purple with the Laramie in there. You'll see 2 white areas in the state. Those are the only areas in the state of Wyoming that are not subject to an interstate allocation. And so this adds a whole nother layer of administration regulation within the state of Wyoming to make sure that we're abiding by the terms of either the interstate decrees or the compacts. And as we've seen, those issues become more and more important. So I wanted to spend a little bit of time on Nebraska versus Wyoming as the biggest Supreme Court case we've had in the state. I was fortunate to join that case right when I graduated from law school in 1996. I like to remind the team that I joined that when it was filed in 1986, I didn't have my driver's license. And so for those of you that have ambitions to work on complex water issues, it's never too late. They go on forever, and so there's always a chance to jump in. So as I said, the original decree was entered in 1945. It was amended in 1953 by stipulation of the states and the United States government when Glendale Reservoir came on to the North Platte system. Then in 1986, Nebraska filed what they claimed was an enforcement case against the state of Wyoming. The other parties were Colorado and the United States because the Bureau of Reclamation operates so many projects on the North Platte Basin. So they alleged violations of the decree. And what was important about the 1945 decree You think back to the era of irrigation and the sort of situation that we were in there, it had changed pretty significantly by 1986. One of the biggest issues in the lawsuit was groundwater development, which was not contemplated by the 1945 decree. And the 1945 decree was fairly limited in scope to Tri-State Dam, Wayland to Tri-State Dam, which is the area kind of at just west of Torrington, just that area. That was apportioned 75-25. That was the basic provision of the decree. Well, groundwater had come up all throughout that area, both in Wyoming and Nebraska. So was that shifting the 75-25? There were some other provisions in the 1945 litigation that limited Wyoming to a certain amount of storage in some areas of the basin, as well as the amount of irrigated acres. And Nebraska was saying irrigated acreage is no longer a good measurement of whether you're complying. We need to be looking at consumptive use. Have you changed your cropping patterns? Are you using more water today than you were using in 1945, thus depriving us as the lower state of getting our full share? In addition, there were endangered species pressures in central Nebraska. 4 species had been listed on the Central Platte River, and Nebraska was saying that Wyoming had some obligation to contribute water flows to ensure the habitat for those 4 species. Intertwined in this was the relicensing of a federal hydroelectric dam at Lake McConaughey, which was under the jurisdiction of FERC, and that complicated issues as well. There was some argument throughout the case about whether it was an enforcement case or whether it was a modification case. And that was a different legal standard, both by the burden of proof that was required and also what the remedy would be. If it was a modification case, what could happen to Wyoming was additional measurements put into Wyoming. If it was an enforcement case and we were determined to have violated the North Platte Decree, Wyoming would have been responsible for monetary damages to Nebraska. There was a lot of legal wrangling around these issues, and a couple of cases went up into the Supreme Court during the pendency of this case in 1993 and 1995. When I joined the case in 1996, we were entering actually the discovery period of the case. It had been going on for 10 years at that point. We had an interdisciplinary team of economists, irrigation or agricultural engineers, hydrographers, modelers. It was an incredible once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for me to be able to join as a rookie lawyer. And I did anything that they asked me to do. I tried to employ my dad's advice always, which was to be useful. And there was plenty to do. And sometimes I got called a glorified paralegal and those kinds of things, but I didn't care. I just thought it was an amazing opportunity to be involved in that. So we did discovery for those next few years, and we were slated to go to trial in June of 2000. We had all moved to Pasadena, which is where our special master resided and where we were going to have trial. Trial was estimated to last for 2 years. We were going to do, I think, 4 weeks on, 1 week off, or something like that. We had temporary office space. We had moved most of our team to Pasadena. While all this was going on, the cooperative agreement had been entered into in 1997 that put some new provisions on the river. We had decided to give up Deer Creek Dam and Reservoir, which was one of the things that really initiated the lawsuit in 1986, and instead Pathfinder Reservoir was modified to add another 54,000 acre feet there. So some of those claims had been resolved, but negotiations were continuing with what we called the Team of 6, 2 representatives from each state, 2 from Wyoming, 2 from Nebraska, 1 from Colorado, 1 from the Bureau of Reclamation. So as we were going over opening statements the night before, we got word from our settlement team that the case had been settled. And so we packed up all of our things and we came back to Wyoming and started working on the stipulation. That stipulation took quite some time to come together, but was ultimately filed and approved by the United States Supreme Court in 2001. And this map shows green areas, which really isn't relevant to what I've been trying to talk about. Those are actually the areas where groundwater acreage will not be counted as part of the new modification because it's not hydrologically connected and therefore not part of the flow downstream. But what it does show is the different aspects of the different segments of the North Platte River as we now see it through the implementation of this stipulation. There are now requirements in each one of these subbasins, acreage counts, storage limitations, monitoring of all sorts. And so Wyoming certainly took on a lot of new administrative responsibilities, but we paid no damages. And one of the strategies for Wyoming was if we take on these administrative responsibilities, it should prevent another case like the one that we found ourselves in, because we're documenting all along a lot of information. And so it should prevent the states from getting as far apart as they did prior to 1986 and having the cost and the difficulty associated with interstate litigation coming back in the North Platte Basin. So it's a complicated stipulation. It's much more complicated the initial stipulation in 1945, but the team thought that it was a good strategy to protect Wyoming going into the future. And again, no damages, no uses were curtailed. Okay, I think I left some time for questions if anybody has any. Oh, yes. So the question is whether we're finding more tensions on water rights.
Yeah, like just, I know in Colorado and Nebraska, we're just fighting over who wants the aquifers in the corner of the state. I guess I didn't know if there was or revisitation of the laws and cases.
So the question is whether we're seeing differences based on low water levels, lower water levels. So I'm gonna challenge the premise of your question a little bit. I don't know that we are in a lower water situation. I think some people will say that in the Colorado in terms of what's being delivered downstream. And there are a lot of things that go into that. But if you look at a hydrograph over the last 100 years, what you're gonna see, I don't care what basin you're in, you're gonna see this. There are high years and there are low years. And that's really the beauty of a prior appropriation system. In a prior appropriation system, you can continue to issue permits forever, conceptually. If it's a dry year, there's just a certain amount of water rights that won't be able to divert that year. But there are years where there's water for everyone and streams don't go under regulation at all. And so I think there is this general notion that things are drier. And I guess I don't know that that is absolutely true. There are definitely issues in the Colorado River. I would submit that much of that is based on demands that have been placed on the Colorado River that were not in place in 1922. And we're seeing most of those in the lower compact states, not the upper compact states. Sure. Yes. So the question is, what do I see as the challenges of Wyoming water, especially in the oil and gas space, as we're looking at things today? And so I meant to do this disclaimer when I started, but this is a good opportunity. I'm a water quantity lawyer. I'm not a water quality lawyer. And there's a big difference. And I think one of the issues that we deal with in oil and gas development is produced water and what to do with some of those things. And obviously there's an appropriation component of that as well, but a lot of that's around water quality. So water is obviously essential to so many of the emerging technologies that we're seeing and our legacy industries. And what I would say is Wyoming water law is based on fundamental principles that allow for those kinds of changes. And it protects senior users, it protects existing users. So if you want to transfer water to a different use, you can do that. But you have to go to the Board of Control and you have to jump through a lot of hoops. And you have to show that you're not going to injure other water users. And so injury is really at the heart, preventing injury to other water users is really at the heart of it. And so I feel like Wyoming's water law, as compared to probably some other states, Colorado, for example, where it's much easier to remove the water from the land that it's tied to, is leading to a lot of other issues there. And they have a lot of other pressures, municipal requirements, oil and gas, and things like that. But Wyoming's water law system is set up to allow for new uses if you can demonstrate that you're not going to injure or change the regime of the river. Okay, I think we're good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kara. That really is so special for us to be able to hear from somebody like Kara, who leads not just the School of Energy Resources with her team at SERPA, but also the state in an issue that is so critical to our industry and the energy industry in general. So thank you, Kara. Next, we have another fantastic panel lined up. This panel will look at nuclear development and our nuclear industry in Wyoming and how the professional landman contributes to that development. Moderating the panel will be Representative Don Burkhart, and panel members will be Tara Rigetti, Glenn Merle, Bernard Bonifaz, and Olu Amatawa.
Bernard, where are you? I talked to him like 20 minutes ago. I guess I scared him off. I'll give him a minute or two. There he is. Yeah, we're up here, yes. Oh, that's okay. You get to answer most of the questions then. So, interesting panel. I got emails from him saying, can I answer this question or that question? So that was kind of different. So I'm Don Burkhart. I'm chairman of the House Minerals Business and Economic Development Committee and your moderator for this. And we have a great distinguished panel to talk about nuclear power in Wyoming, how the professional landman contributes to that, and how it all fits into Wyoming's all of the above energy strategy, the challenges and opportunities that presents. So our panel members are Tara Rigetti with UW Occidental Chair in Energy and Environmental Policy, co-director of the School of Energy Resources Nuclear Energy Research Center, Glenn Morrell, Community and Regional Engagement Director for the Idaho National Laboratory, Bernard Bonifaz, Director of Mining Operations for Nichols Ranch and Vice President of ISR Operations for Energy Fuels, and Olu Omotowa, who is the Principal Engineer on the Natrium Project and lead Natrium plant site activities. So I think you've got a good panel here. I'm going to ask each of them to give a quick introduction. I told them they had 2 minutes at the most, and I generally time these things, and I have this little thing I can hit them with. So Glenn, we'll start with you. Quick introduction.
Testing. All right. Yeah, Glenn Morrell. I'm the Director of Community and Regional Engagement at Idaho National Lab. I've been there about a year. Before that, I was with the Wyoming Energy Authority for a couple of years. And before that, I had a career in R&D and technology development in the oil and gas business, GE, Baker Hughes. Also spent some time working with my good friend Lon Whitman over there at the Enhanced Oil Recovery Institute. So it dates back a bit. The current role, Idaho National Lab has a long history in peacetime nuclear energy development, dating back to the 50s. And I think last count, we had something like 50 plus reactors built on site, and essentially the world leader in many ways in terms of development and demonstration of reactor concepts. Certainly on the Western Hemisphere, just about every reactor that's operating in the world or in the Western Hemisphere has some DNA that dates or links back to work that is done at Idaho National Lab. In my current role, I do a lot of the social impact of INL's mission. So we have K-12 STEM education, workforce, economic development, small business program, and other things. And specifically, my role is essentially a key account manager in many ways, representing Idaho National Lab in various regional markets like Wyoming. Very proud to live in Wyoming and represent the lab here. Thank you.
Tara?
All right, good to see everyone here today. So I want to talk a bit, using this platform to talk a little bit about what we're doing in University of Wyoming's Nuclear Energy Research Center. Because about 5 years ago, maybe a little bit longer, Steve Almeyer from INL came and did a visit on campus and was visiting with a lot of different researchers here to see how we could work better with the lab, and kind of said, well, what are you doing in nuclear? And I said nothing. And so then he said, well, maybe you should start looking at this, and started introducing issues around the advanced nuclear sector. And so my background's in oil and gas, and as a professional landman, I'm a CPL, and I thought, how does this relate to me? And now it's like, I don't know, 40% of what I do on a daily basis. And so if you're kind of wondering, where is the role of the landmen in nuclear and in the energy professionals, and how could I see myself in this? I think there's a lot of opportunity. And the Nuclear Energy Research Center, which was set up by the Wyoming legislature with an initial appropriation, and they just made another appropriation to us, so thank you, representatives, is to build capacity on campus. And so we are looking at how we can build out our research programs, we can build out partnerships, and we can build out and support development of a workforce in Wyoming of our graduates from University of Wyoming to work in these fields. So it's been really exciting. I think we've accomplished a lot, as you heard at the introductory remarks about our certificate program that's coming together, and the classes that we've offered so far. And so, and a lot more exciting things on the horizon, and research momentum is building as well, with new facilities and stuff under construction.
Olu?
Hi, Olu Omotowa, TerraPower. My background is chemical engineering, so I worked for Shell for a little bit. Before transitioning, went into nuclear engineering. I've been with TerraPower for 8 years, actually 8 years last month. So, and I started as an engineer in nuclear safety, but since we got awarded the ARDP, which is the Department of Energy Award in 2020, I took a different role as a project manager within the organization. So I was responsible for the site selection, and gave me an opportunity to travel across the state, where we're evaluating several sites before we came to the conclusion, based on our evaluation matrix, that Canberra was a good location to build a Natrium reactor. Just in case you don't know, I mean, the Natrium reactor is a sodium-cooled reactor. It's an advanced reactor. It's so different from any existing reactors you have operating in the United States. And we are the first company to submit a license application to, an advanced reactor company to submit a license application to the regulator, which we did a few weeks ago. So we are committed to executing this project. We are glad to be in the community. We are glad to be in Wyoming. I mean, it's a great state, and it's a state with over 100 years of energy experience. So there's a ton of, energy IQ here in the state is pretty high. So we're looking at breaking ground with a test facility next month in Wyoming, in Canberra, Wyoming. Yes. So we'll be starting with the test facility. The test facility basically will help us to test some of the components that will be utilized in the full plant itself when it gets built. So I'll be glad to take any questions later on.
Okay. Bernard?
Good morning, everybody. It's Bernard Bonifa here. I've been working in uranium for close to 40 years, but on the front hand, meaning I'm mining uranium. To relate to this all these people here, I've been dealing with Landman and lease a lot of my time, and we will discuss that later. And it's something that I've been seeing since the beginning, is a discrepancy between what is written on a piece of paper, an agreement or lease, and what we do in a field. So it's something that we might open for debate after that, but it's especially for mining. Oil and gas, you get your well pumping, logically nobody is there. Us, we're here every day. So the people we meet is a landowner. He doesn't talk to the landman, he talks to the manager. So it's a bit discrepancies there with the Landman. I would be pleased to discuss that.
So, panel, thank you. With that, first question, and these come from the students and the members, and I got quite a few suggestions, so I had to narrow them down. If your question isn't asked, you can catch one of the panel members at lunch or this evening or any of that if you have a specific question. So the nuclear industry is experiencing a renaissance nationwide right now. Kind of unusual after stagnation for so many years. So why do you think that is? What happened to change things? Tara, I'll start with you. She sent me an email and said, I want to answer this question. So there you go. That's what happens if you volunteer.
Said, don't ask me some of these questions. So I think a lot of the drivers right now, I'd see two major drivers. The first are policy drivers of what is the human need that nuclear can meet that isn't being met in other ways. And so those policy drivers right now are to decarbonize our energy and industrial spaces. And that means making clean energy products as well as power, as well as fuel. And there are things that nuclear can bring to that that can't be provided by renewables in the way and at the scale and within the timeframes that are needed. So I think that's one of the main drivers. We see some of that coming around through the nationally determined contributions that countries are entering and committed to under the Paris Agreement, but also pressures from people or from countries that import products that are produced in Wyoming and the United States who are demanding a lower carbon intensity in the goods that they buy. So that's one of the drivers. And then I think the other big driver is the technology, is that there's been a tremendous amount of innovation in the nuclear sector to improve the technology, address some of the problems that existed before so that new technologies are ready to meet those human needs and fill the gap in our energy space.
Anyone else? Glenn?
Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to rephrase essentially what Tara said. If you look back at why, if it's going through a renaissance, what happened to cause it to go into decline? And the decline was two things: social acceptance, which the heyday was 60s and 70s, 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl and other things came along, and social acceptance went down rapidly. And then there was a cost aspect. So how do you compete in a renewable world? And those two things have been addressed. Tara pointed out very well that the acceptance comes about by recognizing that the benefits of nuclear energy outweigh some of the risks that were perceived, and perhaps those risks were overstated to start with. And then in terms of the cost factor, it's deployment optionality. So it's not just grid scale electrons that are beneficial. The technology has advanced tremendously, but all that technology also allows it to be deployed into different settings. So that utility aspect has created better and different and new business models, which enables deployment in many ways as well.
Olu?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't try to dwell too much on what Tara and Glenn just mentioned, but one thing I want us to go back in time, right? So I think the early 2000s was really when, nuclear renaissance became a thing. I remember back in, because I used to live in Idaho Falls, when NGMP was a thing, at that time. But one thing we know is that during that period, right, there has been, the demand for energy has only increased. Right now we talk of AI, we talk of data centers and all that, right? So, but then things dipped a little bit. And partly of that during that period was because there was increased cost of commodities, and all that. So the US has seen a need to further compete. Now, many of the coal plants that we have, many of the plants basically in existence, where, they had a lifetime, right? So if you get to a point where you have plants that are going to be shutting down, what do you want to replace them with? And then you now have the government policies now come into place. So government policies, as Tara mentioned, advocating for cleaner technologies and things like that. Then you get to look at the entire mix, and you see that, well, it's hard for us while all options should be on the table, right? Wind, solar, but then you see that the energy density from nuclear, there's no other technology really that could provide that. that could match that. And then the base load component becomes very critical. So coal right now provides, looking at the grid structure, provides a huge base load, right? So if you take some of those off, what do you plug back in, right? So nuclear provides that. And one of the unique capabilities of Nutrien here is that we're able to provide that base load, but then we have the flexible energy, flexible generation capabilities as well that allows us to be able to plug in well with the renewables. So that's one of the versatility, of the Nutrien plant.
Okay. Bernard, anything, or I'll just go to the next question?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I mean, the word renaissance is energy, nuclear energy have been feeding the world under the radar because you all know that everybody hates uranium. It's associated with bomb, with accident. So we have been there for a long time. The US, as you all know, 20% of energy come from nuclear. We still have in the US 95 reactors. It's the biggest fleet in the world. So renaissance, I don't know. I think today we are on the news. Fantastic, I love it. The price of uranium increase. People are developing new systems who existed 40 years ago. They were fed with U-238 instead of 235. We're here to continue to provide baseload energy. That's it. So after that, it will be based on the country. I say 20% for the US, 75% for the French, 2% for Chinese. At the COP 27, so December 1st, 22 countries said we are going to double the energy coming from nuclear. So we will see what's happened.
Okay, great answers. So the next question is, we normally picture our nuclear fleet as the current project in Georgia, the two Vogtle reactors, but I'm not sure that's where the country is headed. I think there are other opportunities in nuclear power, nuclear generation, and that. And how might Wyoming leverage those other opportunities? Olu, I'll start with you this time.
So besides, large-scale electricity, so, our plant is 350 megawatt with a flexible generation up to 500 megawatts. By all standards, you call it, from the SMR stage to like large-scale power production. I think there are a lot of other applications, that can be leveraged, and I think looking at nuclear heat is one. So if you have industries that require high temperature heat, that's something that opens up a new set of markets, around in the area. As I mentioned earlier, Wyoming as a state has over 100 years of experience in the energy sector, and this cuts across mining, manufacturing, and energy production. So you hear about uranium, right? You got huge, high reserves of uranium in the state. So the potential is pretty enormous, to be honest. And I think it's in phases, right? So you create the need for it, and then over time, many of these other industries get to open up.
All right, Glenn?
Yeah, thank you. To add on to that, yeah, I agree with Olu about high quality heat, energy. It's not just electrons. But just draw everyone's attention to just last week where Allen-H, a good Wyoming company, Allen-H Industrial Partners, was partnering with BWXT out of Virginia on the manufacturing side. All right, so high quality, heavy steel, advanced reactor manufacturing as a vendor. So that's another opportunity for the state, is where those capabilities can be realized. And the obvious one also is fuel cycle. We have a uranium production in Wyoming dominates domestically, and there's plenty potential around that as well.
Okay. All right, great. So in the nuclear energy field, Wyoming jumped out ahead several years ago in this. But what are other states doing? Does Wyoming have competition for this? Glenn, I'll start with you. I think you have the answer to that one.
Yeah. I spent a lot of time talking to different states about this because everybody's looking over the shoulder of Wyoming and asking questions about how do they compete. Everyone from many states between Alaska and Virginia all have these ambitions to be leaders in the nuclear energy industry, and they what they differ in is the maturity of their institutions and their structures at a state level. And I'd say many of them are a little. They think they can push out a couple of pieces of legislature, and they'll be leading the race. And I've had more than one awkward conversation where I have to explain to some states that they're maybe at least five, maybe as many as 10 years behind Wyoming, because some of them are jumping on the bandwagon for advanced reactors and they don't have energy policies at all, any sort of energy strategy. And they certainly don't have an institution like the School of Energy Resources, which is 10 or 15 years in the making, right? So they have a lot of catch up to do. So Wyoming has a good lead, but we can't rest on our laurels either, because there are plenty of people who want to jump in and replace us.
Anyone else on that one? Bernard?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good question. For Wyoming, it's fantastic. That means bringing a new kind of reactor put us in the face of the world. It's something that never been done commercially. So it's a fantastic challenge. I love it. Now, for Wyoming, again, what do we do? As you all know, 75% of all the electricity that we create in Wyoming goes out. It's like the water going to Nebraska. We sell everything to the neighbors. So Kemmers, for example, the location we can discuss with you after that, but I would say 100% of the electricity from this reactor will go to Idaho and California. So we are on the map. Now, for you, again, Landman, because I think that's the topic of the day, you are going to have some people working there, that's for sure, but I think it's a very small area. And logically, it belongs to you. So Landmen are going to be able to do something. For the future, it's different. If more reactors are going to be built in Wyoming, Landman jobs are going to prosper.
Okay. So besides nuclear power, nuclear energy can be used for other things, such as the production of hydrogen or manufacturing of steel and some other things. So how does that fit in with what we're doing in Wyoming? What's the relationship? Tara, go ahead.
So I think something that is really interesting where there's this opportunity is that Wyoming has great storage resources for CO2 storage, which makes it a good partner to pair with some of these heavy industrial activities that have high electricity needs that can be met by nuclear and high heat needs, but then also create process emissions that can be stored. And so one example that we could potentially look at for this, and you mentioned hydrogen, whether it would be blue hydrogen or green hydrogen, it requires a lot of energy. And the new rules that have been released, and Kara's Center, SERPA, has done some work on this, require that the green energy that's used for example, green hydrogen is additional, meaning you can't use existing green power on the grid. You have to build new low carbon sources. And we're starting to see these carbon intensity metrics put into a lot of these clean energy and decarbonization programs. I think it's possible that will come into play for CO2 utilization. It will come into play for direct air capture. And so where are you going to get these very large sources if you don't have either social acceptance or the ability to build out huge industrial scale solar and wind? And I think that's an area where there's an opportunity for nuclear to create new economic development opportunities in Wyoming because of, as Glenn said, where we're at.
Bernard?
Yeah, for me, the fantastic issue with this new reactor, if I go back to the reactor, is the creation of isotope that we are going to be used for mainly the cure of cancer. So that's the main aspect for me. If I go back to your question related to hydrogen, everything is semantic. So we are using green now for uranium because it's not renewable. The fuel that we put on it is going to disappear, so it's not renewable. So we use green. The world is aware that the base load provided by renewable will not be enough in order to sustain our economy. So for me, the main thing for nuclear is on part of bringing you electricity is isotope for cancer treatment.
All right. So, look, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think you touched on. I'm not sure if that was setting me up for to respond, but yeah. So at TerraPower, besides Natrium, we have what we call TerraPower isotopes, right? So that's another talking of curing cancer. So our founders definitely had part of this in mind. The whole idea was nuclear innovation. So how do we utilize nuclear radioisotopes basically for treatment of cancer? So I think it's public information. A few months ago, basically, was when we started shipping out the products, basically to support cancer treatment. So we call it nuclear medicine. So that's actually another potential opportunity. Talking of other things you could potentially do with nuclear, and how Wyoming. I mean, I think I will turn Glenn because I worked at. I did some work to support INL for a very long time when I was in Idaho Falls, and I think the research space is a key area where I think Wyoming as a state could be a big research hub, to support the nuclear industry that's gradually evolving here.
So, look, Keith, you might as well hang on to the mic because you're up next too. And I think that this question is a good one for you to start with. There's been a lot of interest in converting coal-fired plants to nuclear power and supplementing the coal-fired plants with nuclear power. What are the impacts to Wyoming, both in state and out of state, for that? And how can Wyoming benefit from that?
Yeah, so good question. So, I mean, I think I will start with the Natrium project itself, right? So the Natrium project, which is, again, as I mentioned, breaking ground for the first phase of the project next month. As you have, coal plants retiring, you talk of coal, talk of nuclear. One thing I want us to see, first of all, is, this energy production, right? There's a lot of skilled workers, there's a lot of, I would say, sync both facilities together in so many ways, right? A lot of skilled workforce that work in coal plants that could go through retraining and make them, applicable or make them relevant to utilize and work in a nuclear plant, right? That's one. One thing I want to mention as well is, there's high-paying jobs, right? So, I mean, nuclear basically is known to have one of the highest median range of jobs within the energy industry, right? So, from a construction workforce standpoint, I mean, at the peak of our construction, we're looking at approximately about 1,600 construction workers, in Canberra. So many of these workers are people that will be working jobs created within the state itself, right? And this does not even include the operation workforce, right? So we talk about direct jobs, talking about the indirect component as well, which is very, very significant. So what I would say basically in summary is, there are a lot of transferable skills, from the coal plant to the nuclear plant, right? These high-paying jobs that the state will get to benefit. And lastly, talk about uranium mining. Last fall, TerraPower announced an MOU with Uranium One here in Energy One in Wyoming here, looking at how we could potentially support further production within the state. So as I mentioned at the beginning, we're here, we're committed to working with the state and, helping to restart in any way, some of these mining efforts and also making Wyoming, a force to reckon with within the nuclear industry.
Okay. Glenn?
So I think about that question in the context of markets and the fact that Wyoming exports 93% of its energy to markets beyond our borders. It's not as high as that for electrons. I think electricity, it's something like 60 or 70%. I'm looking at Holly, she's nodding vaguely. Yep. So it's not as high. But so the issue with that is that we're beholden very much to people, individuals, industries, and markets that impose their desires on us as suppliers. So if they want renewable energy or they want low emissions electrons, then we have to be able to provide that in order to have access to that market. So conversion is a good thing because we will be able to continue to have access to the market and deliver those electrons into to the people who are demanding them.
Okay. Bernard?
So, again, I'm going to play the bad boy. Coal is not dead. Okay, we need it. I'm going to put my cap of the president of Wyoming Mining Association, so I'm dealing with trona, coal, gas, uranium, everything. The term coal plant retiring is kind of semantic again. They are kind of forced to close because all the politics associated with it, and I don't do politics, but coal is not dead yet. I go back, I rebound again on this project that you are doing. It's a fantastic for the state, fantastic for the world. If it works, if we can feed it, it will be very, very great. Replacing coal with that? No, you can't. It takes 10 years in order to start the project and to finish it in Wyoming, between the permitting, the construction, getting everybody placed. A coal plant in 2 years, you built it. So, no. To answer your question, we should not say uranium is going to replace coal.
Okay. So the next question is, there are states with renewable energy portfolios. Wyoming doesn't necessarily have one. But how does Wyoming benefit from those other states' portfolios? What does that mean to Wyoming? And I'll start with Tara.
So this is a question I wanted to answer because we have a paper forthcoming on this, which is called Removing Renewable Bias in Energy Portfolio Standards. And the way these energy portfolio standards work, if you aren't familiar with them, is it sets aside a specific set or specific portion of a market for a specific type of generation. So probably the most extreme example that exists is in New Mexico right now, which will eventually require 80% of their power that's sold by large utilities to come from renewable sources, with the other 20% coming from zero carbon sources. And so what that would mean is that 80% of the market is going to be off limits, the way they've defined renewable, for nuclear power, for coal, even coal with CCUS, and then those generation sources are going to have to compete in the remaining 20%. I think there, at a time there was a really strong reason for having renewable portfolio standards because there was a goal in standing up and developing a competitive renewable industry. And I think we've seen a ton of success with that. But if the goal is to have a lower emissions profile from your generation as a whole and what you're selling in your markets, then it doesn't make sense to preference specific technologies. I think you should be technology ambivalent and focus instead on carbon intensity. And that will then allow generation sources to compete based on their price, their reliability, in order how best to meet the needs of different customers and of the consumers in those states. So that's one way that kind of all of the different states to which we export power really have a very strong role in deciding what is the energy mix of the power we produce in the state, even though it's being consumed out of the state.
Anyone else? I think that was a really good answer. So we'll move on then, and I'll start with Olu. How can we prepare as a country, as a state, for the need for high-assay, low-enriched uranium, HALEU fuel? What are the impacts of that to advanced reactor development? See, some of these questions really do play to their strengths. Bernard's next.
Bernard was telling me not to answer, but it's okay. Good question. So, that's always the big elephant in the room, right? When you talk about for advanced reactors specifically. So, I think I will start with, for us as a company, we've been working very closely with the U.S. government. As many of you know, most of the fuel, I wouldn't say most, right, but a lot of fuel basically being utilized for many of the existing plants in the United States were imported, right, basically. So a lot goes into the oil mix besides just mining the uranium, right? So, but when it comes to the conversion and all that, in our case, we've been working closely with the U.S. government to see how we could basically be able to get, the first load of fuel. And again, Wyoming as a state plays a huge role in this, right? You have the resource itself, right, that needs to be utilized. So I would say it's an ongoing conversation. I don't have an answer to it, to be honest with you right now, but I don't have an answer to it right now, but all I say is an ongoing conversation, and I think Wyoming is well positioned to be a key player at the table.
Bernard, you care to jump into that one?
Yeah, I'm scared that it's going to take a long time, but so let's go quick. Remember, after World War II, we create the bomb, we use it. The government decided at one point we're going to try to use this excess of uranium, enriched uranium, to create some commercial nuclear plants. So that was a start. In order to avoid other countries to make a bomb, the government decided you can't enrich above 5%, period. Nobody can, unless you do something for the medical stuff. When you go above, it's for the bomb, for the submarine, and for the carrier. That's it. That was the rule for the winner. Lately, and something to add, in the US today, we have only one enrichment facility named Urenco. It's owned by 1/3 by the UK, Netherlands, and Germany. That means we, in the US, don't have any capacity to produce enriched uranium. Something to know. So Bill Gates and his friend Warren Buffett decided to create something who was creating by the past, like I said just before, a nuclear reactor fed by a fuel made of U-235 enriched at 20%. Great. But now you need to go to talk to the government and say, please, could you open the door for this kind of fuel? For sure, it's working. Now, who is going to make it? And I remember the first meeting we had in Cheyenne when Bill Gates made a presentation that was at the courthouse, not, I don't remember the name now. So he said, everything is going to be bought from Russia because they are the only one making fuel. Great, it's perfect. And after you know the story, Putin decided to invade Ukraine, and we decide we are not going to make business with him anymore. So for us, it's going to be a problem. Say, okay, we have a Urenco in south of the US doing 5% enriched uranium, tell them to do 20. They just have to spin more because you certainly all know that it's just a spinning process. You separate, physically speaking, one atom heavier than the other one. Okay, 238, 235. So you extract more. They can't. They don't have the permit and the license for that. So, well, come on, just add some centrifuge. You can't. You need to build another one on the other side of the road. So for that, you need a permit. So today, in order to have enough fuel to feed the reactor, we need to buy it outside. So that's my answer.
Thank you. So, Bernard, this one will start with you. And again, some questions are directly to your strengths. So what do Wyoming's uranium reserves look like, and how economical are they to extract?
So the IEA, every 2 years, print a book named the Red Book, in which you have all the resources classified by price. So you get 3 categories: below $40 a pound, between 40 and 80, and above $80 a pound. So every resource is are not the same. Even the uranium is the same, but where you stand, where you live, and how much cost your manpower, the cost is different. You all know that. It's pure economic. So in Wyoming, we have a lot of uranium, spaghetti plate, I call that. It's everywhere, Powder River Basin, Red Desert, even here in this basin of Laramie. I doubt we touch it. So uranium is there. The price to produce it is, again, it's a good CPA. You ask him 2 + 2, logically he should tell you how much do you want. So the price of uranium, how much it costs to produce, is based on OPEX, CAPEX, with G&A. What do you want? What kind of answer do you want? So if I just look at OPEX in Wyoming, it's $20 a pound. It costs $95 today, so you can make a fortune. Now you add the CAPEX, and you add another $40, and now you get G&A and land. Land is very expensive. So we have great resources. We are mining it right now. We have contract because it's a long term in order to produce. So we're doing good. Wyoming is a renaissance.
Okay. Anyone else want to jump in on that one? Obviously, you know, right up Bernard's alley of what he does normally. So, okay, great. So we've talked about all of this. We've answered the questions people had on nuclear power and that. How does that all fit in with this conference and what the professional landman does? And I'm going to give each of you an opportunity to answer this question. Some of you did as in your opening remarks, but Glenn, start with you and just come right down the table.
So the landman, you know, if you look back at the role, it has a basis in generally in resource extraction, right? Oil and gas and coal. But as we move towards more nuclear and into the all of the above energy mix, then we're not moving away from resource extraction. In fact, it's probably going to grow and diversify in many ways. You think about uranium, rare earth elements, critical minerals, everything else in between, it's going to expand. So that's one aspect, simply resource extraction. There's still going to be a role for landman to play in that aspect. But also, I can't remember who mentioned on this panel, but the growth of energy sector in general, data centers, AI, electric vehicles. The grid is going to have to grow massively, not just electricity grid, but energy grid in general. So pipelines, transmission facilities, wind farms, solar facilities, all going to need landmen to get in there and contract with communities. So that's another growth prospect. And then I also think about new business models. Going back to our good friends, L&H Industrial again, they have a spinoff now, Evercore, who are looking to, in time, lease energy in the form of microreactors to industrial partners, commercial partners, community partners. And who better to negotiate those contracts than experts in contracting and compliance, such as landmen. So they tie in perfectly. And it's, I guess the key piece is that the ability, actually the first panel, somebody on the first panel mentioned this as well, the ability to be flexible and willing to try different things is going to be the trick though.
So something that I've thought about in the context of the land profession is that one of the ways that it works when you certify the design for a nuclear power plant is that it's certified for specific site parameters. And when we envision advanced reactors where you have multiple certified designs being built in succession, or factory fabrication has been mentioned, which is also possible for certified designs, that means you need to locate suitable sites that fit within those parameters. And so, and then those sort of go into how you do your site analysis and assessment. That's something that I think landmen have been doing across the energy sector for a long time and presents an emerging opportunity as we see this scale.
Yeah, I mean, I think Glenn and Tara already touched on the key points here. You know, from a siting, I mean, for me, looking at when we started the site selection work for the Natron project, I mean, that was, in talking of Landman, I mean, that's really it, right? In looking at the site parameters, we did a lot of geotech work basically to characterize the site before before we actually before we can talk of construction, right? So it's part of the requirements from the regulator where you have to make sure that the site is suitable. And that will entail us doing boreholes, into the ground, making sure we're collecting data, looking at the geological formation, within the site. Then going into the mining industry as well, right? So as I mentioned earlier, I think one cannot say it much enough of the role that Wyoming as a state does play within the nuclear industry, right? And we, taunting the MOU that we have with Uranium Energy Corp last fall, again, we are committed to supporting, the restart of domestic production. I want to touch on what mentioned earlier about ALU. One thing we do understand as a country is that we cannot keep relying on imports for domestic. It's a big energy security concern, right? So whatever needs to be done, at some point, something will need to be done. We have a very large fleet of nuclear reactors within the United States, right? So we need to work with the government to see how we could actually, have some of these things being produced within the United States for the future and also for the existing fleet of reactors.
Bernard?
Okay, for the landmen who are going to be working for a company, I'm talking only for mining, okay? I have no clue about what you do in oil and gas. But in mining, after you got your lease written, the first thing is you are going to have, during the writing, you are going to sit with landowners. So in Wyoming, you have a lot of landowners. So the first thing you don't do is, it's a word, very strong word, but lie to him. If you can't do or provide what you wrote on a piece of paper, don't. Please don't, because I have to deal with it after that. And he goes with stupid question like a rut on the road, 3 inches. If you go deeper than 3 inches, the rancher is going to knock at your door and ask you to fix it. So you have no idea, because as a manager, logically, you don't read in detail the lease. So you have to discover that at the same time. The second stuff is for you guys as a land for Wyoming road, access road. It's not only one mining industry. You are going to have to deal with oil, gas, coal, uranium, trona, using the same road. So you are going to share the pain, and sometimes the one who owns the road, okay, might be the one with the most vehicle, maybe not. And after the third advice is for archive. And 1 month ago, the guy on the corner there come to visit me with trying to make a lease with me, an agreement, and we worked for 1 month, and we discovered after that that the same agreement was signed 10 years ago, and nobody knew. So keep that in mind. Archive, memory, pass the knowledge.
Great, thank you. So I wanted to give all of you a chance to ask some questions. I do have a few more that we can use for the time, but okay, questions from all of you. We've got a great panel. These are experts in their fields, so you've got to have some. Oh, come on. I can call on you too. Okay. Two in the back. Go ahead, please. Okay, the question was that while the plants have a lot of positives, the question relates around nuclear waste. So I'd ask the panel if they want to address that, and I'll just preface it by saying I look at 2 things. You have waste and you have spent fuel. They are different. So with that, Glenn, want to take that one?
Yeah, I'd love to take that question, Don. Appreciate it. So yeah, it's a good point, waste versus spent fuel. And I think the question really pertains to spent fuel. There's plenty of transuranic waste that is already disposed of in deep depositories in New Mexico already. So that's a done. But the spent fuel storage is a very good question. And the reality and the truth is that since Yucca Flats was shut down, there is no plan, and I'd say there is no political appetite to take care of building a national repository anywhere. I'd say there's not even a pathway to a plan at this point. It is very much a political hot potato that people don't want to deal with. Having said that, there are commercial players that have looked at and continue to look at interim surface storage, so large facilities that would collect spent fuel and store it on site and be managed that way. And interesting point on that is if you ever want to see what that looks like, there are examples at Idaho National Lab. You can go walk up to a chain link fence, and then 6 feet beyond the fence is a interim storage cask. People can lean on it, and there are birds nesting on the top of it. It's incredible to see what spent fuel really looks like. It's not the Homer Simpson 44-gallon drum with glowing green stuff leaking out of it. It's the wrong image. Okay, it is very well managed, very much. It's an eye-opening experience to actually see it. So there are commercial plans around that being worked up, challenges associated with that as well. There are also international examples we can look to. In Finland, they decided to build a long-term deep repository, and they got it done, and you can go and tour that. It's spectacular to see as well. But right now, in the United States, there is no plan and no political appetite to deal with it. And in that situation, the NRC, I believe, and I'm looking at Don, it sets up basically there has to be stored on site in a dry cask or wet storage and dry cask storage at the facility up until that point where a deep national repository is built.
Tara, I'll go to you. This tends to be a policy question rather than a engineering or technical question, and I know you've done a lot of work in this area, so please.
So right now, the Department of Energy has a program on consent-based siting. And as part of that, it's the very early part of having these conversations about what that relationship is going to look like for storage of waste. Where is it appropriate to put it, and which communities are willing to be waste takers? So University of Wyoming is part of one of those consortiums and is doing research together with Idaho State, I believe, and others. And they're looking at what are the questions and processes that we should have to start asking and evaluating if this is something that we're interested in or other communities are. One thing that was interesting was for that program, you had to have the support of the communities that were participating in it in order to make an award. And that means, I think there were something like 20-something communities that raised their hand and said, we're willing at least to talk about talking. We're not having those conversations yet, but we'll explore what they might look like were we to have them at some point. So I think that's a starting point. It's different than the model we've used before, which was very much a decide, announce, defend model, and used a technocratic approach of saying, where is the best place? What is the best technology? Let's do that. But we saw that fail because of community acceptance and politics. So I think that you need an alignment among not only the local community, but the region and the state, as well as alignment among stakeholders and other people who enjoy and use those spaces, that this is something that will be to the benefit of those places. So I think we're on a path, but as of today, temporary storage, de facto means storage until we solve this problem, which could be a very, very long time.
Great. Bernard, do you want to jump in that?
I will be technical. 434 nuclear reactors in the world, all of them are storing their depleted uranium, not waste, depleted uranium, on the swimming pool to cool them down, and after on pallets on the side. So why I say depleted, it's a very strange fuel, that uranium that we load nuclear reactor with. The consumption of the energy on this uranium little pellets that you put on a nuclear reactor, we use only less than 1%. So the rest is still there. So some countries are doing a second pass on this depleted fuel, trying to make another fuel in order to reduce the long life actinide that we call long life isotope, where are the dangers. So it's smart today to keep this depleted uranium close to your plant in order first to protect it, and secondly to maybe tomorrow use it as another fuel. Okay, that you need to keep that in mind. After that, for sure, it always has been a problem. What are you going to do with the waste? I just said it's not a waste, but so some country like here, we decide at Yucca Mountain to have by law built a sanctuary forever. So it's going to be disposed. You can't retrieve it. And all the electricians, all the utilities, every time they produce a kilowatt hour, gave 1 cent. I don't remember the amount. It's still a law. It's still a law. They have been on standby. You don't pay anymore if you're an electrician, but it still exists. Yucca Mountain is the only site in the US where you can dispose your depleted uranium.
Okay, so
yeah, I think one thing I just would like to touch on, I think, as you heard from my colleagues here, is the existing plant sites you have in the United States. The spent fuels are stored safely. And I think we need to emphasize that. They are secured and stored safely until a permanent federal geological repository is identified. So I think it's good to point that out, that they are stored safely, right? So, so it's not, something sitting somewhere where someone could just go grab, and walk away with it. They are stored safely. So I just would like to point that out.
Okay. So we had another question in the back. The gentleman in the orange shirt. It looks orange from here. Okay. Okay. So the question is pretty much what the previous one was, but the safety of the reactors themselves, the safety of the operation, and how that fits, and how it's different now than it was maybe 40 years ago in the 80s. So Olu, I'll start with you. I know that you kind of specialized in safety prior to your assignment right now.
Yes. So, one thing I would like to point out again is safety. The reactors that we have in operation today are safe, right? Things did happen. Right? Talk of Fukushima. I think Glenn touched on, the days of 3 Mile Island. Yeah. So the reactors are safe. Now, the advanced reactors, right? What we talk of is enhanced safety, right? I was still in grad school when Fukushima happened. Right, and I do remember very well that my research was actually on passive cooling. Right, that was what my grad school research was on, passive cooling. Now, that's something that will potentially help mitigate or manage what happened in Fukushima. Right, so every single technology that we have in operation today, you still have gaps here and there. But one thing I would say is that the nuclear industry, the nuclear plants in operation today are very safe. Now, so when we talk about enhanced safety here, basically is building additional layer of safety in addition to whatever even existed before, right? We talk of redundancy, right? So we have redundant systems, in the plant. Now I'm running out of time. About the waste discussion, one thing I want to point out is that the Natrium reactor that we have actually operates in what we call the fast spectrum and helps us to be able to utilize the fuel more. So what happens is that before you actually have what you could call, you don't use the word waste, right? But before you have anything coming out there, what that means is that we'll be able to utilize the fuel a lot more than what conventional reactors in existence today are able to do. So at the end of the day, that means what comes out basically is a lot less than what you could have gotten from conventional reactors.
Okay. So we're running out of time. I've been given the sign that says we have 5 minutes. So use that. Any final comments from the panel? Any closing remarks? Okay.
Uranium is great.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So, Olu, go ahead.
I mean, again, I think I just would like to, I have an oil and gas background, and looking at the energy demand and looking at the increasing demand of energy, I think a lot of options need to be on the table, definitely. Nuclear is very dense. And, I think as we will gradually go into talk about clean technology, looking at the future, it's hard to do without nuclear. Nuclear provides a lot more than just the power, right? We talk about the robustness of the national grid in the United States. We talk about base load. We talk about renewable. We're talking about coal today. We talk about clean coal, carbon capture. There are a lot of things basically. If you look at data that shows what the increasing demand is from data centers or the use application of AI, it's mind-blowing. It's really mind-blowing. Back at the days where they say, well, the best way to go about energy is reduce, reuse, even though we reduce, we as human beings, we are still increasing the quest for it itself, right? So it's really hard to, I'll keep quiet now.
Okay. Olu, thank you. So that was the 1 minute warning. The panelists and myself will be around during lunch later today. I think some of us will be here this evening for the reception if you have other questions. Great opportunity to ask them, obviously, 4 great experts in their areas. Thank you, all of you, very much.
All right, Representative Burkhart, Olu, Bernard, Tara, Glenn, if you couldn't tell from their bios by the time they spoke, it was very apparent what sort of expertise we had up there. And for all of those of us without an engineering background, we appreciate them sharing just the tip of their knowledge so that we could understand it, and also relating that to our field as a landman and our profession. As an aside, our students will actually get to go to the Terra Power site in Kemmerer in 2 weeks, as well as Bernard's uranium mine at Nichols Ranch, so we are very excited about that. Before I bring up Representative Henderson, who's going to introduce our keynote, I do just want to say that we are so honored to have Mr. Brooks Yates here with the American Association of Professional Landmen. He is the president, and we feel so honored to have him speaking, and the support that we receive from AAPL for our program. One, we are an accredited program through them. There are only 11 in the country, if you weren't aware. And two, what they do to allow our students in our program to do all the extracurricular and activities, events, field trips that we do largely comes in support from them. So we are very excited to hear him and welcome him to the University of Wyoming and the School of Energy Resources. So Mr. Henderson, Representative Henderson, will now introduce Mr. Yates.
Good morning. Is this working? All right. Well, it's a great honor for me to be able to be here today, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. my role as introducing the keynote speaker is to get you fired up so you're thinking about questions when this gentleman comes up, and you'll be ready to ask them going into lunch. So I want to start, though, by sharing with you a few things. I love coming to the University of Wyoming. You know why? Because every time I come here, there's a sense of hope, right? And it feels uplifting. I have 2 degrees from UW, and between the Navy and banking, I'm a business development executive for the Cheyenne market right now. Our market footprint is Nebraska, Wyoming, and Colorado. When I started about 10 years ago, we had 4 branches. We're under 200 million. Now we have a new branch we're putting together in Fort Collins, and we're pushing $1 billion, right? And that's all related to what's going on in business. And in business development, it's no different than energy development or this exciting new area of nuclear. But just a couple of things that really I think are useful to think about. We've heard the word relationships mentioned this morning, but I'd like to suggest another word. It's called process. You know, a process has an input, there's a transformation, and there's an output. The most important part of any process is the feedback loop. The feedback loop. And in the role of Landman, you know, they play a key role, a key piece in that, in staying out ahead of the industry and recognizing what's coming to feedback to help prepare for that, right? You develop your relationships as you go along. Who's responsible for your relationships, right? And in business, you want to represent your business, obviously, but you want to have an idea of where you're going. And so when I started out, UW never shut down because of weather. And so it was a little more, you know, go get it kind of stuff in those days. And the economy was in the tank. You could get a job if you had an accounting degree, engineering degree, you know, standard things. But an economist, which I was, you know, with a quarter, you could buy a cup of coffee. Well, I had 6 job offers. And one of those was from Continental Oil down in Houston. And I was really excited about it. My wife was excited. They had a really good training pipeline. And in those days, they had a thing called the oil depletion allowance, and President Nixon did away with it. And so there were 2 job offers made at UW. And one was to a young lady and one was to me in the economics field. At that time, women were trying to break the glass ceiling. And I'm very excited to see so many women here. Thank you for being here. And so what we do in life, it's a building block process, right? And you start where you are, and you end up where you go. And in between, it's a journey. And one of the things that I wanted to share with you, particularly the younger folks, is the idea of listening. We hear a lot about talking, but we don't hear much about listening. And I'm talking about listening with your eyes as well as your ears. And so I said earlier, you know, you're out there in front as the landman. You want to be looking around and seeing what's going on in the area you're at and bringing that information back, not just to your company, but to your network, right? And so when you have prospects or you have a project, you identify leads. And this is a very simple technique. I learned it when I was here. 4 words. Can you help me? Can you help me? Our brains are keyed, the code in our brains are keyed to those words, right? Now, over the years, I've added the word please. Because, you know, we want to be nice, right? And positive, I think, is better in life than negative. And so that was key. And so then one of the things that I did, and I'm sure you're looking at it too, is I asked for a lot of information meetings when I was networking. These are great forums for that. There are also opportunities for us to learn. Learned a lot today, some of it refresher, right? Met some really interesting people. This is the third conference, and I think it's the most attended, right, Holly? That says something. That says something. And I mentioned the ladies, but I'm also thankful for the young men here too, because it's about where you are. You know, we had a saying in the Navy, the real Navy is where you're at. Well, the real Wyoming is where you're at, huh? And if you listen to folks, they're going to share with you their concerns. When the first conference was held, I think the topic was people didn't understand what core was, right? Pieces of the process. A lot of us get letters all the time on, offers to buy or offers to lease, right? One of the key things in development, and particularly in relationships, is follow-up. Follow-up, right? I'm in banking, and frankly, banking's very boring. But people aren't. People aren't. The people piece is the important piece, right? And so I think that's very important. Now, you remember I said you have input, transformation, output, and feedback loop. One of the things that are more and more apparent as we develop technology is we have a lot of other ways to do stuff that we used to have to do by hand. Now, when I came out of the university, a lot of it was by hammer and chisel, right? And now you have all kinds of technology, AI, artificial intelligence, right? I'm fine with that. In my career between the military and banking, my last two jobs in the military, I was a joint doctrine officer at Central Command working for General Schwarzkopf. I helped write Joint Publication 1, Joint Warfare, which was the opportunity ordered by General Powell to codify all the tactics in Operation Desert Storm, right? So you can do that now too in your respective areas. When you find a benchmark piece of the process that works, help share that, write it down, right? And it's through that you're gonna build your networks, you're gonna build your relationships, and you're gonna continue to prosper. Life is a building block process. Later on, my last job in the Navy was a comptroller at the Long Beach Naval Shipyard. Had about 5,000 people working there. And one thing that happens with organizations is they don't have any problem growing, but they have a lot of problem adjusting to the size when they change, when they get smaller. Think about logistics and stuff, right? Things that have to happen to make other things happen. So that's a little bit to kind of get your juices flowing. I hope it helps you. Can you help me, please, right? So turn to the person next to you and say, can you help me, please, by giving me a little more room, right? Or something, but it works. It works, a lot of different ways. So I'm very excited today to have the honor to represent, or to introduce our keynote speaker. He's got a lot of credibility in Landman. He's been a member of the AAPL since 1985, as certified professional landman. I'm a certified quality auditor. I really appreciate the opportunity to do that. It helps put some structure and meaning. But remember this, we are where we are, but we always have opportunities to go back and refer to where we've been. And the landman is the person who's out in front, right? Who's providing that heads up for the folks that they interact with to make sure you're ready to get the right things done at the right time for the right reason. Now, I'm on appropriations real quick, and the key thing on appropriations is information. Because with good information, you can make informed decisions more likely better outcomes, and better outcomes more likely better relationships, right? So our keynote speaker is a really nice gentleman. He and I have a lot of things in common. He's worked in banking, he has a wife and 3 children. I have a son and 2 daughters. He has a daughter and 2 sons, right? There's a lot of community around. Build on that, right? The other thing that I wanted to mention is that he's gonna come. He's a good storyteller. He likes to fish, right? But he also has other things he'll share with you. But he will help us understand what the resources are that are available for us at AAPL and how you can refer to that to build your network and build your opportunities. And so, practice what you preach. Can you help me, please, bring a Wyoming warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Brooks Yates.
Thank you, Bill. That was very nice. It's great to be here. I'm honored to be here. Mark Strawn, past advisory board chair of this program, and he's had tons of involvement over the years, asked me to come a while back, and I said yes immediately. And then a little while later, he called and said, "Would you mind speaking?" Well, I travel around to all the local landman associations all around the country and do give a speech, and it changes every meeting and just to stay current, but it's kind of boilerplate. The nuts and bolts are similar. Then an email chain ensued with faculty and others and students from this program and Mark with all kinds of ideas of what I'll talk about. I'm not sure how the ending ended. So what my talk's going to be about is a little bit about me, a little bit about what we're facing as things evolve for the landman, and then how AAPL can help you. I'm sorry, that's what I got to do. I'm really here as a representative for AAPL. Just like one would handicap himself on the first tee box, golf is one of my other things, Bill, that I'd never get to play, but I love it. You get on the first tee box and you talk about your bad knee and your bad back and all this, and so I'm not going to play very well. That's right before you start figuring out how much you're going to bet, right? Well, I'm going to let y'all know here, I'm going to handicap myself a little bit. I'm no professional speaker, and I'm not selling anything. So you're going to get what you get, and I'm going to do the best I can. I do represent the American Association of Professional Landmen as its president. I live in Dallas, Texas. I'm an actual working landman, as I've been for a little over 40 years. I grew up in a small town in Mississippi. I was a banker for 2 short years through a training program. I realized I couldn't decide if it was I didn't like it or it didn't like me, but it just wasn't for me. It was at a time that I could get a job in the land business. I had other friends doing it, and the Hunt family, when there were district offices, at least they had all over the world. They had actually 2 in Jackson, one for Hunt Energy and one for Placid, which were both theirs. They gave me a shot. After working in Jackson for a short while, they transferred me to Shreveport, Louisiana, then Dallas, Texas, where I've been since 1985. My career experience in the 80s to now has been all about fossil fuels with an eye on any and all energy sources. Through my tenure, things have changed. You got to stay current on all of it, whether it's going to renewables or whatever it may be. I mean, records online. I mean, I've been in and out of courthouses. That used to mean something. Well, now nobody goes to a courthouse. It's all on, or a lot of it's online. Early in my career, I spent most of my time in the field rummaging through many courthouses in multiple states, but an in-house landman the majority of my career. I played a part in, for a few years in offshore, Gulf of Mexico and Alaska. So I've seen a lot. I've been a lot of places, covered a lot of everything in the U.S. plus offshore. I was an independent after the Hunt family for 20 years. I had 3 engineer partners and 1 geologist. We were a small group. We didn't have any private equity financing. We generated and operated everything we did, mostly in the Gulf Coast states. That was our little backyard. We were all from that area, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas primarily. We drilled 2 dry holes in Michigan and a couple in Kansas, but mostly in the South. I left that group when they changed office space a while, 7, 8 years, 6, 7, 8 years ago, and went off on my own, hooked up with a geologist and engineer from my old hunt days. We were showing a deal to this Peregrine Petroleum where I'm employed now, which turns out to be grandchildren of those hunts that I worked for in the 80s. My group, which had all worked for the hunts in the 80s, knew more about these grandkids' family than they did and their oil and gas history. It's been really fun. It wasn't something either of us were looking for, but we've really enjoyed it. And again, got to see a lot. So they've been involved in North Dakota, Oklahoma in a pretty significant way, and Texas, very significant way, Louisiana to some degree. Not long after that, and all that leads up to the importance of this. So I was just a few years into it. I'd been in-house and in the field, seen a lot of different areas and different projects. And I woke up thinking, okay, I just got off a 2-3 year hamster wheel. What do I need the most? And it was education, because I absolutely knew nothing about this business, which all of y'all will be light years ahead of where I started, because my major had been banking and finance. And then networking. I knew, like Bill said, I mean, relationship, and he's BD at the bank, and I'm really relationships BD, primarily AD at Peregrine, and kind of have been for the last 30 years. Anyway, I was drawn to APL for those two reasons. And I participated, whether it be chairman of something or a director. I did sit on the executive committee as treasurer 2010, and I am president now. So I've been very involved off and on, not continuous, but steady. And it has done more for me than I can explain. All right, so I tell you this because you know what's going on in the pursuit of the energy in this world. It is evolving every day, changes what we landmen, how we need to see, how we need to stay in front. Whether it's due to depletion of oil, which we've heard many times, to a strong need to be diversified and not so dependent on one source or one country providing our needs, to the need to do everything possible to keep our environment as clean as possible for generations coming after us, or any other reason. We need to learn from our failures, study everything we can, and project how things could be in the future. Plan for that and reinforce the importance of the landman's role in sustainable development. As a landman and land departments pivot toward alternative energy development, including renewable sources like wind and solar and all others, they encounter a distinct set of challenges. These hurdles not only vary by energy type, but also reflect the broader transition within the energy sector towards sustainability and reduced carbon emissions. The good news is that landmen, compared to other disciplines, are well positioned to transfer their skills to be beneficial in renewable energy expansion. If all of you are land related or studying to be or fresh into it, as I told 2 students last night at dinner here, my motto, my whole career has been, I don't mind taking out the garbage and washing windows. That was just an attitude. Engineers and geologists are laser focused. Finance people are, they have their border that they work in. Land, to me, is anything and everything else that goes with it. And that's whether it's oil and gas, which I know Wyoming has a ton of, or as we evolve into these other energy sectors. AAPL took the first step by broadening the definition of land work. And by the way, I didn't say this. This that I'm looking at, because it's just not something I will get it so out of order and screw the whole thing up if I don't look down at this. But I wrote it. These are my words. AAPL took the first step by broadening the definition of land work to include renewable sources of energy. Many years back, they changed the P in the APL from petroleum to professional. They, even prior to that, had always included mining. APL is, before you know it, trying to stay in front of what we all need. And I'm a firm believer in that, and I know the staff well. There are many hurdles common across alternative energy sectors, such as land acquisition and access, environmental and social impact assessments, and regulatory complexity and uncertainty. Considering land acquisition and access, when securing land for alternative energy projects, whether for nuclear plants, rare earth mining, uranium is becoming prevalent in Wyoming, or renewable energy farms, it often involves complex negotiations. This includes navigating land rights, existing land use conflicts, and ensuring equitable agreements with landowners, as well as addressing mineral owner implications. AAPL is looking to expand its breadth in its negotiation seminars. But again, Landman have a great start here, and they do. And as much as you can connect outside of your domain, it will help you the more, or that's the way it's done me. Reclamation and restoration has become more important in our field. The Landman can play a role in ensuring that land used for fossil fuel extraction is repurposed for renewable energy projects. Something to think about. Environmental and social impact assessments. These projects also all require comprehensive environmental and social impact assessments to mitigate any adverse effects and to comply with regulatory standards. This process can be time-consuming and costly, impacting project timelines. Knowledge of environmental impact assessments and permitting processes is crucial. Regulatory complexity and uncertainty. Similarly, the regulatory environment for nuclear energy, rare earth minerals, and renewables is complex and can vary significantly across jurisdictions. Regulatory uncertainty, especially for newer or less established technologies, can complicate compliance and investment decisions. Professionals in the land department are adopting several strategies to navigate the regulatory and permitting challenges. Wyoming has been a leader in carbon sequestration research, as you likely know, which could provide opportunities for Landman in carbon capture, utilization, and storage projects. Early and ongoing stakeholder engagement is important. By engaging with stakeholders, including local communities, environmental groups, and governmental agencies, early in the project planning process, it will help identify and address concerns proactively, building support and potentially easing the permitting process. Having expertise and specialized knowledge is also crucial. Building teams with expertise in environmental science, regulatory affairs, and community relations is vital for navigating the complex regulatory landscape and effectively addressing technical and social concerns. Leveraging technology such as GIS for site selection and project planning can help identify potential regulatory and environmental challenges early in the process. Advanced modeling tools can also assist in assessing environmental impacts and developing mitigation strategies. Artificial intelligence is here, and machine learning. AEPL is working right now diligently. I had a conversation driving up here from Denver yesterday, how to best assist a Landman in a way that Landman can best support its client or employer. Form strategic partnerships through collaborating with local governments, environmental organizations, and other stakeholders can provide valuable support in navigating regulatory hurdles and securing permits. These partnerships can also facilitate shared benefits from alternative energy development, such as local job creation and infrastructure improvements. Also, participating in policy discussions and advocating for clearer, more streamlined regulatory processes can help reduce uncertainties and facilitate smoother project development across the alternative energy sectors. AAPL plays a pivotal role in supporting land professionals and students desiring to be proactive in adapting, navigating, and succeeding in the evolving landscape of the energy sector, including alternative energy development and CCUS. Here's how the AAPL can assist both practicing professionals and students entering the field. I don't know what the ratio here is, but I'm really speaking to all of you. Education and certification. The AAPL offers a range of educational programs, including certifications such as the registered landman, registered professional landman, and certified professional landman designations. These programs are designed to keep land professionals up to date with the latest in land management, legal issues, and ethical standards. And again, through any efforts in any of this, you're gaining in your networking efforts. As the sector expands into alternative energies, AAPL's education has also evolved to include aspects relevant to nuclear, rare earth minerals, and renewable energy developments, particularly AAPL's Renewable Energy Certificate Program, which just started, I'll leave that on the floor, which just started in the last couple of years. There are approximately 300 people who've achieved it. It got kicked off early on before we all thought we might need that. And frankly, AAPL staff has had phone calls from NextEra and other companies saying, hey, what is it that I need to get this done? Well, you need a landman, staff tells them. Well, what kind of certification do they need that I know they have what I gotta have? Well, this certification program, which I'll explain a little more in detail in a second. Continuing education through seminars, webinars, and conferences, AAPL provides opportunities for ongoing education on specific issues related to alternative issues such as regulatory changes, environmental considerations, and best practices in land acquisition and stakeholder engagement. Additionally, AAPL has partnered with several of its affiliated local associations to host educational energy institutes regionally around the country, including the Appalachian Land Institute in Pittsburgh, the Mining and Land Resources Institute in Lake Tahoe, the Southwest Land Institute in Arlington, which is Dallas-Fort Worth, the Gulf Coast Land Institute in Lafayette, Louisiana, the Women in Energy Institute in Houston, the Denver Land Institute, and the Oklahoma City Institute in Oklahoma City. These institutes are considered and talked about constantly as AAPL's flagship educational events. And I will tell you, the networking there is, to me, important for all of you. Networking opportunities, the association organizes events that allow land professionals to connect with peers, share experiences, and learn from one another. These networking opportunities can be invaluable for gaining insights into how others are addressing the challenges of working with alternative energy projects. The institutes mentioned above are an excellent place to begin the networking that I just mentioned. Advocacy, which is huge important. The AAPL advocates for policies that support the land profession and energy development. This includes engaging with legislative and regulatory processes to promote a more favorable environment for the exploration and development of alternative energy sources. Believe me, oil and gas also. Oil and gas is in everything. I don't mean to totally focus on renewals. Russell Cohen, AAPL's Director of Government Affairs, continuously monitors regulations and legislative activity affecting landmen, including the renewable space. Russell is an attorney, has lived in Washington, D.C. for most of his tenure with AAPL until recently moving to headquarters in Fort Worth. He is monitoring hundreds of bills, both on the state and federal level at any given time across all regions. I talked to him 2 weeks ago. I get this update at least every 2 weeks, and right now he's viewing 441 bills. He has no blinders on what region, what basin, what state, and he has just as strong a focus on what would affect us and our industry. This guy's good. Not only is he monitoring those that affect our profession, but also those that affect our industry as a whole. AAPL has a government affairs committee made up of landman volunteers that supplement Russell's efforts, and they are extremely sharp individuals. These guys are on top of it. You know, in going to see locals all year, San Luis Obispo, California, Denver, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Shreveport, Jackson, San Antonio, anywhere and everywhere. I've heard a few comments, not that many, but a couple was enough, that, oh, AAPL is not that focused on us. They're really just paying attention to Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana, whatever. Nothing could be further from the truth. That is not There are no blinders on anything, whether it's Lynn Callahan and Jody Gallegos and Kerry Puff and those at staff, Russell Cohen, the advocacy department there. There are no lines. They're looking at all of it for all of us. Reach out to them, talk to them. Resources and publications. Members have access to a wealth of resources, including Landman magazine, the website, and AAPL Connect forum that can provide valuable information and insights into alternative energy markets, legal issues, and technological advancement. AAPL has a forms platform with little to no cost. You can access any forms from assignments of all types, COPUS, JOAs, wind leases, other agreements, and it is adding constantly to what you need as our business changes. Updates are constant and to keep current. So when I came in as first VP 2 years ago, they were right at the 80% mark of getting away from the forms platform we had been on, which was a paid third party, to just putting it on AAPL's website. It's all there, and numerous extremely sharp landmen that are in the field doing the work, whether it's renewable or oil and gas, whether it's an assignment, override assignment, the JOA, COPUS, whatever it is, getting every single word and comma exactly right and getting it on a platform at AAPL. COPUS required us to charge $10 a year or something. I'm sorry. We tried to make this free. It's pennies, whatever it is. And it's there available for you, AAPL members. All right, so for students and emerging professionals, educational resources, the AAPL offers resources tailored to students and those new to the profession, including scholarships, mentorship programs, and educational materials that cover the fundamentals of the profession as well as emerging areas like alternative energy. Networking and mentorship, engaging with established professionals through AAPL events and programs can provide students with mentorship opportunities, career advice, and the chance to learn about career paths in both traditional and alternative energy sectors. AAPL also supports students who want to attend NAPE, the world's largest energy prospect expo, managed by AAPL. They try to make this easy. They try to have many things available. Reach out to them or call me. Career development. The AAPL's Career Center and job postings can be an invaluable resource for students and recent graduates looking to enter the land and energy profession. The association also provides guidance on career development and how to navigate the job market. There's a job fair during NAPE. I mean, they're involved. They're thinking for you what you need. Reach out. University outreach. The AAPL often collaborates with universities and educational institutions to provide lectures, workshops, and materials that prepare students for careers in land management and energy development, including the specifics of working with alternative energies. The Landman Scholarship Trust was formed, believe it or not, I had no idea, but like in the 50s or 60s. It's been around forever. But in 10, 12, 14 years ago, Mark Strawn may know, but AAPL, with its profits from NAPE, infused some good money there so that it would generate a certain amount that this year we have budgeted for over $255,000 that it will give away for scholarships. If y'all aren't talking to AAPL about that, you really should be. It's available. It's to give away. We want to give it away. And I would think a valuable resource to you. Access to industry insights through publications, reports, and seminars. Students can gain access to the latest industry insights, trends, and research, giving them a solid foundation of knowledge to build upon as they enter the profession. Landmen and land departments are at the forefront of navigating the complex regulatory and environmental landscapes associated with the alternative energy development. Success in this arena requires a multifaceted approach combining technical expertise, strategic planning, and proactive stakeholder engagement to overcome the challenges of permitting and red tape. AAPL launched its renewable energy certificate program last year. I think it was 2 years ago. The program provides training covering a wide range of topics in the renewable space. Landman can earn up to 14.5 CEUs, including an ethics credit for completing the entire program and earning the certificate. Anyone interested in working in the renewable sector should take advantage of the Renewable Energy Certificate Program. And this is where I said, a couple of companies called Leanne specifically and said, I need this, who I need. She said, Landman. And what do they need to be certified or qualified or whatever? Said, well, we have this, and we have this many that have been certified, and a connection is made, and you get the call. It just began in the last few years and already has 300 plus receiving the certificate. Often companies in the space reach out to APIL headquarters for help contacting the best to assist in their efforts, as well as the necessary contracts needed. The courses included in this certificate are Introduction to Renewable Energy Sources, Accommodation Doctrine, Prospecting and Preliminary Due Diligence, Solar Energy, Wind Energy, Tidal Curative associated with renewable energy, hard minerals, Bitcoin mining, carbon capture, due diligence, acquisition, divestiture, regulation and policy considerations for renewable energy, tax considerations for renewable energy, facility overview, case law, and ethics. And ethics, us old timers at really everybody at APL put huge emphasis on. It means so much to companies, people, anybody in the business. I mean, if you're under those guidelines at APL's Code of Ethics and Standard of Practices, it means a lot. On that note, Mark Strong reached out to me this morning and refreshed my memory on the Code of the West that has become so cherished, part of a cowboy. It's a culture widely accepted, and with 43 years as a landman, I suggest you must have these same values. That code is live each day with courage, take pride in your work, always finish what you start. Y'all all probably memorized all this, but do what has to be done, be tough but fair. When you make a promise, keep it. Ride for the brand, take less, say more, talk less, say more. Remember some things aren't for sale. Know where to draw the line. A recap to that, to me, is honesty, hard work, and respect others. And it means, I mean, in 43 years, Bill was asking me, you know, what's been important to me in my career. I've seen a lot, done a lot. I can run title, I can buy leases, I can talk to farmers, I can talk to CEO of whoever. But that relationship, reputation, honesty, hard work, and respect for others is the most important thing. As a student, you have a student membership to APL. You're eligible now to obtain the registered landman designation. It is a take-home test. Can't be too hard. I wish it were free, but as I understand it, the cost is $25. It's worth it, do it. You will receive from APL a cord to wear at graduation once you complete the test, if that means anything. It seemed to a lot, so I said, okay, go with it. Following graduation, to maintain the RL designation, which will be a stepping stone on your way to the Certified Professional Landman designation, which I think is paramount, you should join APL with full membership. At that point, you are eligible for APL's Professional Development Assistant Program, otherwise known as PDAP, which allows you to request, as a member of APL, request a grant up to $300 twice a year to attend an APL-sponsored event. The annual convention this year in Boston, NAPE Classic, which is in Houston, Women in Energy, both of those sold out last year. The Women in Energy, Leanne had Vicki Hollub, CEO of Oxy, Barbara Bowman, chairman of the board of Devon, and Nick Deloso, CEO of Chesapeake, all come to the education fence. There were 4 tracks put on. All these are incredibly well done events. $300 twice a year by being a member of AAPL. I don't see how you can go wrong. Closing, it's my understanding, and I just got this yesterday from Leanne, that care packages have been sent to all PLM students here. That should be a great place to start. Landman.org would be a great place to start to see what's out there. Refresh your memory on what I just read too fast through. But hopefully those are helpful. I want to thank you again. I feel honored to be asked to be here. This is where it all begins, and thanks so much for listening. And I'm sorry I had to look at my pages too much, but it would have been in such a bad order you would have hated it. I'll take any questions. Transparency is not a problem with me. Small town Mississippi boys tell the truth. Anybody got a question? As best I know it. Well, yes, sir?
What's the best way to prepare for your CPL exam?
Study like hell. You know, the CPL review, absolute, 100%. I'm an in-person guy. I would find the closest one, the one coming up the soonest, or whichever, and I would go to that. I know I'm not your education expert, and I know the ones who are have made that test harder than it was when I took it 120 years ago. But I couldn't recommend it stronger. But yes, I would go to a CPL review. I mean, it's just like, how do you study for the SAT? I mean, you go to one of those reviews, if not 2 or 3. Anybody else got a question? Or anything they want to say? Thank you all very much for not getting up and leaving. I appreciate being here again. You're a great group. I met some of you last night and a bunch of you this morning. And, best of luck to all of you. And good luck on your exams.
And thank you again to Mr. Yates. Lots of nuggets in there, and coming from the association that is the proponent for our industry. So we appreciate his time coming all the way from Dallas to be here to speak with us and interact with our students and the other professionals here today. We will adjourn until 1 o'clock. So lunch will be out here in the hallway, and at 1 we'll start back again. So we'll see you then. Oh, also, raffle tickets. Please support our student club. There are QR codes on the table. There's a table out in the hallway. You can see what goodies they have rounded up from around town. Please support our club. They use those funds for great things throughout the year. All right, as folks make their way back to their seats, we will look towards getting started again. If you didn't, and try one of those cannolis, they really are the highlight of lunch, in my opinion, every year. I would sprint out and grab one before we start again. Just to reiterate, the cannolis should not be missed. All right, we started with a fantastic morning. Great thoughts, great speakers, interesting ideas, some very distinguished people up here, and our afternoon looks just as promising. So with that, I'd like to welcome up Representative Walters, who will be moderating the Advanced Oil Recovery and Carbon Capture Utilization and Storage Panel, which will feature Tara Rigetti, Lon Whitman, Tom Donahoe, and Tim Considine. Thank you.
Thank you all for being here this afternoon. As was just mentioned, this is the panel on enhanced oil recovery, carbon capture utilization, and how that all plays out in the energy sector in Wyoming. Again, I'm Representative Tom Walters. I serve in the Wyoming House of Representatives, of which I have done since 2013. In my day job, I am a cattle rancher from central Wyoming in Casper. My district is House District 38, which is the western third of Natrona County, principally a rural district. I have the honor of serving on the Joint Appropriations or the House Appropriations Committee, so we get to deal with the money. I've been doing that for the last 8 years, and it's a real honor to serve on that committee. With us today, to my immediate right, we have Tom Donahoe, who is an attorney, as he just informed me, but I think he's a lot more than an attorney. He's the energy partner and carbon policy lead at Baker Hostetler. Next to him is Tim Constantine, the professor of economics at the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources. Then we have Lon Whitman, the director of the Enhanced Oil Recovery Institute here in the state of Wyoming. And at the end of the table, Ms. Tara Rigetti, the Occidental Chair in Energy and Environmental Policies and Professor of Law here at the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources. So welcome and thank you. We'll divide this up a little bit. We'll ask each of them some different questions as we go throughout the morning or the afternoon here, and excited to hear what they have to say. We'll have our IT man on hand here because we're going to go through various slides and move between the speakers, so hopefully he can keep up. But with that, let's get started, and I'll ask Lon the first question. And Lon, if you wouldn't mind describing to us enhanced oil recovery and CO2 and just how the system works, and give us a brief outline of that so everyone in the room has a baseline of what we're discussing.
Sure. Thank you, Representative Walters, and thanks for having EORI at your conference. We thought it was important that for this audience, it might be good thing to explain a little bit more detail how CO2 EOR works. And so this first segment was just a little bit of an explanation for you. CO2 EOR has been going on for 60 years, and it's well-known technology. It involves purchasing CO2, and in Wyoming, largely that's all purchased from ExxonMobil at their Chute Creek plant. It's transported by pipeline to fields. We have a number of CO2 floods going on that we'll get into in a minute. At the field, the CO2 is compressed and injected into the reservoir. And normally the best methods for best results involve alternating water with the CO2 injected into the formation. It passes through, as you can see on that diagram, and pushes the oil through that is still in the reservoir. It returns to the surface where the CO2 is separated out from the oil and then re-injected in a closed loop cycle. So the injected CO2 is purchased and recycled. As the longer the project goes, they'll purchase less and just continue to recycle. And eventually there will be no CO2 returning to the surface.
Very good. And panelists, please remember to get very friendly with that microphone so that the folks in the back of the room, as they are probably the older members of the crowd, can hear you very well. The students I see are up front, and we appreciate that because you need to learn all of this. So with that, Tara, is there any crossover between CCUS, EOR, and hydrogen? And if so, what does that look like? And please share.
So I'll start with the question of, is there any crossover between EOR and CCS? And there is a connection between sequestration because, like Lon said, some of the CO2 is going to stay in the ground. And because of that, the federal 45Q tax credit actually awards a tax credit for the part of CO2 that stays in the ground permanently. And it's a lower level than the amount that is payable if you are doing just point source capture without EOR. And so you actually end up with this whole range of amounts of credits because you could actually do EOR with direct air capture CO2 and you'd claim a higher credit. You can do EOR with point source capture CO2 and you claim a lower credit, or you can do EOR with naturally occurring in situ CO2 and you get no credit. So we see this sort of range, but there is a storage component. For a while that was called incidental storage because it happens incidentally as part of the EOR process, but there's also an opportunity for additional or incremental storage after the amount of EOR or after oil production concludes. And then the connection, I think, I see the connection between hydrogen and CCS in that, if you are producing, creating hydrogen, blue hydrogen with natural gas, then you would be injecting in that. But I don't know about a connection between hydrogen and EOR. So I'll let another panelist jump in if they see one there immediately.
Very good, thank you. Moving on to Tom Donahoe. What challenges exist in scaling up CCUS for EOR, and just a broad discussion of that, please?
Sure. I think there's really three, and they're very different, but these are hurdles that the entire industry faces nationwide. The first, I think, is something that's very natural for an industry that's developing, and that's I'll just call it business logistics. You have a lot of parties involved. You have your point source emitter, you have someone coming in to capture the carbon, you have somebody that maybe need to transport the carbon to the point of sequestration, you have a party that's putting together the sequestration facility, taking care of the permitting. And in this industry, there are a lot of players who, and this is just the language I use, they think in terms of fractions, right? 1/8, 1/16. And the economic model for a CCUS project front to back is not something that there's a long track record of, just because there aren't a lot of projects to look at. And so there is, it's hard herding those sheep and getting everyone on the same page on who's getting paid and what and how. That's something that's, I think, pretty easy to overcome. The second one's a bigger issue, and that's transportation. You can absolutely capture the carbon and stick it in the ground right beneath you if you have the pore space. But in a lot of instances, and for this industry to scale up, we have to be able to move the carbon across state lines, within a state, and there is simply not a lot of infrastructure for transportation. You really have three options, right? We're trucking it, not economically viable. We're shipping it, very geography dependent, in a pipeline. We don't have the pipelines to move the carbon right now. That's changing, but you have a lot of resistance on a local level. Some of you may have followed the Navigator pipeline, or what Summit's been trying to do with their pipeline. There's a lot of local resistance. There's a lot of regulatory resistance at the local level. And so these pipelines aren't getting put in place. And that's, to me, the biggest issue, except for the third one, which I think can be overcome shortly, and that's permitting. Since the IRA was passed, I think it's something like EPA is granting something like 4 permits for Class 6 wells to be drilled. Now, a state like Wyoming, who has primacy, big leg up because you have a larger number of state permitted, Class 6 wells. But in terms of states with primacy, it's just Wyoming, North Dakota, Louisiana. There's not a lot. And the EPA has a massive backlog. So if we're talking about a basic structure of take the carbon, either out of the air or from the point source, transport it, and then you stick it in the ground, there are hurdles at every step of the way that have to be overcome. And some of this is natural to an emerging industry, but some of these are real issues that are going to take a lot of cooperation amongst states and regulatory authorities over the next decade or so.
Very good. I'm going to ask one more question, Tom, because we've heard it twice now. Tara mentioned it as well. A point source emitter. Who or what is a point source emitter? I want to make sure everyone in the crowd has this base understanding and we're all on the same page, so we're not talking in terms that not everyone is fully understanding.
Sure. Yeah. In simple terms, it's the person making the carbon. It's an ethanol plant. It's a steel manufacturing plant. It's where you grab the carbon from. And there's more nuanced ways in which you can define point source emitter, and smarter people than me, probably Tara, can give you some of the gradations of that. But that's the easy way to think about it, is where's the carbon coming from?
Tara, do you want to add on to that briefly? Okay, you don't need to, just wanted to check. Tom teed you up there, so just wanted to make sure. Moving on to Tim, what are the economics, or what do the economics of CCUS look like?
Everybody hear me? I'm not used to talking in a mic. They're very capital intensive. We're talking, modest projects, 6 to 10 million tons of sequestered carbon per year. CapEx could be north of 500 million pushing $1 billion, depending on the logistics, how much infrastructure is required. So a lot of the companies that are proposing projects in this area have a unique set of opportunities to redeploy assets, like converting pipelines, locational advantages where the point source is very close to the pore space and so on. Those are going to be the first projects you may see. And then, of course, the tax credits are really important. When I did economic evaluations of some of these projects, you calculate the costs, you calculate the internal rate of return, net present value. You look at the numbers and think, wow, all these revenues are coming from tax credits, So it's a unique, that poses a unique set of challenges for this emerging industry. The question is, how long are these tax credits going to be in place? There's a statutory life, I believe Tara could probably correct me on this, it's on the order of 10 years. What happens after that? There's really no revenue stream unless offsets is another option where you sell carbon offsets as a source of revenue to recover your fixed costs. So very capital intensive industry, very similar to oil and gas and other energy industries.
Very good, thank you. Tom, being an attorney for Baker Hostetler and working in other states, what does Wyoming's relationship look like with other states in regards to how Wyoming interacts in the CCUS world?
Yeah, I think, first of all, Wyoming is, I'll just sort of put this politely with respect to other states, they're ahead of the game. Wyoming and North Dakota are two states that are really on the front end of the CCUS industry, and I'm really talking from a regulatory perspective. This is not like the gold rush where there is a set number of, there's gold in the ground and everyone's in a rush to get it out. Okay, there is a lot of carbon to be captured. There is a lot of pore space to stick it into, and there is a lot of tax credit dollars sitting there. Okay, this is, so you don't have the same kind of competition you might expect between the states in an emerging industry. Where you do see competition is in this desire to create a regulatory environment that's really inviting to businesses. So Wyoming and North Dakota, years ago, decades ago, started passing legislation to create a regulatory environment that's helpful. Other states, really it's the last 3 to 4 years, other CCUS states, and now there's this rush for everybody to pass legislation that defines who owns the pore space, to set up funds for the state to indemnify the party that's putting together the storage facility, really defining the role of the state, defining the roles of the parties. And so in that respect, the states are in competition. They're trying to get, make the best environment possible for investment. But, unlike, as I was saying, the gold rush earlier, there's not this enormous rush to be the first one to grab all the carbon because, good luck. It's really, there's a lot more cooperation, and I think there's a lot more of an understanding and just a feeling of a need for cooperation to scale up the industry. I talked about transportation earlier. There is a lot of cooperation amongst states, including Wyoming, relating to the establishment of hubs, planning out pipelines, because once that, if you get that infrastructure in place, everybody benefits, right? There's not this rush to be the first in the same way that you have with finite resources. And so I think we see a lot of cooperation. An example of that is, last year, Wyoming and Colorado entered into an MOU that, outlines a partnership between the states where, they would jointly apply for grants, agree to measurement standards for carbon removal, create a process for resolving cross-boundary storage disputes. So that's something that It's hard to imagine seeing a lot of that in other industries. And a lot of that is just because, all of these states want to see the infrastructure in place. They want to see the industry build up because they all stand to benefit. I don't mean every one of the 50 states, but a lot of Western states, a lot of CCUS states stand to benefit. So I think we see a little bit more cooperation than you would expect in other industries. And a lot of that has to do with this early phase we're in with respect to the development of the industry.
Very good. Moving down to the other end, Tara, question for you. Please discuss Class 2 injections.
So something that I think maybe a lot of people in this room are familiar with, but a lot of people in general aren't familiar with, is that carbon storage is happening today in Class 2 wells, not only through EOR, which Lon described a bit, but also through waste disposal. And so oil and gas waste, the injection of oil and gas waste, are permitted under Class 2 of the Underground Injection Control Program. And so they can be injected, and it's a stream of CO2 the same way that you would inject a stream of CO2 into a Class 6 well, into a Class 2 well. And these are treated very differently in the regulatory environment. Class 2 wells have also very stringent requirements. They also have MRV requirements. So it's not that they are under-regulated, but they're regulated differently. I think the requirements for reservoir characterization are different. The requirements and the way that we've addressed land acquisition are different. And so we do have the same industrial activity of injecting CO2 underground happening in two different well classes. One of the reasons they're regulated differently, though, is that the intent of it is different. Instead of being an intent of waste disposal, the intent is permanent sequestration, which means anticipating potentially a longer timeline, as well as higher pressures and other factors. So that's why you see some of that difference between the Class 2 and Class 6 programs.
Very good. Moving on to Lon. Lon, could you please describe the history of CO2 injection and enhanced oil recovery as an industry here in the state of Wyoming?
Sure. We need to switch slides back there.
To our IT man in the back, we're going to switch slides.
Or you have a clicker, maybe, Tom, there.
That will be even more problematic.
Next one. There we go. So that's a map of the state, and several points to be made. Discussions about infrastructure and CO2 pipeline infrastructure. Wyoming is pretty uniquely situated. You'll see on that map the infrastructure for pipelines that exist currently. So we are, for instance, well ahead of a state like North Dakota. We can be proud of that. We do have a basic infrastructure in place, all of that used currently for CO2 EOR. CO2 EOR has been, as I said earlier, a part of the industry for over 60 years, and in Wyoming for over 37 years. The first flood in Wyoming started in 1986 over by Bear Oil at the Lost Soldier Wirtz field that was put in place by Amoco. That continues today, and they're still recovering oil from that field near Bear Oil. The blue fields you see on there are all current CO2 EOR floods. Lots of developing also. There's 5 fields, 3 projects developing, moving forward for new CO2 EOR floods. And CO2 EOR in Wyoming is significant, roughly 6% of the state's total oil production. That's a big difference, say, for dedicated storage versus storage through enhanced oil recovery. There is some nice revenue to the state that they like. And from severance taxes alone since 1986, we'd estimate over $400 million to the state through severance taxes from CO2 EOR. The other part that they like is that CO2 is all permanently stored in that reservoir. So like the dedicated storage, there is permanent storage of that CO2. We have 60 years to prove that. We know exactly where that CO2 goes, And I think that's another interesting dichotomy that we talk about often. With the dedicated storage, you're talking about this evil, nasty gas that they want to get rid of. But in the oil business, it's always been a commodity. They pay a lot of money for this CO2. Roughly 2% of the current oil price they'd be paying for an MCF, or 1,000 cubic feet of CO2. So projects in Wyoming that take 200 million a day are paying well over $300,000 a day just for the CO2. It's a very valuable and expensive commodity. So it's interesting to watch. You've got a side that wants to store this bad stuff permanently, and you've got an industry that's used it as a commodity for 60 years. But I think the history in this state and around the country will show a lot of kind of the basics of storing and how that works within the reservoir. And I think the last point I'd make on this slide, you can see the incremental. So I think for the industry and for the state, the production from these CO2 EOR fields is all what we would call incremental production. It's production that would not have been realized without this project, or stranded reserves that would have been left behind. So there's a real value that's increasing in that CO2 EOR world.
Very good. The next question would be for Tim. Tim, are there any common misconceptions that need to be addressed? And when he's done, I'd open this same question up to the entire panel.
What do you mean common of EOR?
Of the carbon capture and utilization sequestration.
Common misperceptions. Well, you got me on that one.
Then I'll expand it since you're the economics guy at the table. Yeah. Economically speaking, are there what could be described as misconceptions? Is, as you described earlier, the tax credits and offsets are one of the primary drivers in this industry currently. Are there misconceptions about how profitable those offsets and those tax credits can be?
They can be quite profitable. One point I'd like to make that's a follow-on of my previous comments about the capital intensity of these types of projects, CCUS, is this because of the high capital intensity, you need economies of scale. Okay, the bigger projects are the ones that are going to generate enough revenue from tax credits to cover all those capital costs. So to the extent that the public thinks that these are just local projects, they're very capital intensive and require scale. You're talking about millions of tons of CO2 being sequestered or utilized for oil production. One other point I'd like to make, following up with the comments by Lon, is, and he was pointing to this, do we permanently store the CO2 or do we use it? All right. And there's a compelling case right now, given the tax credits. There's an $85 per ton tax credit for permanent storage, and then there's a $65 per ton for using captured carbon from, not natural carbon, but captured carbon from a power plant, for instance, for enhanced oil recovery. And if given the costs of storage and the cost of capturing, the profitability of permanently storing CO2 is greater than using it for enhanced oil recovery. And those are the federal incentives. What a lot of states now are doing, and I think Wyoming is thinking about this, is leveling that incentive so we utilize the carbon instead of permanently storing it. And the advantage of that is the captured carbon, when used, can generate, as Lon was saying, severance tax income and ad valorem tax income. And that's quite significant. And that opens up the very large inventory of potential oil that could be captured from enhanced oil recovery for the state of Wyoming as a source of income.
Very good. To the rest of the panel, on more of the procedural side and the public relations side, are there common misconceptions out there that any of the panel would like to discuss? Tara, Tom, Lon?
I'll just add one comment. I think it's good to clarify that 60 or that $85 and $60 per ton credits. Those are for the capturer. It's not for the oil company. It's not for the oil field. So, for instance, if you've got the point source and they're capturing, they will get a credit of $85 a ton if it's dedicated storage, or the capturer will get a credit for $60 a ton if it's used for EOR. So the oil portion of this, unless the capturer owns the oil field, it's a little different scenario. So there's mechanisms in place where they can transfer these credits, et cetera. But it gets quite complicated. But I think it's good to understand those credits are for the capturer.
They're transferable though, as well, which is a really important point. That did not used to be the case before IRA a couple of years ago. They were not transferable, and now they are, which opens up a lot of possibilities for putting together the project.
I think the biggest misconception I'd want to address is that this is new. And we've been, and I think going to what Lon is saying, we've been putting CO2 into the ground for a very long time safely with a really long and positive track record. And pretty much all of the CO2 that has been stored globally today in Wyoming, in Norway, in Brazil, in Texas has been stored through CO2 EOR. And so we've seen actually incredible results and positive benefits through CO2 EOR. And those technologies and experience are what are being leveraged today for the geologic and saline storage environment. But I think there's often a misconception that this is an experimental or new technology, and nobody wants to be the guinea pig. And I would want to correct that this is something that we've been doing successfully for a very long time.
I might add one more point if you'll switch slides for me again. We're talking about this history and why CO2 EOR is valued to the state and the incremental. This is what's called the Patrick Draw Field, which is over southwest Wyoming. This field in 2000 was producing about 10 barrels a day. They started CO2 injection 2002, and the production went up to 7,000 barrels a day. And all that CO2 has been stored since then, and that field continues. You can see that green line above the green shaded area. That field decline curve looks just like that today, all these many years later. So that green shaded area is what we would call incremental oil production. All that would not have been produced likely without injecting CO2, which would have been just lost production. But I think that again illustrates the value of CO2 EOR for oil and gas in a typical field in Wyoming.
I think there's, I don't know if it's a misperception, but I think a lot of people draw parallels to solar. So when the ITC credit came out in the early 2000s, I guess, when we got bumped up, it really propped up the solar industry and was very successful in doing what it was designed to do, which is, bring in solar as an alternative energy opportunity at scale. And solar is, I don't want to say it's simplistic, it's simple, it's not. But compared to CCUS, it's a lot less varied, right? You put in your solar field, you have your generation, and then you're transporting. It's a lot simpler in that CCUS can go a lot of different ways. You can have a point source emitter. Let's say you have an ethanol plant, and you have pore space right beneath it. You don't have to worry about transportation. Stick it in the ground, get your credit. Okay, that's pretty simple. But that's one industry. You can have steel, you have, this touches all sorts of industries, and not everybody has really accessible storage space. So then you bring into the equation the transportation, which we discussed doesn't really exist at the kind of scale we needed to. And then you have utilization as well, which we haven't spent much time talking about, although Tim touched on it. And I think it's going to be, as getting the carbon, out of the air from the facility into the ground continues to be difficult because of permitting and transportation. I think utilization will be prioritized in the near future, because I think some stakeholders see it as just easier and that the technology is there. So sometimes the carbon gets pulled from the point source and it gets put into commercial products. So there's a lot of different directions that the carbon goes, and there's a lot of different complications with the commercial projects that are engaged in CCUS that don't exist for solar. And so I think a lot of people in the industry thought, well, this is going to be a little bit like solar, right? We put the money there, we put the tax credit there, and the rest will take care of itself. CCUS is proving it's a little bit harder than that. It's a little bit more complicated than simply, giving the world the tax credit and watching industry blossom. So I think people don't fully understand the complications that have arisen, and the need to address those hurdles that I talked about earlier in order to really scale up CCUS. And if those hurdles aren't addressed, the tax credit, which has a definite period of time now, but it may not go on indefinitely like the solar credit, may wither and die in the vine, because if those hurdles aren't addressed, then people aren't really going to get to use these tax credits, and it's not going to become a commercially viable industry. So, want to add on? Yeah.
Yeah, I want to add on that what you were talking about is a great illustration of the point I was making earlier, that this is a capital-intensive industry. There are a lot more moving parts than a solar farm that just can, its transportation problem is handled by connecting to the grid. Whereas there are complicated land access issues, transportation issues for CCUS, and unlike solar that can go in modular units, CCUS projects are required economies of scale. They're much larger.
Very good. Tim, while you have the microphone, I'll ask you the next question. Please share the 45Q considerations, both from a producer standpoint and from an end user standpoint.
Well, these were the points Lon and I were making earlier with respect to the federal tax credits. I did a study over the summer that showed that if you give a discount on severance taxes to equalize the profitability of permanent storage versus profitability of using carbon dioxide for oil production, you get new projects. And these new projects, and the simple point is 3% of something is something, but 6% of nothing is nothing, all right? And we should carefully think about the role of incentives, in particular the incentives from the federal tax credits, as they relate to creating new projects that generate additional revenue for the state.
Very good. Lon, continuing on your discussion of how CO2 and EOR works, and CO2 and enhanced oil recovery, as you said, has been used for over 60 years, 30-some years here in the state of Wyoming. Share how the technology has changed over time and how using that storage technology is continuing to evolve, or continue the discussion you've already begun.
Sure. And he'll move me one more. There we go. So that's the slide you saw earlier, and I think it was important just to illustrate that when you talk CO2 EOR and this storage, it is a closed loop cycle. There's a lot of misconception, and you can go to different meetings where they say, well, they actually only store 50%. But if you dig into the calculations and how they're coming up with that, again, you have to be mindful of a purchased stream plus a recycled stream. And at the end of the project or at a certain point in the project, the purchase decreases and the recycled continues. And at a certain economic point, you won't be getting any more oil out, and they'll quit recycling and close the project down. But there is no escape point for CO2. I mean, when you think about why you have an oil reservoir, you have an oil reservoir because there was some type of closed container that kept oil there for millions of years. Through the exploration process, they discover the oil, produce the oil, but the container is still there. So in the EOR world for storage, you're using a known container. And when it's vacated of the product that was occupying it originally, you're filling it with a new one. So you still have a sealed container. There can be cases where there's well bores or things you may not know about, older fields, et cetera. But largely, development CO2 EOR is in a very closed system. They pay a high price for that commodity, as I said before, and they like to know where it's going. So they've been monitoring that CO2 movement for 60 years doing CO2 EOR. And they know how much is in there and how much is coming out and how much they're recycling, how much they're adding to it by new purchase. So it's a very closed little system. So from the oil and gas perspective, you've got a 60-year history that shows exactly how this storage works. And that was recognized by that 45Q tax credit. Naming CO2 EOR as a viable technology for storing CO2 in oil fields or gas fields. But again, that discrepancy was the 60 versus 85, 60 going for the capturer that sells CO2 for EOR versus 85 captured in a dedicated or a CCS project. So, I mean, I think the oil industry would consider themselves the U in CCUS. And that's a difference between a dedicated storage CCS project.
Very good. Tom, question for you. What is the federal government's role in pore space regulation in regards to carbon storage?
Limited. Next question.
Okay.
No, I think, I talked earlier about all these states not really being in competition, but rushing to create a beneficial regulatory environment. Part of what you're seeing in this legislation across all the CCS states is that you're getting definition and regulation around pore space. This used to be sort of the province of the courts. There's as with everything in law, for those of you into law school, there's the American law and there's the English law, and we all decide which one we liked better. The American law generally stated that as between the surface estate owner and the mineral estate owner, the pore space belongs to the owner of the surface estate. And that's generally where states have landed. And so when you're going into, if you're going to Wyoming, if you're going into Louisiana, any of the CCUS states, you're not looking to federal regulation on the pore space, ownership for pore space. You're looking at the state legislation that's been passed there. That's not to say that the federal government is completely hands-off. Especially under the Biden administration, you've seen a real willingness, a desire to open up federal pore space, for lack of a better term, for CCS projects. Now, we talked about, I think when we were talking about misconceptions, one of the things I should have added was there are just not as many projects as you might think based on the media coverage and the industry coverage of this technology, this new industry. There just aren't that many projects. So, the BLM and the USFS, the Forest Service, have announced rules in the last couple of years, essentially saying, like, we're going to open up our pore space underlying federal lands for potential CCS projects. We know there aren't any that you guys can really take advantage of this land, but we're going to open up anyway. And so those proposed rules are going through the rulemaking process. The Biden administration has created a Council on Environmental Quality subcommittee, essentially, to make recommendations. And this is, I think, those opening up those that pore space is part of that process. But if you're just talking about true regulation, understanding, what the party's rights are with respect to the pore space in any given state, you need to go look at those states' laws. I could put in a plug. I wrote a handbook that has it for every single state, and you can find that online if you want to spend like 3 hours on Google looking for it. Good luck. But that's where you want to look with respect to pore space regulation. And again, that's not to say the federal government is completely hands off. I think the Biden administration at least sees CCUS as a tool in the toolbox, right? One of the tools that can be used to get to their carbon goals as an administration. So they're looking to incentivize CCS projects, including through regulations pertaining to pore space rulemaking, but look to the state regulations first.
Very good. Continuing on that same discussion, we'll move to you, Tara, and please describe what an agreement for pore space might look like for CO2 and EOR.
So for CO2 EOR, this gets really interesting because going to what Tom was just describing, we've said that pore space in the state is owned by the surface owner. But the mineral owner, when they're doing oil and gas operations, has a right to use the surface estate as is reasonably necessary for the production of oil and gas. And there are cases that look at this, and historically that includes the right to dispose of waste. So when I mentioned before oil and gas waste disposal, that would fall in that category, and the right to conduct secondary and tertiary recovery operations, including CO2 EOR. And so the sort of initial answer is, if you want to do EOR, do you have to go out and lease a bunch of pore space today? And the answer is maybe not to start your project, but possibly to finish it. And so when we look at what the rights are and that limited scope of right to use the pore space as is reasonably necessary, that's limited to the production of oil. And so there's some question about to what extent an oil and gas producer can also use it to store CO2. If they're storing or injecting more CO2 than is required for oil production, that possibly could exceed the scope of that implied easement. There's a case actually in Montana that was a few years ago, the Giacometti case, which in that case it was against Denbury, and the landowner argued, you're exceeding your implied easement. You're trying to develop a CCS project here. You want to have permanent sequestration. You're inviting all these DOE people out to do science experiments. We're not so sure you're really here to produce oil and gas. And that case ended up getting dismissed. But before you say, oh, good, it's all well and good, we don't have to worry about that, what they said at the time was that the case wasn't ready yet, because they couldn't prove that Denbury had any intention to permanently store the CO2 in the ground, but that later, at some point, if it looked like the goal was permanent storage, there might be an action by that surface owner for use of the land. So I know there's been discussions about whether they could require removal of CO2 at the end of the project, which would disqualify any of those tax credits. And so I think there's an argument that you would still want to get an agreement from your surface owner about continuing and the long-term storage goals of the project, if that wasn't already included in your oil and gas lease. And so, it would look different than a pore space lease for a saline storage project, but I still think you'd want to get an agreement.
Very good.
Can I add on one thing?
Please do.
Just for those of you who may find yourself in a position where you're going out and aggregating leases for the pore space, be mindful that in some states there is a notice requirement with respect to the mineral estate owners. So if you're going to be drilling a Class 6 well, at location X, there are some states that require you to give notice, even if you have no contractual relationship with the mineral state owners in the vicinity. With every mineral state owner within, so I think the one I'm thinking about is like, 100 and I think it's like 300 yards or something like that. And it varies by how far away, but you may, just check to make sure you don't have notice obligations in connection with, putting together your unitized, pore space facility.
Tom, I'm going to have you continue that discussion of procedures for enhanced recovery units versus geological storage units.
Well, then I will ask you what you mean by that.
It came from the audience as they were signing up for the conference. So somebody out here may have a better description of that question.
Sure. I may pass it to one of my other members, but
while you ponder that, I'll ask Lon a question then. And that is, Lon, how would you suggest transitioning EOR projects from an EOR maybe could be considered a shorter term storage to a longer term geological storage, more of the CCUS actual long-term storage? How do you transition one type of project to the next?
Well,
Tara started the discussion, but we're going to let you add
No,
on.
I think being on this panel, I think the good thing to do is call Tara, because it's a new frontier. We haven't had a conversion from a CO2 EOR project to a dedicated storage project. So I think there are a lot of questions. Do they have to convert from class 2 to class 6? I think the other thing that's interesting, I'm not aware of a CO2 EOR project that moved forward because of the 45Q. So these projects, for instance, that you saw earlier, the 5 fields, 3 projects being developed, all are standalone, have nothing to do with 45Q. So they've run their economics, justified the project without any tax incentive. Because again, they're the oil and gas operator at the field, and until they made this addition to the 45Q where you could transfer these credits, these projects needed to stand on their own. But I think we are going into a really interesting time, because if we recognize that these containers that we've used for CO2 EOR are good ones, why wouldn't you want to use those where you already know you have a container? There's some real valid arguments there. But now this discussion about conversion from class 2 to class 6, I'd call Tara.
So EPA has put out a guidance document, but as far as I know, nobody's tried it yet. So that'll be interesting to watch as that unfolds. I did want to take the unit question, if that's okay. And for whoever asked that question, if I'm going the wrong direction from what you were actually asking, just call yourself out and stand up and say that's not what I meant. But I think what the question was is we have unitization statutes for enhanced recovery, and we have a unitization statute for geologic storage. And so the purpose of unitization in both of these cases is to allow aggregation of property rights into a unit that can be operated as if it was one piece of property. Now, there's no conveyance of property. Everybody still owns their own land, but it allows the operator to stop managing according to property boundaries and manage on the scale of the resource. So for something like an EOR project, you are going to be injecting either CO2 and water that's going to migrate around in the subsurface, and it's going to move the oil. And as Lon said, that's the whole point. We want it to move the oil. But it'll move oil into some wells, and some wells it may move water into them. And so the unitization process in the agreement sets forth how costs and how benefits of that project are going to be shared among all of the different owners and people who have operating interests within that area. Unitization for geologic storage is meant to do the same thing, but looking at the scale of a CO2 geologic storage project. And so it allows combination of pore space interests within the area where the CO2 will be stored. And both of those processes are managed by the Wyoming Oil and Gas Conservation Commission.
And I'll add on one thing, which is that this is just another caution. A lot of these CCUS-driven statutes in different states they're copies of Wyoming and North Dakota. There's probably 15, and if Hawaii came to me tomorrow and they said, "Can you draft our statute?" I'd say, "Sure," and I'd just copy and paste what Wyoming did. I'd make a couple changes. But one of the few places where you see differences from state to state is actually with respect to unitization. And you want to be careful because the states will set a unitization standard like you need 70% or 80%. I think it's usually 60 to 80% in the statutes. But 70% of what is the question you need to ask, because in some states it's 70% of effectively the surface area of the surface estates. In others, it's 70% of the surface estate owners. And so we're talking about surface area versus owners for these unitization statutes, and that obviously makes an enormous difference. There's just a couple of states that have gone off their own way and didn't copy Wyoming, but they're out there. So, you need to be a little bit careful when you're looking at the definition for what qualifies as, the threshold for unitization in a specific state.
Very good. So we have a few minutes to go. I have more questions I could ask the panel, but I think we'd like to open it up to all of you. Are there any questions anyone in the audience would like to ask of these folks? As you can tell, there's a wealth of knowledge up here, and so I think it'd be great to take advantage of their institutional knowledge. So questions? Yes, sir. The question was, summarizing the question, as coal seems to be ramping down as an emitter of CO2, and yet CCUS is ramping up in this world, is those diverging paths going to be an issue going forward? Tim?
Actually, coal would be a great candidate for carbon capture because it has economies of scale. It produces a lot of carbon and at a point source. So I hear there are projects under consideration, especially for mine mouth coal plants, to capture the carbon and sequester it. So this may save a portion of coal capacity that's out there, but it is unfortunate. I think your question is implying that we're shutting down a source for carbon to really get this industry underway. And the key part of this industry is the transportation and logistics. So if you have a big source and you get those economies of scale.
Go ahead, Tom, and then we'll go to Tara.
Yeah, I think it's not a problem because there's so many potential point source emitters out there. It would be, but as Tim was pointing out, the scale issue. There's a lot of point source emitters. There are fewer that are such a natural fit as coal plants. But if you said, you can't do carbon capture at any coal plant, and that was the law of the land tomorrow, I think there would still be, there's so many emitters, including emitters at scale, that I think it wouldn't really have a huge impact on the viability of the industry. It's inconvenient, but it's not like carbon capture needs these coal plants. There's so many other options and so many other massive emitters out there that there's always opportunity. And then we didn't even talk about DAC, direct air capture, where I couldn't pretend to tell you the technology behind it, but they stick a Hoover in the sky and then the carbon comes out, and they put it near almost any carbon emitter there is out there, at least in theory. So I get what where you're coming from. It's inconvenient, but not harmful, I guess is my answer.
Tara?
I agree with Tom that coal is not declining, is not necessarily harmful to the CCS industry. But and I wouldn't say let's go produce coal so that I can do more CCS. But we should be producing coal if it is the most reliable and low cost form of energy and we can decarbonize it. There's nothing intrinsically bad about coal. What we're worried about is emissions. And so if we can remove emissions, we should be ambivalent about what fuel, minerals, or resources we're using. So where the disappointment comes from, going to your question, is it would have been really nice if we'd been at this place with the CCS industry 15 years ago, and our energy mix and the retirements of coal plants might look a lot different if we'd been there earlier.
Tim?
Yeah, I'd say there's an irony here because direct air capture, capture of carbon at power plants, compressing carbon dioxide for injection consumes prodigious amounts of electricity. And that's where you need base load power. Where's that going to come from?
Other questions from the audience? Yes, sir.
Possible for us to be able to quantify the price of this
30 seconds or less as we're wrapping up.
So DOE has a liftoff report that attempts to do that and looks at what they are forecasting and expecting, particularly with respect to capture costs. So that's a good place to start.
Very good. Well, thank you to Tom and Tim and Lon and Tara. I think the information was invaluable today, and thank you folks for attending the conference.
Well, another fantastic panel, from the legality of that to the economics, technical aspects. That panel really did cover it all. We heard Brooks Yates say that, mentioned several times, and other people have as well today, that the connections in this industry are so important. So the last two panels have focused a lot on the technical skills and some of the harder skills that landmen are facing and going to continue to encounter as their careers progress. But the next panel focuses on one that's just as important, but definitely a soft skill. So with that, we're going to welcome up Senator Beitman, who will be moderating this panel, and as we are lucky to see, also happens to be a CPL. And I will let him introduce the panelists because they represent a wide variety and come from a lot of different backgrounds. So we will bring up the Landman Communications panel, moderated by Senator Beitman.
You ready? Oh. Well, hello. I'm Bo Beitman. I'll be your moderator for the communications panel. It's good to be here. A little bit about myself. Obviously, I'm a landman. Been doing it for over 20 years, the field landman variety. And I'm also in the Wyoming Senate. But you're here for the panel here, this distinguished panel. I'll introduce the panel to you. We have Cody Wagner, Director of Land, Subsurface and New Ventures from Tallgrass. We have Jenny Diltz Miller. She's a rancher and kind of gives you a perspective of the landowner point of view. Derek Smith is a CPL, Surface Landman with Devon Energy. And Joe Eisnagel, CPL with Wave Petroleum. And I'll turn it over to Joe. We'll start with Joe and go on down the line and give us a quick bio on yourself, if you don't mind, and give us an introduction of who you are and what you're all about.
And this is where I say more and talk less. Joe Eisnall, raised in Casper, Wyoming. My dad was a landman for several years in Independent, and I was very blessed. Spent 19 years with Marathon Oil Company, several years with Fidelity Exploration and Apache Corporation, and now with Wave. I just love this state, always have. Just been very, very blessed to working on so many different levels, from a land, a regulatory, and even in a couple of years I had one of those lobbyist name badges on. And it was just one of the things that kind of led to this panel discussion is that the land professional is a great stepping stone to so many facets of access. And at the end of the day, you've heard all these presentations. And that's what we're charged with, is access. Whether it's access for oil and gas, whether it's access for alternative energy, whatever the case may be, we're charged with access. And the foundation of that access is how we communicate with one another, external and internal. And it kind of it does overlap with the ethics panel first thing, because one of those things, in order to build those relationships, is how do we conduct ourselves. In my career, a lot of people know me from the different hats, but they know who Joe Eisnagel is. And that's what you'll find out. You may be, and Kevin talked about this earlier in the ethics panel, is that you may be wearing a different hat, but when you go out and you meet people, you shake their hand, look them in the eye, introduce yourself, they will remember you. And they may not remember who you worked for, but they will remember you. And it's very important to establish that, because, as they say, you know, cliches, the reason they keep coming around is they're true, and you only have one opportunity to make a first impression. And so it's so important for the land professional to make that good first impression, and the best way to do that is face-to-face.
Thanks, Joe. Cody?
Try to follow up that introduction. Cody Wagner with Tallgrass Energy. By way of background, hail from Oklahoma, and I was fortunate to land a job with Anadarko Petroleum, working in the Rocky Mountains just over 15 years ago. And, you know, I think to Joe's point, you know, I was very fortunate to be able to work, you know, Colorado and especially Wyoming, much different between the two states. And, you know, as talk about coming, you know, talking to folks and wearing different hats. I've been at Tallgrass for the past 10 years, and the past 3 years of which have been working a carbon capture sequestration project in the southeast corner of the state. And, you know, wouldn't you know it, I'm working with a lot of the same landowners and government officials that I worked with, you know, 12 years ago. When I was at Anadarko doing oil and gas exploration. So I think to the point of the communications and you know, your name means everything, your reputation means everything. It is, I think, paramount that you know, the way you conduct yourself, the way you interact with folks, it's just very, in my perspective, it shows, you know, how small a world it is, right? And we all know, we hear often our industry is very small, and not only with the, you know, our colleagues, our network, as was mentioned, I think on the ethics panel regarding, you know, law school, you know, as mentioned, you know, these are the same people you'll be working with, and that's true today, and that not only extends into the industry and your colleagues, but also you know, landowners that you're working with. So excited to talk about this topic, something I'm very passionate about and take a lot of pride in. So thank you.
Thanks, Cody. Derek?
There we go. I'm Derek Smith with Devon Energy. Kind of came into the industry, went to college here at UW, and found my way into land work as a summer job of all things. And ended up with seismic and mineral leasing in that first job, and fell in love with the profession and have been here ever since. Similar to Cody, started at Anadarko out of college, a couple years after Cody, but spent a good amount of time there, Powder River Basin, and then moved down to Denver into kind of more of a pseudo corporate role, working primarily the land grant and some exploration. So got some really good experience in other parts of the state and some of these interesting assets like Arch and Manel, those kind of EOR assets that have been out there for a while. So different concepts. And then ended up leaving there, did a little stint, tried wireless, a couple other things, and then ended up with Devon Energy and had a great excuse to move back to Wyoming and go to work with Preston and jumped at it, and I've been glad I did ever since. Really to the points these both gentlemen have made so far, they're fantastic. I think one of the biggest things to add on is communication isn't just one way, it's two ways. So when you're going to meet with someone, whether it's that first impression or whether it's the 100th time you've met with them, always be more open to listening than you are to talking, and really listen to what their concerns are. And I remember one thing that always stuck with me, and it was when a lot of the things were going on in Colorado and a lot of the neighborhoods, was don't just ask why once. Ask 2 or 3 times. Try to dig down into what that real issue is or what that real concern is and address it. Because if you ask why once and then you just try and address that surface level issue, you haven't really gotten to the root. You haven't really been able to negotiate or work towards that long-term relationship. So I would just encourage everyone, especially folks who are getting started in the industry, be more open to listening than you are talking.
Thanks, Cody. Jenny?
I am Jenny Miller, a landowner. We have a ranch between Douglas and Gillette. Grew up in Wyoming. I left, went to college at Gonzaga, lived in Montana, worked at a law firm for a couple years as a paralegal, and then came back to the ranch, and kind of happened to coincide with the oil and gas kind of booming around our place. So got to sit in on a lot of negotiations with my dad, and we have I have a brother and a sister, and we have since split the ranch, and so do a lot of the negotiations, or I guess all the negotiations for our place for oil and gas, and we absolutely appreciate a good landman.
Thank you. Well, when I first got invited to do this, talked to Joe about what do we want to talk about? What do you think is going to be a good subject to really hit on, and what do you want these students to come away with? And Joe mentioned the Code of the West and how important it is to live by that, especially with being in the land profession. Joe, could you elaborate on that, your thoughts on what the Code of the West means to you and what you do in the land industry?
Well, it means a lot to me because it's about conduct. And one of those realities is that you can't control anybody else, but you can control yourself. These are great tools to help you keep yourself in control and to reset. We all need to do a reset. Kind of to Derek's question, when I was working for Fidelity in Sheridan, we're in the middle of the coal bed, which was very contentious. And I had, one of my job was I went to all the I hate coal bed methane meetings all and throughout the Powder River Basin. And instead of making definitive statements, especially to the people that didn't like what we did, to Derek's point, I had a manager ask me, Joe, start asking questions. Because by asking questions, you open the door for communication. And again, you are soliciting their input. And guess what? A lot of times we found more common ground because they were very concerned on how we were going to conduct ourselves on their property. And I've had a crazy career. While I was raised in Wyoming, I did go to the University of Texas, OU. And I was very blessed. I worked for a independent there that was a rancher. And one of the things he told me about was, Joe, those landowners live with our facilities 24/7. We hop in our cars and we go home. We need to be cognizant of what they live with on a day in, day out basis and take that into consideration. also by listening to them and understanding or get a better understanding, maybe there's something we can do in our planning that helps them improve their ranching operations. Whether that's 3-phase power to a remote part of the ranch, whether that's an improved road or not an improved road, depending on what their needs are. And how are we able to plan to, and also in that planning, how we benefit them. And bringing them in on that planning is very important. And that also was carried over to dealing with the Bureau of Land Management in our planning phase. I can't tell you the benefit that we had by just going into the BLM field offices, rolling out a map, and have what we called, what do you think meeting. This is what we want to do. What do you think? And by bringing the folks, the natural resource specialists, biologists, the archaeologists early on into the process and asking for their input, oh, that went huge because you're bringing them into the planning phase. Do we do everything that people ask? No, we don't, but we listen and we were able to discuss why we can't or cannot do something. So it's very, very beneficial. And that's why, again, sorry, that's why I like the Code of the West, because it's a great way to keep yourself grounded and to be successful, not only in this business, but also individually.
Cody?
Well, I'd have to say that was, all well said. I think, the Code of the West, I mean, these are guiding principles just to carry yourself with, right? And I certainly don't have those principles all memorized, but I refer back to them often. And I think about, the integrity that you carry yourself with. This is just the simple things. Take pride in your work. Do what you say. And effectively, it's the golden rule. Treat others as you'd like to be treated. And so, this is, again, to everything that we say, not only that we'll continue to expound upon it, during this discussion, but it'll all come back around. And so the way you treat people, the way you conduct yourself, will certainly, it'll either bring benefits or it'll bring you down eventually. So I think Joe very summed it up tremendously. I think in communication really is the key. So I know we'll talk more about that. But
anything to add, Derek? Jenny, can you add your perspective from a landowner and how you deal with you've probably seen a million different landmen in your day, maybe not, but at least your neighbors probably have, right? So from the landowner's perspective, what do you look for in a landman, and kind of give us your perspective with regards to the Code of the West and how we conduct ourselves? Absolutely. I would say that is the very first thing that came to mind when I was asked to be on this panel is, it's very important if somebody says what they're going to do and then actually does it. So I feel like as a landman coming in, it's essentially a pitch. And sometimes I feel like people just pay lip service or say what they know you want to hear. And I feel like it goes a long way to undercommit and overdeliver and just follow through on what you say you're going to do. And that just, develops that trust and good relationship going forward.
And Jenny, you brought up something I kind of want to bring up too, is as landmen, sometimes we can be scared to bring up topics to landowners. I mean, and to owning situations is important. And where I'm coming from with that is some stages of our development aren't the prettiest things to look at. When you're in the middle of trying to drill a well or frack a well, and it's the middle of February and there's snow and roads have 3-foot deep ruts and it's a mess. It's being honest with that landowner and calling Jenny and saying, hey, we have to keep running this frack. It's going to be a mess. We'll get it cleaned up. But then also, to your point, coming back and actually cleaning it up and leaving it better than you found it. And that's the part of, especially when you're getting started in a career and you don't have that experience, your first inclination is, well, maybe it won't be so bad. And instead, you need to go the other direction and lean into that open honesty from day one and say, this may not look great, but when we're done, it will.
Derek, we'll stick with you real quick. When we were asked a question, you know, does your negotiation style differ whether you're dealing with a surface owner or a mineral owner? I'll ask each one of you, does it or does it not, and why?
I think it absolutely does. And I think it also matters from owner to owner, even if it's a surface owner to another surface owner. And it comes back to that question of why, or what's the motivation, what's in it for them, and how does our impact them. If you've got, let's say, a mineral owner who lives in Pennsylvania, holds mineral rights in Wyoming, they're really just concerned about the terms of the lease, and that's where it ends. If you've got someone who, you know, like Jenny, that owns the surface, holds the mineral rights, their perspective's a little different. They're sharing in that partnership of what we're developing versus a rancher who may just hold the surface rights, so he gets to deal with the impact. But other than rental payments, he really doesn't see a benefit of that well. So looking at them, looking at what's their background coming into the situation, really all of those things need to change and adapt how you approach a conversation. And to Joe's point, that even applies to our partners at the state and the feds too, and what those discussions look like. What are they looking for? What are their targets? And that, to me, all changes how you negotiate.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely different between, I mean, oftentimes, you know, especially in the case of a split estate situation, you know, the mineral owner is going to be more just monetarily driven, looking to the terms of the lease, whereas the surface owner, whether they are a split estate, you know, surface only or surface and mineral, you know, and especially in Wyoming, you know, they're stewards of the land, and they're you know, and they may be, you know, fifth generation, you know, owners in the family, or they may be trying to, you know, establish their own legacy as well. But I think you know, their first and foremost concern is going to be, you know, in putting the land back, you know, when you're done, trying to maintain the property for their intended use, the historical use, or you know, the generations to come, with their kids, their grandkids. And so, you know, they're looking at protections, they're looking at the reclamation, whereas again, the mineral owner is going to be generally not thinking in those terms, besides the monetary legacy.
We had a conference call organizing this, and Cody and Derek have excellent points. The components of the negotiation are night and day, are very different. I took the position, though, when I go into negotiating with whoever, I go in about the same way. And that is basically trying to stay here in the code of the West, but being factual. That's what I'm trying to do, whether that's to get a lease, whether it's to negotiate surface access, whether I'm talking to a regulatory agency. I really work on being consistent in my communication skill set. So all the other parameters that we're trying to hammer out, yeah, they're very, very different because everybody has a different motivation. But at the end of the day, they want to be treated with respect, they want to be listened to, and they want their concerns addressed.
Let's shift gears a little bit to style of communication. Obviously, communication's changed a lot in the last few years with the advent of smartphones, and now everybody has email addresses. It's a lot different than the old typewriter days in the back seat of the car, and you're going out and meeting with landowners. Each of you, in your dealings with landowners, has your communication style evolved over the years, or has it been pretty much in person as much as possible? You know, I guess we'll start with Derek, work back this way, and then we'll finish up with the landowner's perspective.
So I would say from my perspective, in the overall sense, yes, it's probably changed, just like everything has, or evolved. But you can never understate the value of in-person communication. Again, regardless of who it's with, whether it's with an agency or whether it's with an individual, that initial phone call to set up a meeting to go meet with someone in person and to sit down and create that connection. I mean, it's always easier if you're looking at a map to sit down and look at a map together and talk through it and answer questions as they're occurring. Sometimes with email, that's very difficult, and you've got a 30 email chain back and forth and you still haven't really answered the initial question. So to me, in person's always important, especially as you're building that relationship process. I think as you're further along the line and you learn the folks, then it's really, how do you meet that person on the other side of the table where they are and what's most convenient for them? I used the example the other day when we met of, I have a text chain with Jenny and your brother, especially in regards to her brother's ranch, of what we're doing or what's going on, just for the small notifications of things. So that way the same message gets to both of them at the same time. Now, if it's anything that's a negotiation or it's something larger, absolutely it's a phone call to both or it's a meet in person. But for just the quick day-to-day little things, that's what works easiest there. The flip side, I've got a landowner who's well into his 80s that barely moved beyond a flip phone, I think, a year ago. And any conversation with him, you call, you set up a meeting, and I meet him out at a diner in Newcastle. And that's just how it works. So it's really finding what works best for each person you're working with. And that even works with your industry partners. There's some folks it's a lot easier to meet in person. Others, if you tried to meet in person, it'd be 5 years down the road, you still wouldn't have seen them. So it's a balance.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, can't understate the value of just being face to face and sitting across a table from somebody. I think, oftentimes my interactions, especially I can, from recent experience in doing carbon sequestration, this is a new, carbon sequestration being a very new to the public technology, and what is it, and how is it safe? Is my water protected? Those types of questions are very common. And so, when we're having initial conversations with an owner, it's, pick up the phone and, try to, set up a meeting. And, a lot of questions can come over that initial conversation on the phone, but, don't, continue to reiterate the desire and how much more value and benefit will come out of a face-to-face meeting with somebody. And sometimes it could take a number of discussions, again, looking at maps, looking at different depictions to help explain the process, and you're also building up trust and rapport with somebody as well. So again, to Derek's point, as you get further along, it could be a lot easier just to, make a phone call, text message coming around too a little bit, but it's, you got to be able to talk things through ultimately and be able to ask their concerns, listen to their concerns, and then, either have answers or let them know that you will get those answers for them and come back to them.
I really don't have anything to add to that. I mean, from when I started in this business, yeah, it's evolved a lot, which is good and bad. But I'm just a big proponent of meeting people face to face and hammering out and negotiating. I think Derek and Cody hit the nail on the head. As a relationship evolves, you can tailor the mechanism that you communicate differently. During those cold bed days, our company was either defendant or intervener defendant on 14 different lawsuits. And when you learn the discovery of emails and how that can be that context, because you can't understand context with emails or the intent of it, I'm very conservative when it comes to emails in the aspect I want to talk to people face to face, preferably. If I can't do that, phone. I do not like to negotiate via email because it's a poor method. And as a good friend of mine once said, Joe, emails are for sharing data, but it's not for communicating.
Jenny, I bet you've seen how, as a surface owner, especially as a landowner, being on the ground zero, you've got surveyors coming in, you've got water trucks coming in, you've got all these third-party contractors in and out of your ranch on a daily basis. How important is it to have that one single point of contact, being the landman, to your operation? Because I've seen it go south. I've seen where you've had the engineering people calling the landowners themselves, not letting land know what's going on, and things get sideways really quickly. Talk about how important it is to have that single point of contact.
Yeah, I would say it kind of depends, because if that point of contact is not very good, it's very frustrating because you don't have anybody else to call. So I have had instances where it is very helpful to call the people on the ground and just get it worked out. But I would say overall, especially there for a while, it was just, a lot of people approaching us with a lot of different things, and meeting somebody in person just kind of brings the humanity on the other end of that. It's not just a name. It's, okay, we met this guy. Seemed like a good guy, seemed like a good company. And I feel like just kind of makes you a little more open to the possibilities. And then I would say in person is great, but I feel like just continued communication of any kind in general is the most important thing.
Cody, talk to us a little bit about communication, not just with the landowners, but internally within organizations and externally across the disciplines and the areas that we deal with. And what do you find effective and ineffective in those types of communications?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think, and especially to new landman, to, the students in the program, landmen are the face of the industry. And, but we are also we're the liaison to the landowner. We're also the liaison back to the company as well. And so, I think that, oftentimes, especially, from an oil and gas perspective or energy development perspective, that you may have engineers and geologists that are looking at subsurface maps. They're looking at heat maps. They have no understanding of property lines or structures or anything else, anything that's on the surface. And so it's important to, I think, to look at that, look at the impacts, the potential impacts to property. And you could oftentimes use your own judgment to help minimize those impacts. But again, having those initial conversations with the landowner, lay out like, hey, here's what we would like to do. What are the concerns? Oftentimes they're the same concerns across the board. Sometimes there will be unique circumstances, and so. Collecting those concerns, trying to collaborate to find a win-win situation that helps you accomplish what the objective is, what the business objective is, but also in a way that, as Joe mentioned earlier, maybe something that works for their ranch, whether it's bringing in power or it's building roads. Oftentimes you can do something that's mutually beneficial, to both parties, and so. Communicating those things back internally, I oftentimes we use the term, we're in a sense kind of the moral compass, for our business, right? And so we have to help walk the line of, you ride for the brand, but you're also ensuring that you're doing things in a way that is going to allow you to continue to develop in the future. And not upset people.
Joe, have anything to add? No. Derek?
Those are all solid points, and I agree 100%. I think that the step further and kind of expounding on your comment of you're the liaison for that landowner within your company as well. And part of that is, there are times you go to the landowner, you have to ask them to make some hard decisions and helping and guiding your development. But then also as a landman, it's your job to go in and ask your engineers to make some hard decisions, and go to your drilling engineers and say, can we do a larger step out? Can we move a well pad? You know, if we can do this, this helps us to adjust better for the future, or better fit with their operations. So that's part of it, is not just the hard questions externally, but also bringing those hard questions internally and asking them as well.
Yeah. Jenny?
I would say also, in negotiating agreements, I feel like that we very rarely have an issue with Landman. I feel like it's after the fact, when it's all said and done, and now, you know, they have what they have negotiated for, and it really helps when Derek answers the phone when it's something that I'm like, hey, what's going on with this fence, or something equally minor, but he takes the time, he calls me back, and that really goes a long way in negotiating the next deal down the road.
I'll stick with you for a second. You and Derek have a great relationship, and it's really awesome to see you guys work together and communicate as effectively as you do. What advice, Jenny, would you have new landmen, or even old landmen, to what you expect from your point of view, and how to foster that communication and that relationship that you've developed with your landman?
Just kind of to reiterate the code of the West, just do what you say you're going to do. Basically, I feel like that's the main thing. I don't know.
Bottom line, no BS. Derek, how did you build this relationship so successfully?
That's a better question.
Well, in all honesty, it's put the shoe on the other foot. If Jenny were the landman and I was the landowner, how would I want to be treated? How would I want my ranch and my property and my family's legacy to be treated? And that's taken my approach. I think one of the big main ones too is the exact same point of, it's much easier to communicate something when it's a small problem and give updates than wait until something becomes a big problem and you have to drop the bomb on it. We all probably at different points in our lives as teenagers did things we didn't want to tell our parents about, and inevitably they found out. 99% of the time, if you would have told them in advance, it probably would have turned out better for you. And to me, that's analogous to what we do. If you can get ahead of it and can call and say, hey, there's an issue, and better yet, hey, there's an issue and this is how we're fixing it. I think that's the key. If there's a way for you to resolve the situation, work on that resolution. And consistent communication. I mean, you can't talk to somebody, work on an agreement, push through and get a surface use agreement done, and then go radio silent on them for the next year and a half until you need the next well pad. It's continuous communications, and sometimes it's just a phone call to just catch up and say, okay, have you seen anything? Are there any issues? And how's your husband? How are the kids doing? Like, just continuing that communication.
Cody and Jody, you have anything to add?
Not add necessarily. I would just reiterate the communication aspect, right? I mean, that's just don't be afraid to pick up the phone and just give a landowner a call. Not only a landowner. I mean, it could be a government official, agency, anything else. Oftentimes, we get some kind of news or we see something and we just assume the worst. I think that most folks are understanding. Most folks are willing to cooperate and work with you. But to the point, Derek, is just let them know early before it becomes a bigger problem. And my experience has shown that there's just much better cooperation overall.
I winced earlier when Derek mentioned if we had practices with our parents, maybe it wouldn't have been so bad. I'm just thankful my dad never found out half the stuff I did, so because it would have been bad. But the gentleman I referred to that I worked for when I was a senior at the University of Texas, the other things that he taught me was give the hard answer. When you know that the answer is true and they're not going to like it, give it to them anyway, because you build credibility. And that credibility will provide dividends for years to come. Own your relationships, own yourself. And part of the prep work, or what you do, and this kind of ties back, try and understand your footprint. Go down and visit with the drilling department. Understand the size of the pad. Understand where the V-door for the pad's going to be. Understand the logistics. Try to get an understanding of the timing, because in our business, especially with the horizontal play, we'll build a pad, and then we'll come out with a sputter rig, and then we'll come out with another rig, and we'll go drill a horizontal lateral. And then it may be 2 or 3 months before we get a completion crew. Because the realities of it is that when we do things in batch drilling, the economics work out better. Now, is that better for the surface owner? Sometimes yes, sometimes not, because as Cody mentioned, that footprint, that disturbance is going to be going on for quite a while. But it's the fact. And communicating that earlier in the negotiations, in the process, is better, because then you are telling them, oh yeah, we're going to be in and out of here in 10 days. Well, that's not the case. But if it's going to say, well, by the time we begin pad construction, we get this well completed, production facility set, everything taking place, it could be a good 9 months to a year before we're out. And which is a reality in certain places. And it's, I don't know how many people, or excuse me, people generally don't like to buy the first house in a new subdivision because they have to put up with the construction of all the other houses. Well, oil and gas construction development is also the same pain in the neck. Once we're in a production phase, oh, it's unbelievable how smooth it goes. It's unbelievable how things go very well. But we have a construction development phase there that is very intrusive, and we have to own that, and we have to communicate that. Because a lot of people in Wyoming love their privacy. They love their, they love their ranch. They love their property. This is their, where they go home every night, their refuge. And then we come knocking on the door and we disturb that. And it's a reality, but the more that we work with them up front, they have an understanding, and we try to minimize that invasive activity that we're about ready to commence, the better off it's going to be.
Pause real quick for any questions before we continue on. That way we make sure we get them in. We got about 20 minutes left, so yeah.
How do you deal with a landowner that wants you to do something unethical versus your company?
The question was, how do you deal with a landowner that wants you to do, may want you to do something unethical? Who wants to take that one?
No. And to be very candid, I've never really had a landowner to ask me to do anything unethical. I did have somebody with one of the conservation groups in Montana ask me to do something very unethical, and my answer was very much no. But no, I've never had that type of question from a landowner.
You know, like sometimes you have families trying to exclude each other from, you know, being leased and things like that. So.
Well, that's a different story, because I've had some people, an older brother, whoever, sister, mother say, oh, I speak for the family. Well, then I reach out to the other family members. Well, they tell everybody that, no, but no, they don't. And that's where it's up to for us to do our due diligence, look into it, and we call those other people. And if the person is irate because I call their brothers and sisters, well, you own that. And you just simply say, well, you said you represent the family. Well, in fact, you don't.
And I'd take that, Joe 100% right in that scenario. And I would say transparency is your friend in that scenario. If you've got families that are acting split, which is the scenario I've run into, it's just being very clear of this is what we're negotiating, and this is what we're negotiating with everybody. That's not to say it can't get contentious when you've got siblings who are almost becoming competitive with what kind of deal that they think they can get. And in some situations, if that's too tense and there's an opportunity to move your operations or to move the location of a pipeline or a facility, sometimes that's more advantageous and to your benefit. But really, to me, between the parties, it's transparency.
That was a good question. Any more questions? All right, I'll keep asking them then. If you think it's something, fire away. But let's talk about how difficult it is in the Rockies with the split estate, with the feds owning so much of the mineral rights out here. It's a different animal compared to the rest of the country. It adds a little bit of a wrinkle to what we do as landmen. And it can get quite contentious, whether you're dealing with a surface owner who the feds own the minerals underneath them, all they have is the surface. It can be difficult, to say the least. Talk about that. Talk about some of the things you've seen in your years dealing with split estates, and how do you best address it? And anybody can jump in at this point.
Yeah, I think, we've kind of touched on that point that, understanding that, some owners, especially in the split estate case, I mean, their best scenario is that you're not there, right? They are not benefiting directly from, the development that may be happening on their property. It's so, as Derek said, put yourself in their shoes, understand. I mean, there's certainly the aspect of, hey, this is the situation. This is the way the title has been split up, over time. But understand that not everyone may understand that going in, especially on initial development, and talk through, ask the questions, talk through how you can again try to mitigate, minimize your impact on the property. I think you certainly will see there is a difference when you have an owner, especially depending upon the how intact the mineral ownership is, as to how easy or more challenging they may be to get to work with. So I think it's, again, to Derek's point, just put yourself in their shoes and talk through things.
And I'd say too, especially the federal agencies, educate yourselves as to what the federal agency is looking for. Educate yourselves into things like fee-fed. And again, be looking for creative options, creative solutions. Is there an opportunity to move a well pad so you get out of that full split estate nexus? Is there an opportunity to adjust your development somehow? And then, again, working with the landowner, because part of that, again, is if you're in an on-site and it's contentious, you need to help continue to build that relationship with that landowner, not just leave them hanging on their own island with a staff of 5 BLM people that are telling them what they should do with their property. So I think with that, not to put you on the spot, but I'd be curious your perspective on dealing with split estate, knowing that you've got all of it kind of on your property.
Well, my dad has the minerals, so I would say I'm surface only. But as a surface owner, I guess I don't have much to add to the conversation, except it's frustrating for a landman to come in and say, well, it's just hard to compete with Texas. Or I'm like, that's not really my problem. That is not a strong argument to me.
What about how a landman approaches you dealing with a split estate issue? You mentioned, we're starting to see now companies send in those certified mail right off the bat, bypassing the whole in-person introduction, walking you through the process. They're going straight to lawfare, basically. Talk to us about that.
We hate that. We just kind of assume that a company that just sends you a letter basically threatening to condemn you or do what we want or we'll condemn you is not going to negotiate with you. They're not going to, we basically just prepare for litigation at that point and prepare to not get along with them, because that is the message that it sends to me.
I will take this one on as well. My advice is, and to all the attorneys in the room, I'll apologize in advance. I asked one landman, why did you send out a certified return receipt letter saying that we're going to drill a well, we're going to force pool you, but we'll be happy to lease you at X dollars and X royalty, which appear to be below the commercial rate? Well, our attorney said that's the only thing we had to do. Well, there's a point in time, and this is the conversations that you have internally as well, because engineers like to ask that question. So any engineers, I apologize to you as well, like to ask that question. Well, do we have to do that? Does the law say we have to do that? This is where we come to best practices. And this is where it's good not to look at the traffic or the tail lights right in front of you, but look at the traffic signal down the road. Where do you want to be? Where does your company want to be? Do you want to make this a successful project? And so in those initial conversations, please step back, look at best practices, tell your engineer, no, I'm going to go out and visit with these people. I need to negotiate in good faith. I need to make that offer to them. And I really want to save because, and this is kind of one of my frustrations, is that, and Mr. Crowpatch, I hope I don't butcher this too much, but in my lens and working in Wyoming for several years, forced pooling was the last case resort. Simple as that. If you weren't able to get a deal done or somebody you couldn't find, unleased mineral owner, forced pooling was the last case resort. And it's very frustrating when people use that as the first avenue because, well, we can do this and it's easier and I don't have to leave my office and I can just send out these green cards and I'll just do that. And that is not a best practice. That is not what the forced pooling and I appreciate the rule changes. I appreciate the statutory changes that have been made to forced pooling because it is a last case resort. And also I look at it as a regulatory taking of somebody's private property right. And that, you know, you need to exhaust all negotiations before you do that. Now, I've been in that situation where we're getting ready to drill a rig and everything else, because this is the other reality. How come you didn't get that done 6 months ago, Joe? I did not know we wanted this done until last week. And so I will call people and I will tell them up front, I apologize, we got to get on the docket. I am going to send you a letter. I want to lease you first, but in there is also, if we can't lease this will be on the forced pooling docket on certain month. I'll call them up front and tell them I'm doing that. And I don't want to do that. I really, really want to get you under an oil and gas lease. And that's the benefit, because I've dealt with people that say, well, heck, we can force pool. Well, the reality of it is, especially we look at these 1280 DSUs, you look at 2, 3, 4 wells per DSU. Well, forced pooling is only on one well. And so then we have operators that try to do forced pooling on several wells, which is another way to bypass good faith negotiations in my lens. That's just Joe Weissnagel's lens. And so that's one of the things that frustrates me, is that the conservation statute, the way that I've always understood it, was this premise that the commission thought that we would behave as adults on the playground and not do some of these shenanigans.
Tell it like it is, Joe. That's why I like you. All right, any more questions from the audience before we head out? I don't think I have really anything else to add. We've really touched on a lot. Obviously, the landman career field has evolved a lot, especially here recently with things going more litigious, unfortunately. Do you see, I guess I'll ask this as a closing, and then you can add your closing statements if you want. But how do you see this profession evolving into the future, 5, 10, 20 years down the road? And what can we do as landmen to help our profession survive and thrive?
I think it comes back to that same point we've been harping on for almost an hour at this point. It's communication. I mean, I don't think you can ever automate in an AI or computer learning for something that communicates for you and that can problem solve in the way that we need interpersonally for you. So I think that's how we adapt, use new technology, adapt to new technology. I mean, we're drilling 3+ mile laterals now. I mean, technology is going to continue to evolve, but it's how do we communicate that and how do we make things happen?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly communications is the basis of everything we do as Landman. You know, we're seeing a lot of different opportunities. As I mentioned, you know, carbon sequestration is emerging, certainly solar and wind projects, and so from you know, and now even nuclear, as we're hearing about this morning too. So, you know, there will continue to be opportunities for Landman, but it all resorts back to communication and, you know, being willing to, you know, have conversations, listen, ask questions, you know, again, pick up the phone, meet with people, discuss with people. And then, you know, I think is equally important is networking and having a strong network, you know, to call on. And, you know, as we will continue to run into different issues, and especially in these emerging areas that are bringing about new areas of property law, and you're trying to look for comparisons and or case law that may correlate to your situation. You know, having a strong network of folks to call on can help you navigate the situations.
I think that, well, it backs up to something earlier, and that's access. And everything requires a form of access. And earlier, one of the questions about BLM, split estate, well, there's also an opportunity there. And one of the opportunities of a strong land professional, and I've always, and some of my friends at AAPL and elsewhere kind of got tired of me harping about it, but when it comes to access on federal lands, that is the land professional, landman's responsibility. And Cammie hears me ask questions about, well, how are our kids learning about the National Environmental Policy Act? More importantly, how are you learning how to manage the NEPA process? That is so crucial because one of my former supervisors sitting in this room, and he gave me some of the best guidance early on in my career. One, never become an HR issue. Pretty simple. Number two, look at ways to take problems off your boss's desk. And number three, look at how you can contribute to the success of the organization by stepping outside of your defined box. And one of those opportunities I had when I worked for Marathon and Cody was taking over all of their environmental impact statements, environmental assessments, because the man that led our NEPA analysis retired. And you put a bunch of people in the room and say, okay, who wants to take over NEPA? It's kind of, I mean, nobody's raising their hand, and there's Joe, I'll do it. Well, it turned out to be an excellent choice, because not only did I was able to work on some excellent projects, meet some excellent people, but it also helped me learn, and I try to keep things simple, and I have the 3 buckets. And the buckets for NEPA management, which comes about to any issue, is what your legal bucket look like, what does your technical bucket look like, and what we're all talking about today, what does your relationship bucket look like? And when you look at your relationships, you look at your owners, surface mineral owners, you look at the regulatory agencies. We're dealing in a state with 65% minerals administered by the federal government, 50% of the surface. You have the public bucket. And so how do you manage all those buckets? How do you address the strategy? And guess what? It is fun putting that together. And, well, maybe I'm sick, but it's fun putting all that together and working with a team that understands it, so you can try to have timely implementation, because there's 1 minute waiting, and, oh, excuse me. But it's a great opportunity for people to take it on because nobody else wants to, and people have made a lot of money and had good careers doing what other people don't want to do.
Perfect. Well, thank you, panel. We're on time and under budget, so I consider this a success. Thank you each and all for your participation in this panel and your wonderful insights. Thank you very much. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Good job.
Well, as that panel's making their way down, I will tell you when they were talking, Jenny said that their family sends Derek a Christmas card every year. And I think as land professionals, that really is a goal. If your client is mailing you a Christmas card, you're doing something right. So thank you all for sharing your wisdom there. Our last panel for the day is federal lands, and we'll have Representative Stith moderating that as they are making their way up here. I will tell you this panel was originally titled Emerging Issues on Federal Lands, and someone on the panel said, you know, I've worked in this business a long time and there are no emerging issues. It's still just federal lands. So we've come back and it's just federal lands now. Let these folks come on up. Break. I apologize. We're taking a break until 3:15, so we have 15 minutes. And one of your last chances to buy raffle tickets, please.
Another water for myself.
All right, everybody, we're on the downhill slope of things. One more panel to go, and then you can go to the reception. Okay. All right, my name is Clark Stith, House District 48 in Rock Springs. Our last topic of the day, federal lands. Small topic, federal lands. We have a great panel. We have Temple Stollinger. She is an associate professor and Wyoming Excellence Chair at the University of Wyoming. You may address her as Your Excellency. All right. Temple and I got to know each other last year as she organized the governor's task force on the BLM's Rock Springs Resource Management Plan. The task force did a great job, and she was able to herd the cats into getting a report that was able to make a comment to the BLM. We have Brian Leonard. Brian Leonard, he is an assistant professor in economics at Arizona State University, but the good news is he's going to become a cowboy and come to the School of Energy Resources in the Haupt School very soon. He holds a PhD in economics from UC Santa Barbara, where their mascot is also a kind of cowboy, the Gauchos, apparently. Phil Lowe, he's an attorney with the Regional Solicitor's Office for the United States Department of the Interior. He's the one who handles all of the lawsuits that our state files. Pete Obermuller, president of the Petroleum Association of Wyoming. Pete in Cheyenne is known as someone you don't say no to during the legislative session. He may be addressed as Pistol Pete. All right. So we'll get right into this. We're talking about federal lands. So this first question is both for Pete and for Phil. What challenges do you see coming into play as oil and gas technologies advance, on the one hand, while federal lands become more regulated on the other? So to you, Pete.
Yeah, I'm gonna. So, well, Phil asked me earlier if I'm just gonna throw him under the bus on this whole panel, and the answer is yes. And then I'm gonna reverse it and go right back over him again. But I'm gonna give him the chance to have the first say on all this.
Thanks, Pete. And you know what? Yeah, I will be smiling as the bus runs over me, so that's all right. Thank you for having us all here. And I was thinking of Representative Henderson's introductory speech at lunchtime, which was, he talked about the process, right? The process. And we have inputs and outputs and feedback. And what I'd like to do is give you a little overview just to set the stage on federal leasing litigation. And almost all the cases I'm going to talk about really quickly relate to Wyoming. One of the other things Representative Henderson talked about was those 4 important words for your career when you're starting out, right? Do you remember that? He said it 4 times. Can you help me? And my answer is to respond with what Ronald Reagan said. I learned it was Ronald Reagan because I checked, is probably the scariest words you're ever going to hear. I'm from the federal government and I'm here to help. So, and also whenever you have a Fed talking, the comments that I'm making, my observations, my perspectives, they're my own. This is not the official position of the Department of Interior. So when Pete is going to sue us, he can't say, well, Phil said that. So with that, I want to really quickly set the stage with leasing litigation. The first case I want to talk about, and this is really, there is some continuing legal education credit here, so we're going to talk a little bit about law. But the first case I'm going to talk about doesn't involve Wyoming at all, but it was a right-of-way authorization in Nevada for a steam electric station on private land. And they needed a right-of-way to get a water line to the plant. And I can jump to the finish and say the plant never got built. BLM did authorize the right-of-way, and in a case called Bristlecone Alliance at the IBLA, that was the first case that challenged how BLM looks at the impacts of greenhouse gases and climate in a NEPA document. Everybody here knows NEPA, right? National Environmental Policy Act. We've also got the other acronym for feds, FLPMA, Federal Land Policy Management Act. Neither of those acts contain a suit provision, like a citizen suit provision like the Clean Water Act or the Clean Air Act. Instead, to sue under NEPA, you have to go through the Administrative Procedures Act. And what's the Administrative Procedures Act say? Basically, federal agencies can't do things that are, the magic words are arbitrary and capricious or not in accordance with law. So what happens is people sue and they say, your NEPA's not good enough. So Bristlecone Alliance, they sued, and the Board of Land Appeals said, nope, your NEPA was good enough. It's an almost 50-page decision. But what BLM did is say, when we look at climate impacts, we're going to estimate the greenhouse gases that are going to be emitted from our approval. We're going to put those into the context of statewide, national, and global emissions, and then we're generally going to talk about the impact of climate change, but we can't, and this was really important, we can't tie a particular impact to a particular location from a particular emission source. Okay, so that's Bristlecone Alliance. Just a month or 2 after Bristlecone Alliance, there was another lawsuit, Powder River Basin Resources Council, and that was challenging one of the coal leases. These are all about 15 years ago. And in the PRBRC case, the board once again affirmed that approach for looking at climate impacts. They also affirmed a lot of other things in the case about NEPA. But the big point was if you calculate greenhouse gas emissions, if you put them into context and then generally describe climate impacts, that's good enough. Well, what happened? That's a coal lease. When you lease coal, you know how much you're going to get. You know that it's all going to be burned in steam electric stations. How many people know when they bid on a BLM oil and gas lease how much oil and gas they're going to get from it? Not really. So it wasn't the magic words of NEPA, reasonably foreseeable. So we've got the coal lease case. Another group sued on that and went to district court, same coal lease. That was Wild Earth Guardians. And there, Judge Collar-Catelli said, you know what? Plaintiffs, you don't have standing to challenge these greenhouse gas emissions and climate impacts because you can't show a particularized harm. It's okay for your harms related to water quality, to air quality, to wildlife on parcels that you might visit, but for greenhouse gas, you have to show it's a particularized injury. And so there the judge said, I'm going to boot you out for climate change, but you can stay in for your other claims, and BLM, you did a good job with this analysis. Okay, so far so good. The DC Circuit then comes in on appeal, and the quote of that case is, we think the district court sliced the salami a little too thin. Now, I didn't know in this whole kind of process and feedback thing that's litigation, it's about slicing salami. But what happened is the district court said, if you're in for conventional harm, like air quality, water quality, wildlife, visual effects, then you can also be in for everything, including climate change. And so that's how plaintiffs got standing for these climate change cases. So we had a right-of-way case under FLPMA, NEPA cases for coal leasing, and then how do we get to oil and gas challenges? In the old days, it used to be if somebody didn't like an oil and gas lease offered by the United States, they would challenge that particular decision. And in 2009 in Wyoming, one of the groups, the Teddy Roosevelt Conservation Partnership, challenged every lease that was issued at a lease sale. And in that case, the IBLA said, no, you don't have particularized harm. You can't say you've been hunting on every single one of these parcels from the western edge of Wyoming into western Nebraska. You haven't shown that particularized harm. That's standing. That's really important, and I'm getting there. I know this is kind of long-winded, but what did you expect from a lawyer at the end of the day, right? Meanwhile, so we've got Teddy Roosevelt Conservation Partnership that says you don't have standing. Then what happened is groups started to say, okay, we're going to challenge on climate change impacts, but we're going to challenge everything BLM is offering cumulatively. And there were 3 cases in DC district courts involving a large number of Wyoming leases, and those are the Wild Earth Guardians cases. The judge was the same in all 3, Judge Contreras. So sometimes BLM will say the Contreras cases. And in those, the judge said, you know what? In coal cases, you're estimating what the greenhouse gas emissions are going to be. We think you need to do it for oil and gas. And so there, BLM was faced with going back and trying to predict what production there would be and how that production would be used and the greenhouse gas emissions. So we've got those Wild Earth Guardians cases that BLM is still fixing, and the judge did not vacate those leases. So he didn't do away with the leases. He just said, don't do anything with those leases until you fix this greenhouse gas analysis and tell us what's going on. That's Wild Earth Guardians. I'm going to fast forward to the future, well, not to the future, to last week, okay, or 2 weeks ago. We had 2 cases where BLM actually won. One of which was the Center for Biological Diversity. They challenged every single APD that was issued in the Powder River Basin since President Biden was president. They also challenged all the APDs in the Permian Basin. And in that case, Judge Chutkan in the DC district said, no, you haven't shown standing. So Judge Contreras says, oh, you're in for climate change stuff. Judge Chutkan said, at the APD level, you can't show me that you visited all of these different sites. And so she threw it out. That case is now on appeal to the DC Circuit Court of Appeals. A corollary in the Converse County litigation here in Wyoming, plaintiffs also challenged all of the APDs that have been issued in that case, along with the NEPA for the record of decision. And in Converse County, Judge Chutkin again dismissed the claims related to APDs for standing, and she denied the plaintiffs a motion for preliminary injunction, which basically says, stop everything until I can rule. So that was really good. That case is just finishing up its briefing now. It should be fully briefed by June, and we can expect a decision soon. And then finally, I wanted to get to the good news. The Dakota Resources case, again, challenging 6 different states' lease sales from June of 2022. And in that one, the judge said, BLM, you did your climate change analysis properly. You've taken the further step of estimating what the emissions are going to be on these leases once they're developed, and we think you did everything well. That's Dakota Resources Council. And then finally, there was the Wilderness Society, the same judge as Dakota Resources Council, where the Wilderness Society judge said, I like what you did with your greenhouse gas analysis, but I have to issue a split decision because while your analysis was fine, you did not explain why, in light of that analysis, you were continuing to offer leases. So in that case, BLM has to work on the remedy because the judge didn't say what he would do for that. He also had some issues with explaining wildlife impacts and water quality impacts, which were secondary. But BLM is now working on fixing the remedy for that, and that's in briefing. So that introduction, this process of the federal government offering leases, the leases being challenged, and the feedback being what we get from federal courts on it, kind of inform where we are. And I'm gonna let it rest there at least. This is how we are with litigation, but we also have lots of new rules that are coming, and we also try to address, as Representative Stith started with the first question, how technology changes, how does BLM adapt to that? So, thanks. And maybe I can turn it over to Pete.
Yes.
Talk about technology.
Mr. Obermueller, your response.
Well, thanks. That was a good overview. Full disclosure, PAW is defendant interveners in those last 2 cases, and just filed an amicus brief on the Wilderness Society case as well. I think what I heard there, and maybe what you heard there, is this interesting conundrum that we're in. To answer the question just directly, federal lands is not the leading indicator of where technology is going, because the federal government is not equipped to promote that or allow it to currently allow it to happen. And part of it is what you heard there from Phil, which is federal lands policy is not being directed by the Article 1 branch of government, Congress. All federal land policy is in the courts now. And that is a shame, number one. Number two, it's the biggest obstacle to getting, to allowing innovation and technology to overcome some of these challenges that Phil talked about. Not standing, I mean, standing is a different problem, but because policy is set through the courts now and not through the Article 1 branch, we can't really get our arms around this stuff. So I don't know, anybody here listen to the legal podcast called Advisory Opinions? Somebody heard of that? Nobody's heard of that? Holy cow, you guys. Who's a law student or a lawyer? Will, this is a great podcast.
Put it on the list.
So one of the themes of the Advisory Opinions podcast, which I will just steal, is it's basically just Congress, do your job. And that would, quite frankly, solve a lot of this, is Congress, do your job. And we don't, there's a lot of reasons for that. There's no monocausal reason for why Congress isn't doing their job. We could talk about that all day, and I don't want to get super meta on you. But part of the reason is we don't let Congress do their job, and part of it is we have become accustomed to the BLM being in charge, no matter what you're trying to do on federal lands. Whether you're trying to produce oil and gas or uranium, or if you're trying to conserve, we all go hat in hand to the BLM and beg for what we want, instead of working on policy changes at the congressional level that tells the BLM what we want. And we have reversed who has the authority here. And as you can tell already, that drives me bonkers. And in fact, I mean, this doesn't have anything to do with oil and gas, a little bit, but I'll give you just the most recent example in the news from the Wyoming Republican Party's recent convention, where they got their hair on fire about a bill that all three of our federal delegations sponsored, the Wyoming Public Lands Initiative. The Wyoming Public Lands Initiative was all about Wyoming people taking a federal designation, deciding what Wyoming people wanted, and writing a bill that said to the BLM, to the Department of Interior, here's how we want that land managed. The Wyoming GOP said, we hate that bill, essentially saying we'd rather have Joe Biden direct what happens in Wyoming. It's wild, it's wild. We've gotten too accustomed to the fact that the BLM controls the levers, and we can take that back. And that, Representative Stith, is my biggest challenge, quite frankly.
Okay, it sounds like we're in quite a halfway house here. As a follow-up, do you see any tensions arising out of CCUS projects on federal land?
Tensions? There's always tensions. And I do have to say, I agree with almost everything that Pete said. And I'll leave it to you guys to figure out what I might not agree with, so you can think a little bit. But the tension with CCUS projects, we heard a little bit more about that earlier, but the biggest part of it is when we're in a split estate environment. Because you have two different estates of ownership, one of which is dominant, but pore space, it's the absence of something which belongs to the surface estate is subservient to the mineral estate. And so how you work that out. The other thing is, and this I agree with Pete wholeheartedly, Congress, in its infinite wisdom, granted these tax credits in 45Q of the Internal Revenue Code, but they didn't say, and here's how we think these ought to be permitted on federal lands. So we have an absence of congressional delegation. And even though Pete thinks the BLM has the controls for everything, Article 1 agencies, so agencies that are in the executive branch are only supposed to be able to do what Congress tells them to do, right? So Congress is saying, okay, there's these tax credits, but meanwhile, permit these things using whatever, is it the Mineral Leasing Act? Is it FLPMA? What is it? So what BLM did in the absence of that, they did a policy, summer before last, which is not a regulation, but they said, we are going to use FLPMA to try to permit these. But there are still a number of different tensions going on with CCUS. We could talk all afternoon about it.
Interesting. Switching from substance a little bit to process, and this question is for Temple. How are the federal land agencies engaging with the public to ensure transparency concerning land management decisions?
Yeah, thanks. I think I'm going to piggyback on what Phil said, or actually Pete said earlier, which is that the federal government's not, because it's not equipped, right? So they're not equipped really to engage with the public at a particularly successful way. They do have requirements under FLPMA and NEPA, really. It's mostly NEPA to do some public outreach, but it's not really a strong component of their job. It's not something that, they're really going to lose a case because of. So as a result, they're worried about other things. They know they need to work with the public, but I think they could do a much better job of doing that. NEPA is complicated. The Rock Springs RMP, which I'm going to talk about here in a minute, was close to 1,300 words. Not a lot of people, volume 1 is about that high off the table. And so I think that's a barrier to a lot of people as well, is feeling confident to read an RMP and then to be able to understand what it says. And so I think that's another challenge as well. NEPA has been amended at the congressional level. And so I think a lot of people are hopeful that this new version of NEPA, which is supposed to be done in a tighter timeline, and hopefully we're going to avoid the 1,300-page documents and do things in about 100 pages or so. Hopefully that helps make NEPA more accessible to the public and allows the public to really understand and to be able to read these documents and to be able to engage. But I wanted to use this time and this question to talk about the Rock Springs Task Force, because I'm sure maybe people in the room have heard about it and have questions about what happened as a result of the task force. And, really, I think it was, to get back to the question, the task force was needed because the BLM wasn't acting in a particularly transparent or public-friendly manner. So they started the Rock Springs Resource Management Plan in 2011, which is a long time ago. And so, the RMP kept getting stuck at the end of different administrations, be it the Obama administration and then the Trump administration, and then it carried over into the Biden administration without ever actually being completed. And so the Biden administration made a decision to get it out during their first term. And so, I think kind of because of that commitment, maybe rushed getting the document out at the expense of communicating with the public and being transparent with the public and letting people know what was going to be in the document. So in August of this last summer, they released their draft RMP and selected the environmentally preferred alternative, which is just something that hasn't happened in an RMP in Wyoming before. So that really caught a lot of people off guard. And so, people were very upset about what was in the environmentally preferred alternative and that was selected as the agency's preferred. And so a lot of misinformation, I think, started to arise as well, because it is a 1,300-page document. Who knows what's in that thing? Like everything's in there, yet nothing's in there. And so the governor worked to get the comment period extended, and at the same time convened a task force and asked the University of Wyoming to convene that task force. And as Representative Stith mentioned, I led that effort. And so the governor appointed about 11 different key personnel from different stakeholder groups, including the Wyoming House and the Wyoming Senate. We had representatives for each of those legislative branches on the task force. Pete was on the task force for the oil and gas industry. Representative Stith was on the task force as a legislator. And so essentially, by the time the task force was formed, even though we had a comment period extension, so normally you only had like 60 days to comment on RMP, and so they extended that an additional 60 days. So comments were due about the middle of January. But the task force had 45 days to read that 1,300-page document and to come up with recommendations that all 11 task force members could agree with. So that was a pretty tall order, but I have to say, thanks to the hard work of the task force and really digging into that document and attending meetings over Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's, we were able to come up with about 120 recommendations to the BLM from this group of folks that range from the environmental community, wildlife advocates, the oil and gas industry, the Trona industry. So I think for me, the Rock Springs Task Force is kind of a hopeful note. If you are willing to engage in the time and effort it takes to do collaborative work and engage the public and engage task force members, you can come to some agreement about public lands management, but it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort, and I don't think the BLM or the Forest Service or the National Park Service, really any federal agency, is really equipped to do that. And so I think that's a commitment the state's gonna have to make, county commissioners are gonna have to make, in terms of bringing stakeholders together and engaging in those types of processes. So.
Temple, thank you. And Temple did a great job helping me and others go through these 504 different management actions. As a social phenomenon, it was really good for our community because we all came together with a common enemy, namely Phil's agency. And I didn't mention that one of Phil's jobs is also to let the Rock Springs field office manager know when she is supposed to invoke her Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, one of his jobs. But it was a great experiment. Actually, it was useful. We were able to actually turn a piece of that into state legislation as part of the budget in a useful way for us to try to feel like we weren't quite so helpless. All right, I do want to get to some economic issues here. Brian, what's your view on how policymakers and land managers balance conservation efforts with the need for multiple use? And of course, in my part of the world, we don't think that conservation is a use, but if you assume it were a use, how do how is the BLM, or how do you evaluate economic impacts of conservation as a use, apparently, if it is a use?
Yeah, this is a tough one. So in terms of how do policymakers approach this, I think there's the guiding congressional mandate, which is the sort of framework that Pete laid out, is really helpful. So there's a high level, here's how they're supposed to articulate and sort of trade off these different uses, and then there's how do they actually do that on the ground. So FLPMA, which Phil mentioned, the 1976 Federal Lands Policy Management Act, has two guiding principles. One is multiple use.
and it articulates some particular uses. At the time, conservation is not considered a use, and we'll come back to that in a minute, but then also sustained yield. And so it basically says, all right, federal land managers, you have to figure out basically the way of adjudicating between multiple uses on public land in a way that's going to yield benefits today and for future generations, which is a tough mandate and not a very clear mandate, right? How do you do that? There's no clear framework for doing that. What that looks like on the ground on a day-to-day basis when the BLM is making decisions, and I'll let Phil correct me if I speak out of turn here, but there's a few ways that actually happens on the ground as it pertains to, say, trading off energy development versus conservation, and one of them is NEPA. So if the BLM gets an APD, a permit to drill, it's going to go through a NEPA process. So on a permit by permit basis, right? NEPA is going to be involved. That's a slow process. It takes something like 120 days to permit a well on federal land versus about 10 days on state land, I think, is the average. And is that optimistic? Okay, that might be out of date. But so that's obviously a really contentious process, and Phil could speak more to that. And the other way that land managers attempt to sort of weigh these different uses, different demands for public lands is through the resource management plans. And just to say a little bit more about how that process is supposed to work or does work is basically, the Bureau of Land Management, the Forest Service, pick your favorite federal land agency, is broken up into regional offices, and each regional office issues one of these management plans sort of periodically. And it could be basically whenever it's deemed that things have changed enough that we need a new management plan. And that can be a really contentious process. As Temple said, it's not a particularly transparent process. And so one of the things that's really striking about these management plans is often they will either designate or preclude massive areas, I mean, millions of acres for oil and gas development or for other uses. Rights of way are a big one that have an impact both on oil and gas development and on renewable energy development. So these are blunt tools, right? We're talking about millions of acres at a time. And the way that process works is they'll work on a draft for maybe a decade. I think the Rock Springs RMP was at least a decade in the making. A lot of the data that came out was from like 2010, which was a little interesting for a 2023 document, right? But so they issue a draft and then they open it up for public comment, and then they get anywhere from hundreds to thousands of public comments, hundreds of thousands of public comments potentially. And then it's up to the agency to take all those comments and internalize them some way and issue a final RMP or a final rule. And so it's really, yes, there's public comment, but it's not a deliberative process. It's not like the process that Temple described. And so I think that's really, really challenging. And I'd say the final way, to Pete's point, right, about kind of rulemaking coming from more the executive than coming from Congress, right, is increasingly BLM has sort of issued rules or changes to rules to how they're going to approach management on public land. So as an example, they just about 10 days ago issued the final version of this sort of conservation rule, which makes conservation a use. That's one of the big changes in this rule. In reading through that, they received something like 200,000 comments on that rule, which was the draft was issued about a year ago. But that's really not deliberation, right? They got 200,000 comments and then they internalize them and then they come out with the final ruling. And so I think that's a tricky process, and we can definitely get into the specifics of that new rule or some of the other new rules coming down the pike. But I think the thing I really want to emphasize is that these different competing uses have different values ascribed to them, and those values are changing over time, right? When we crafted FLTMA, when we crafted the Mineral Leasing Act, a lot of these congressional directives, the relative values of energy versus recreation versus what we even understood about the science of things like ecosystem services on public land, those things have changed a lot in the last 100 years. And so we don't have a good framework for weighing those competing values like we would say on private land. If you're a private landowner and the Nature Conservancy comes to you and says, hey, you've got prime elk habitat or you're part of a migratory corridor, there's a price associated with that if you're doing that on private land, and you can weigh, do I want to lease this out, or do I want to lease it to the Nature Conservancy or to a developer? And you can't do that on public land. Land managers don't have the ability to do that, and I think that's one of the key challenges.
And so, Phil, tell us about conservation as a use and what's up with that?
Well, just to go back with what Brian was saying. So the process it's a long process under FLTMA, But at the end of the day, you also have a governor's consistency review for any plan once the proposed plan comes out, and protest reviews, which are typically handled from DC. But it is kind of a black box. All the comments go out, people think about it, and then you may have complete differences of opinion from the field office to the district office to the state office to the headquarters of BLM. And they all have to resolve that internally. But when we're talking about FLIPMA and multiple use and sustained yield, a while ago, a long while ago, one of the Supreme Court justices was evaluating something else. And they were trying to figure out what it was. And he said, well, I know it when I see it. I don't know if anyone's old enough to remember what that was about. Some people do, many of the lawyers. He knows it when he sees it. Multiple use sustained yield is like that. I think Justice Scalia said it's deceptively simple but impossibly tricky or something along those lines. So how do we value that? NEPA does not require a cost-benefit analysis for decision-making. That's one of the few things that the CEQ changed in their NEPA regulations back in the 70s. So there's no cost-benefit. What BLM does is for fossil fuel projects, they do a social cost of carbon, which we never had well, there were 2 cases where judges said we had to use it, but most cases we won when we said we weren't going to use the social cost of carbon. And that's basically an estimate of what do you think future generations would have to pay for the emissions we're going to put out today. And if you change the discount rates to it, you can make it say whatever you want. So it's not a particularly helpful tool, but it comes up with impossibly big numbers some ways. And that's one of the reasons why in the Wilderness Society case, bringing this back around, how do we figure it out? That feedback loop of litigation, which I mean, I'm not, again, my comments are my own, but many times when land use plans, different groups feel that they're not taking into account the considerations they believe are important, they will challenge those plans. And they'll challenge those plans under NEPA and FLIPMA, and part of it then goes to a judge to decide how to work this out. But Representative Stith, your question on how BLM takes into conservation is one of the things that BLM looks at. If you drew a map of Wyoming and cut it into corners, I like to think like one corner is all for conservation with the national parks. One corner is all for energy production. There's another part for grazing. It's not that simple though. So it happens at the planning stage in making these allocation decisions. So BLM does take conservation into account, for example, when they designate areas of critical environmental concern. There may be different visual resources associated here in Wyoming with the historic trails. So they'll put all that stuff into the plan, but it is not, we don't have something like the Nature Conservancy saying, you know what, we'll give you this much for a conservation easement on your ranch, and fossil fuel developer might say, but it's worth this much. And that's one of the things that happened more than a decade ago with the Pinedale Anticline project, where BLM tried to take into account the large oil and gas development. The state helped with the former governor, who Temple worked for, coming up with a fund to start funding conservation purchases as well. So there's a lot of that, but there is no clear answer. And again, the public lands rule that came out has the ability for conservation leasing, but we don't get into the valuations.
Thank you. Mr. Obermueller.
Thanks, Representative Stith. And the representative is modest. The legislation he mentioned about that was his idea. So good job. So I want to, I'd be interested in my panelists pushing back on this and you all as well. But since none of you listen to advisory opinions, I'm going to steal from them again. They talk about so-called zombie precedents, like the Chevron doctrine, where you defer to agencies. Has been a zombie precedent in the sense that it's not been officially overturned for a long time, but at the Supreme Court level, they didn't follow it. I think FLIPMA's multiple use and sustained yield mandate is a zombie statute. It has not been overturned, but I do not think that, at least at the federal level, people believe in it anymore. And that, I think what people want to do, and you see it in the rules now, but you also see it somewhat locally. I think the Rock Springs Task Force was partly this, and I think WPLI was partly this, was saying every acre of public land needs to be dedicated for something. And this acre is dedicated for this, and this acre is dedicated for that, and we're gonna fight over which acres are dedicated for what. As opposed to the idea, which I strongly adhere to still, is that all the acres can be used for all the things if we're willing to try to fight for that. But I think we have to fight for it, because I think that's a zombie statute at this point. But I'm open to being persuaded on that.
No,
Brian, I think you probably have to persuade me on that.
Yeah, I was just going to add, so there are zombie provisions, I think, that are out there, and that's a good way to put it. So unnecessary or undue degradation. That's a phrase from the statute in FLPMA that says you can't take actions that would be unnecessary or undue degradation of the public lands. The shorthand is UUD. I like to call it the last refuge of people challenging plans they don't like, because they always try to say, this is UUD, that is UUD. And in the last two decisions from the district court in DC, there were challenges that said this stuff is UUD, and the court said no. No courts have found that a federal agency action that's in the normal course, like leasing oil and gas, that Congress told us to do. If people didn't want oil and gas leasing, Congress should say so. It shouldn't be for groups, and that gets us back to that feedback mechanism of litigation, where we have Article 3 courts deciding how public lands are going to be managed in Wyoming, and some of those judges aren't in Wyoming, and frankly really couldn't care less about that, unfortunately, but that's where it is. So I agree, but I do think it's important to look at how to be involved in the process. And I wouldn't say fight for every use on every acre, because eventually there are some uses that are incompatible. And one of the things we have to do is be able to deconflict that ahead of time, and that's what the resource management plans are supposed to do. They're supposed to say, okay, in this area, these visual resources are just so good that we're not going to have power lines going through, whatever. So there's a lot that can be done. I think there is a lot that is being done, but there's certainly more to do.
Well, thank you so much, and I'll try to remember the rules of surviving legal zombie land, including rule number 1, cardio, rule number 2, look in the rearview mirror, rule 3, wear your seatbelt. Moving on to something very specific in our last couple of minutes, the BLM is set to issue a final ruling on venting and flaring on federal lands in 2024. What does that mean for producers? And can we expect to see less interest in leasing federal lands? Mr. Obermuller, I'll let you have the first crack at that one.
Thanks. Yeah, they did, in fact, issue that final rule. The state of Wyoming has joined other states in litigating that one. Industry is still evaluating it, though in the onslaught of rules coming from the federal government right now, it has not risen to the level of some of the other ones that are more, at least for Wyoming, a little more existential. So I won't bore you with all of those. I just had a opinion piece in the Casper paper titled Joe Biden loves big oil, he just doesn't know it. Because the bonding rule, this conservation rule, all these others, essentially, Wyoming doesn't really have big oil. Wyoming, a third of Wyoming's production comes from about 400 companies that each produce 2% or less of the total. We don't have the majors here, and all of these rules, the impact on these rules on Wyoming is that the small guys won't be able to manage it, and the big guys will. So it's not that production is necessarily going to stop. It's just going to be done by the larger companies, more consolidation, more mergers, bigger companies doing the work. So hence Joe Biden loves big oil, just doesn't know it. I mean, there's a reason why we only have 12 rigs running in Wyoming. It's not just that we're in STIP season. It was interesting to hear the landowner say, I don't really want to hear that it's easier to get things done in Texas. That's not my problem. I have sympathy for that from what she was talking about specifically, which is the negotiations she's having with the company. But she's wrong in the sense that it really is her problem, because we will not invest and we will not be sitting down to build those relationships with those landowners in the Powder River Basin if we're not allowed to do it by the federal government, who's trying to expand their reach on a daily basis from Fifi Fed and from others to try to make sure they get a hook in the nexus everywhere and then pile on these rules. And all we have left are the big guys that, it's fine. They'll be my members, okay. But then we lose what we have right now, which is Wyoming Oil.
I could just, I think what Pete said is very accurate in terms of the potential impact of these rules. And one of the things that happened in the past, you may remember the fracking rule, which was litigated as well in Wyoming. And there, different groups, it gets back to this theme of litigation. And the state can be a group to say, I need to fight this, and here's why. With the waste prevention rule, lots of that is stuff that should be in the Clean Air Act and EPA regulations. And so then you get which statute is, again, executive branch agencies are only supposed to do what Congress told them to. Congress told EPA and states like Wyoming that have a delegated program from the EPA that you regulate air quality and you issue the permits and everything else. Now BLM is taking steps to, which someone could argue could be regulating air quality. And so that's where the litigation will come from on that. But it's a part of it is, again, the pendulum of politics. And I don't know how to solve that one.
And perhaps an off-script question for Brian. Brian, does it seem odd to you that NEPA doesn't have a cost-benefit requirement? Does that seem weird? Should that change, or should we be careful of what we wish for?
Yeah, that's a thorny question. Yeah, odd's a good word for it. I mean, the thing about cost-benefit analysis is it can be fairly easily politicized, right? I mean, we have best practices, and there's ways of trying to sort of put guardrails on the process so that it's not just a political tool. But the Rock Springs RMP is a really good example of this, right? Because there's a number in there for GHG benefits from sort of climate change impacts based on the social cost of carbon. And then there's numbers in there in terms of foregone revenue and foregone tax revenue, et cetera, et cetera. If you ignored all other costs and benefits that one might want to take into account, and there are many that weren't considered in that EIS, but if you just took those two numbers, which are literally 50 pages apart in this 700-page document, the Rock Springs RMP does not pass a cost-benefit test. It doesn't come close. So they're very careful to say, we're not going to do a cost-benefit analysis. But if you literally just looked at the avoided carbon emissions, and then you looked at the cost to the state of Wyoming, it doesn't pass a cost-benefit analysis.
Yeah, I noticed that.
It doesn't. I mean, it's by orders of magnitude, it's not close. And so I do find that very interesting. And I think most of my colleagues, sort of in the environmental economist community, would really like to see us move more towards cost-benefit analysis, because one thing that cost-benefit analysis does is it really, just the process of trying to write down, okay, whose costs am I counting, whose benefits am I counting? Because as soon as you're going to compare those costs and benefits explicitly in a common framework, you have to make decisions about who counts, what costs, what benefits. And when you're just doing an impact statement, you don't have to do that. You can just say, well, here's some impacts. And we don't necessarily have to say, how does it pencil out? And so I think the process of moving that into a cost-benefit framework could be really beneficial, but you have to make some tough decisions when you do that about whose benefits, whose costs. Do we care just about the state of Wyoming? Do we care about all citizens of the United States because it's federal land? Do we care about global costs of carbon? But I think actually having those conversations could lead to better management.
Thank you. This audience you guys have been tremendous. Your eyes are still open at 4 o'clock. That's amazing. So questions from the audience for our panel of true experts here. Any questions? Or are you waiting to get to the reception? Going once. Going twice. All right, just remember the other rules for Zombieland, right? Beware the bathrooms, okay? Attachments. Okay, thank you very much. I want to thank Phil, Temple, Brian, and Pete. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well, thank you to the Federal Lands panel. That is the last panel of the afternoon. We will bring up the president of our student chapter, Jacob Burns, who's a graduating senior, and he will make the closing remarks for our conference today.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jacob Burns. We'll keep this pretty short. I know it's been a long day for everybody. As she said, I'm graduating from our PLM program this year. I've had a pretty interesting college experience. I was a COVID kid, but over the last 4 years, I've seen this program grow a lot. Not just the PLM program, but also our other programs, all the certificates we've started to offer. It's really exciting to see what our students can do now and all the opportunities that they're able to take advantage of. I just want to start by saying thank you to Holly, Cammie, and Christian. Without you guys, we couldn't put this on. It's a lot of work to put on conferences like this. Along with the staff of SCR, we have our tech guy in here. We had another lady working the door for us today. It takes a lot. Thank you to all of our moderators, panelists, our keynote. Without you guys coming, we don't have a conference. I mean, you guys have the expertise in all these fields. We really do appreciate you guys taking the time to come in and do that for us. And lastly, thank you to everybody sitting in this room. It's nice to look out, see all the faces. This is our 3rd annual one. We had over 150 people register. It keeps growing every year, and it's why we keep doing it. Without you guys, we wouldn't be putting these conferences on. There's a couple last things we need to finish up before the end of the day. As far as the raffle goes, if you guys scanned the QR code in here and didn't go to the table and pick out your tickets, please go do that when we're done here. We will be doing the drawing at 6 tonight during the networking event. You guys have another week to order any merchandise from us. Both the raffle and our merch store is how we raise funds to do events like this and have club events that are fun for the students. And lastly, yeah, just anybody who can stick around, we'd love to see you at the networking event. And with that, unless I'm missing anything else, we're going to call it a close on the 3rd annual Rocky Mountain Professional Landman Conference. Thank you all.